standard operating protocols that will serve as guides to staff at various levels in the Institute's units and departments. Under her leadership, the Institute aims to take advantage of the numerous opportunities for innovation and development at our disposal and reposition ourselves to continually make Noguchi relevant as the leading biomedical research institute in Ghana. The Institute operates within a strict and functional organizational structure comprising dedicated departments and units, all working in harmony to advance the goals and mandate of the Institute. Noguchi houses 9 cutting-edge research departments, each specializing in critical areas such as infectious diseases, immunology, and epidemiology. These departments collaborate seamlessly to tackle global health challenges. The Department of Animal Experimentation, as Noguchi, is dedicated to supplying laboratory animals for research, education, testing, and disease diagnosis to enhance human health. Positioned as a key partner in the West Africa sub-region, the department boasts unparalleled resources for laboratory animal production and experimentation, ensuring high-quality, consistent, and reproducible outcomes. Collaborative initiatives with partner institutions reinforce the department's standing in biomedical research. The department's facilities include state-of-the-art breeding units, conventional holding areas, a quality assurance laboratory, and specialized experimentation spaces. The Department of Animal Experimentation's mandate encompasses standardized animal provision, development of disease models, preclinical evaluation, advanced veterinary diagnostics, support for public health initiatives, regulatory testing collaboration, epidemiological surveys, and fostering interdepartmental collaboration to achieve institutional goals. The Department of Bacteriology is dedicated to enhancing the well-being of Ghanaians and global communities through comprehensive research on bacterial diseases of public health significance. The department's 3 flagship research programs focus on mycobacterial diseases, antimicrobial resistance or stewardship, and neglected tropical skin diseases of bacterial origin. Collaborating with research partners, the department addresses key diseases such as Buruli ulcer and tuberculosis, contributing to global efforts by investigating epidemiology, genetic diversity, host pathogen interactions, and laboratory diagnosis. The research includes cutting-edge techniques in genomics, DNA fingerprinting, immunodiagnostics, and molecular detection of antimicrobial resistance genes. Studies on neglected tropical skin diseases aim to develop diagnostic tools for Buruli ulcer and yaws. Additional programs cover diarrhea, gut microbiome, food and environmental microbiology, and bacterial sexually transmitted infections. The department actively collaborates with endemic communities, national control programs, and the Ghana Health Service, serving as a reference for both TB and BU. Involved in nationwide TB laboratory network organization, the department conducts training, quality assurance, and drug resistance surveillance. Manpower training extends to the Ghana Health Service and regional collaborations through programs like JICA, NMIMR, third country training. Collaborations with various units of the University of Ghana enrich research and training initiatives, fostering internships and project supervision for students in the field of bacteriology and related disciplines. The Department of Clinical Pathology is at the forefront of promoting public health in Ghana through comprehensive research into diseases and environmental factors affecting health. Their research encompasses drug discovery, utilizing both traditional approaches with medicinal plants and computer simulation methods. The department evaluates the safety and efficacy of medicinal plants used to manage diseases such as cancer, malaria, and diabetes. Biomonitoring and prevention of poisoning from environmental toxicants, including mycotoxins and toxic heavy metals, are also key areas of focus. The department engages in cancer research, exploring the interaction of infectious agents with cancers and AI-driven cancer diagnosis. In addition to research, the department provides specialized laboratory services supporting clinical, public, and environmental health programs. These services include support for the National Newborn Screening Program, hemoglobin quantitation, complete blood count, organ function tests, amino acid and fatty acid measurements, heavy metal analysis, antioxidant assays, and drug monitoring. Collaborations extend globally, including partnerships with institutions such as the American Society of Hematology, Mayo Clinic, and Tianjin University for Traditional Chinese Medicine. The department is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, including HPLC instruments, an atomic absorption spectrophotometer, a clinical chemistry autoanalyzer, and specialized equipment for various analyses. Training is a vital component, with the department actively involved in training PhD, MPhil, and BSc students from the University of Ghana and other institutions. The collaborative efforts and cutting-edge facilities make the Department of Clinical Pathology a key player in advancing health research and services. Over the past 2 decades, the Electron Microscopy and Histopathology Department has been a trailblazer in research, particularly in the realm of enteric diarrheas, with a special focus on rotavirus. In pioneering diarrheal surveillance studies, the department has been instrumental in establishing rotaviruses as a major contributor to childhood diarrhea in Ghana and unveiling the circulation of unique rotavirus genotypes. Recent expansions in diagnostic capabilities include the identification and characterization of noroviruses, astroviruses, and other enteric viruses. As a key contributor to the African Rotavirus Surveillance Network, the department plays a vital role in initiating and facilitating childhood diarrhea burden studies and rotavirus surveillance activities across Africa. Beyond rotavirus, the department supports the diagnosis and molecular characterization of various diarrheal pathogens, employing advanced techniques like Tachman microarray cards capable of simultaneously detecting over 20 pathogens for each syndrome. Distinguishing itself, the department houses the sole functional electron microscope in West Africa, providing crucial support for histopathological and ultrastructural studies of plant and animal tissues. This expertise extends beyond national borders, benefiting institutions in the sub-region. The Electron Microscopy and Histopathology Department stands as a regional hub for cutting-edge research, diagnostics, and training in the field of enteric viruses and beyond. The Department of Immunology is dedicated to advancing knowledge in the immunology of infectious and non-infectious diseases, aligning with the broader objectives of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research and the University of Ghana's College of Health Sciences. The department's overarching goal is to contribute insights for the enhanced diagnosis, management, control, and prevention of diseases both in Ghana and globally. Research endeavors include investigating the pathogenesis of major infectious and non-infectious diseases, with a focus on malaria in children and pregnant women, as well as viral immunology, unraveling immunological and molecular mechanisms influencing the host-pathogen relationship. The department is actively engaged in studies identifying and evaluating potential malarial vaccine candidates and exploring host immunogenetic factors impacting disease outcomes. Additionally, efforts are directed towards enhancing existing immunodiagnostic tests. Expertise within the department spans cellular, humoral, and molecular immunology, along with immunogenetics, supported by proficiency in clinical trials. A diverse array of techniques including flow cytometry, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, ELISpot, Luminex technology, fluorescent microscopy, recombinant protein expression and purification, molecular antigen typing, and mosquito membrane feeding empowers the department to conduct cutting-edge research. The ultimate aim of these activities is to contribute to the improvement of human health, comfort, and well-being locally and globally. The Nutrition Department brings extensive expertise to the realm of applied nutrition research with a clear goal: to establish an evidence base for national policies addressing nutritional challenges in Ghana. The department's research spans diverse life stages, encompassing maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, school-age children, adolescents, and women of reproductive age. Noteworthy contributions include the development of food-based dietary recommendations for young children, evaluation of the Ghana School Feeding Program, and the creation of an AI-based mobile app for food recognition and dietary behavior. Welcome to the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, a beacon of scientific excellence in the heart of Accra, Ghana. The Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research was set up in 1979 as a semi-autonomous institute.
Hello, we are excited to share with you the journey we've taken over the past 3 years in formally implementing our quality management system. This initiative has been the linchpin for improving our research practices and maintaining top-notch quality in everything we do. In this video, you'll see our milestones, some hurdles we've faced and overcome, and the positive effects these have had on our research community. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Let's dive into our story together.
Several years ago, our institute embarked on a journey to strengthen the quality of research and its reliability through the implementation of a quality management system, otherwise known as QMS. Our goal was to continually improve the quality of our work output through relevant training and capacity development programs. Parasitology. The first department to achieve ISO 9001-2015 certification, served as a powerful motivator, inspiring other departments to commit to continual improvement and aim for certification themselves. However, our implementation was fractured, our knowledge scanty, and our focus poor. In 2021, all that changed when the Quality Office was officially set up. Initial steps and challenges. In 2022, a significant partnership with the Japan International Cooperation Agency helped drive this vision forward. This collaboration brought vital resources and expertise, enabling a more comprehensive and integrated quality management system across the institute, ultimately strengthening our commitment to operational excellence and to meeting international requirements. The inception of the QMS project marked an era of active engagement across departments, with each taking initial steps toward quality enhancement. Implementing QMS at the institute presented unique challenges. Unlike clinical diagnostic and testing laboratories that work to established standards, such as ISO 15189 and ISO 17025, biomedical research facilities have no tailored-to-fit international standards. This gap often leads to conflicting requirements between institutional policies and international standards. Additionally, the independence of research projects diminished adherence to established procedures, complicating the integration of quality practices and requirements. Furthermore, the large size and complexity of the institute posed a risk to the establishment of cohesive management systems. Milestones achieved through teamwork and dedication. We have achieved significant milestones. These include completing QMS training across departments, establishing an educative yet fun-filled quality week, laying the foundations of a comprehensive documentation system, and succeeding in our first external assessment. Each milestone represents a step toward our goal of consistent, high-quality research. Impact on daily operations. Today, QMS has transformed how we operate. Documentation is streamlined, staff are trained to handle data precisely, and regular quality checks are part of our routine. Our day-to-day research is more organized, efficient, and aligned with our standards of excellence. Success stories. QMS is helping us achieve higher accuracy in results and faster processing times, and has greatly improved collaboration between departments of the Institute. Staff can attest to the positive impact it has had on their work, bringing us closer to achieving our research goals with confidence and consistency. Future goals. As we look to the future, our focus remains on continuous improvement. We aim to expand QMS practices across all departments, advancing our journey toward ISO certifications. By strengthening compliance to standards institute-wide, we are reinforcing our unwavering commitment to quality in every aspect of our work. Our institute is proud of the progress made in just 2 years, but the journey to excellence is ongoing. Together, we're building and sustaining a culture of quality for our research and beyond.
Hello once again. Welcome to the NGS lab of Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. Today we'll be taking you through library preparation. My name is Christine Osinankiti and I'll be working with
Mokhtar Kwanita.
After the enrichment step, it's advisable to run a gel to make sure that your cDNA of the COVID sample has been amplified, and then you can go ahead to start with your library prep. Those that show bands can pass for your library preparation, and those that do not show bands will be taken out and will not go through the library preparation step.
We'll start with the fragmentation process. The main reagents that are needed here are the BLT and the TB1. The BLT is a bead-linked transposome. So here our transposomes are linked to our beads. And the function of the transposome is to cut our DNA at specific lengths. The TB1 is the fragmentation buffer, which creates the conducive environment for the enzymatic reaction to occur. So the first step is to get our 30 microliters input DNA, which we worked on together with the water. And then we'll also need per reaction 11 microliters of BLT and then 11 microliters of TB1. So we'll prepare a master mix for that, and then we would pick into the individual tubes. So this is our BLT solution, the bead-linked transposome, and this is our TB1. We are supposed to bring both solutions to room temperature before we start the process. And then for the BLT, we have to vortex for a few seconds before we use it, for 10 seconds. Now to prepare our master mix, we have to pick per reaction 11 microliters of the BLT and then 11 microliters of the TB1. So since we are working on 8 samples, we'll pick 88 of the TB1 and then 88 of the BLT into our Pendolph tube, our master mix.
We then pipette 22 microliters of the master mix into each tube.
According to the protocol, we have to incubate our samples in a thermocycler at 55 degrees for 15 minutes, and then we hold at 10 degrees Celsius. Then we can start the run. It is recommended that once you start incubating your samples, you also heat your TSB, which is the fragmentation stop buffer, for 10 minutes, as is stated in the protocol. So we have set our at 37 and then for 10 minutes. So then we can heat our heat block. We can heat. The next step is the post-tagmentation cleanup. We will need the tagment stop buffer and the tagment wash buffer. The tagment stop buffer is what we heated in the heat block at 37 degrees for 10 minutes. So the first step in the procedure is to add 10 microliters of the TSB to stop the tagmentation process. Once we take out our samples from the thermocycler, we'll have to stop the reaction. And then we slowly pipette the entire volume to resuspend the beads. And then we have to go back into the thermocycler, so we seal the plates. But this time, since we are using strips, we close our strips and then we incubate at 37 degrees for 15 minutes on the thermocycler. Then we hold at 10 degrees Celsius. Our final reaction volume is 60 microliters.
So we add 10 microliters of the TSB onto each of the samples on the strip. We then move our samples into the thermocycler to stop tagmentation.
So the next step is to place our samples, which is in a strip, on a magnetic stand, and then we wait until the solution is clear for 3 minutes. And then using a multi-channel pipette, we remove and discard our supernatant. Then we do a double wash using the TWB, the tagment wash buffer. For the two-step wash, we need to remove our sample from the magnetic stand, and then we add 100 microliters of the TWB. Then we pipette slowly using the multi-channel to mix our beads, and then we place it back on the magnetic stand. Then we wait for the solution to clear in 3 minutes. Then using the multi-channel pipette, we remove and then discard our supernatant. So this is our magnetic stand. We have our sample on the magnetic stand. Like we said, we allow it to stand for 3 minutes, allow the solution to clear, and then using the multi-channel pipette, we discard our supernatant. So we move from the magnetic plate. This is our TWB. We pick 100 microliters to do the wash, so 100 microliters into each of the samples.
We then mix slowly until beads are fully resuspended with a multi-channel pipette. We place our strip back onto the magnetic stand and wait till it clears, approximately 3 minutes. Using the multi-channel pipette,
Hello.
we then remove and discard
Can
the
we please
supernatant.
fill the front row, those at the back? Can you please? There are more spaces here.
Good morning to you all. The response is not vibrating enough. I'll take it again. Good morning to you all. It's not at the apex. For the last time, good morning to you all. Good morning. Thank you very much. So, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this momentous occasion and gathering here at the conference hall of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, an institution under the College of Health Sciences of the University of Ghana. So 45 years ago, this institution was born. It has been an excellent 45 years of innovation, multi- and transdisciplinary research, capacity building, and support for national and global health interventions. And I'm sure you are as excited as I am to be part of this milestone. If that is the case and you support this, I want to hear a resounding clap to say, yes. Yes, so that is hooray to Noguchi at 45. And I am Dorothea Obri, and I'm honored to be your MC today, together with my co-host,
Justice Kwabena Kumi.
Thank you. So we are gathered here today to celebrate the past, the present, and the future of Noguchi as we reflect on the theme 45 years of impactful research for sustainable global health. We have a lot of interesting programs lined up for you, and I want you to sit back, relax, and enjoy as we give you this exciting lineup of programs. But before we begin, I want to notify you of a few housekeeping rules. The first is our mobile phones. I will entreat all of us to put our phones on silent mode or put it off completely to avoid any interruptions. We do not anticipate for any emergency situations to occur, but in case they do occur, we have 2 emergency exits, one to my left here, and I'm sure those on the high table will be the first to escape. And then we have another one at the far entrance. That is our second emergency exit. We do also have our restrooms downstairs. If you need any assistance, we have our able ushers clad in black to assist you to the washrooms. So thank you very much and welcome once again as we celebrate this momentous occasion. I'll now hand you over to Justice Kumi.
Thank you very much for having you all here. This morning is a privilege to be in the building of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, and this institute has a director. 45 years ago has seen a lot of directors passing through who have contributed to the progress of this institute with remarkable ideas, taking this institute to a higher excellence. Notable among them is the only female director. I thought you were going to clap for that. Notable among the only female director who has given the steering wheel and still driving to a destination that all of us know that we're going to have a good end. So, and she has earned another title that was conferred onto her by the staff of Noguchi and referred to her as the ISO Quality Director. Can you put your hands together for her? Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and privilege to welcome here the director of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, Professor Dorothy Yeboah Menu.
Thank you, Justice. Good morning, everyone. Professor Alfred Yosen, Provost, College of Health Sciences, the representative of the World Health Organization Country Rep, Dr. Angela Akon, the Director of Public Health, Ghana Health Service, Dr. Franklin Asiedu. I'm expecting the registrar to be there, but I know she's on her way. The representative of the ambassador for the Embassy of Japan, Mr. Naoki Mitori. the JICA rep, Miss Marco Nagao. We have in our midst about 4 past directors. This is remarkable. Shall we give them a round of applause? I've seen the Director of Finance here. I've seen my colleague deans from the College of Health Sciences. I'm so excited that I have the deans of the college to support me. This is remarkable, and I'm truly excited. I would like to acknowledge Professor Akamori, who is also here, and our August speaker, Professor Graham. You are welcome to Ghana. We thank you for coming. Deans of the university, I've seen the college registrar also entering, and other colleagues of the University of Ghana, college registrar, I've seen college registrar, and the heads of department of Noguchi Memorial Institute, the ones who make things happen within this great institution, my colleague workers who are driving and making sure things move within our conveyor belt, and all distinguished media and guests who are here. A very good morning to you all. Your good morning shows that I didn't take Banku this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Honestly, it is a privilege to welcome you to the conference room of our great institution, the Noguchi Memorial Institute, a constituent of the College of Health Sciences and part of the University of Ghana. I'm truly honored to welcome you to the climax of our 45th anniversary celebration. And we are excited because this is the 4th time that we are bringing all of you together to this conference room since we reactivated our annual research meetings. This year, the theme is 45 years of impactful research, for sustainable global health. Indeed, this theme speaks of what we've done over the past 45 years, because the Institute has been a pillar in terms of global health, public health within Ghana and across the African sub-regions. As we celebrate this remarkable achievement, Mr. Provost, it is good to remember, Ghana we say Sankofa, and we cannot go forward if we don't remember our past. And I would like to reiterate that this great institution was born out of the dream of a former dean of the University of Ghana, Professor Ismon. Professor Ismon, together with his colleague, Professor Kenji Honda, through their collaboration, applied for a Japanese grant aid, and that was used to build this institute. So as we remember the 45 years, it is good for us to remember the work of Professor Ismon and honor him. Mr. Provost, I would like to let you know that for this 45 years, we started with a series of seminars. In fact, we had one big one that was done by Professor Graham, who a renowned immunologist, and this morning he's going to be here to speak to us again. In the month of October, we had 5 series of lectures, and just to remind the younger ones what we've done over the years. This series started with Professor George Amma, one of our pioneers, who reminded us of the journey the Institute has gone through and the impact of the work of the Institute on rotavirus. Through his presentation, we got to know that through the work of Noguchi, we're able to establish that, unlike the former thinking, that most diarrheas in Ghana are caused by bacteria, he made it clear that diarrheas are caused mainly by viral origin, and that is rotavirus. Through his work, he established the burden of disease. Through his work, he made the need for introduction of a vaccine as part of the EPI. Through his work, he was able to conduct clinical trials, and now, after establishing the rotavirus vaccine as part of EPI, even the switch from Rotatrix to Rotavac, he is championing in terms of monitoring the efficacy as well as the emergence of new variants. We move on to malaria. That was epic. We realized that when it comes to malaria, it is Noguchi. We've driven the malaria, indicating what a regimen that the country has to move. And through our work, even WHO has used it to impact other countries. HIV, the first institution to diagnose HIV in Ghana. We continue to host HIV drug resistance, and now we are more into how to find cure within HIV. Of course, we cannot say it by blowing our own horn. We had our director of public health who crowned it all, saying, I remember one phrase, when it comes to determine public health emergency, Noguchi is the Oga. If Noguchi said it is there, it is there. If Noguchi said it is not there, who is he to say it is there? Shall we give a clap for Noguchi? As we move forward, I would like us to acknowledge the impactful work of our former directors, some of them who are resting peacefully. Not forgetting our very own Professor Kwesi Nkrumah, who recently departed. But we are very thankful that at this stage, we have 4 of our past directors here celebrating. And we also would like to acknowledge and thank them for their impactful work that they've done, that we are moving forward with it. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Mr. Provost, it means that I'm prophesying that you'll be a Vice Chancellor soon. Permit me to say that one of your units, we are working hard. And as we continue to work hard to support Ghana's quest to achieve universal health coverage, the Institute, as initially was so much involved in infectious disease, has moved into non-communicable diseases. We are doing a lot now looking at the interface between communicable and non-communicable diseases, such as looking at tuberculosis and diabetes. We are now looking at mental health. We are looking at maternal and child health as well. As we move for the future, we want to reposition the Institute to be useful and to be part of the global conversation. To this end, Noguchi has been designated as one of the Africa CDC and African Union Centers of Excellence. Shall we give Noguchi a clap? I would like to indicate to you that Noguchi is one of the Africa CDC and Africa Union 9 genomics hubs, and Noguchi is responsible for 5 West African countries. In addition, Noguchi has been designated as one of the Africa Union Africa Center of Excellence, Center for Excellence for Biobanking. And now, Noguchi is just about to be indicated as one of their Centers of Excellence for Evaluation of Diagnostic Tool and Clinical Trial Center. To move forward and to be relevant for the Agenda 2063, and the Agenda 2040, there are new programs that we are establishing to move the Noguchi forward. One of them is a study that is drug discovery hub, a drug discovery hub which is being funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that is helping the Institute to coordinate the discovery of drugs such as for malaria and NTDs. We are also reinvigorating our system, and so we've acquired new high-end facilities such as the Fax Discover Imaging Flow Cytometer. In fact, this is the only one in the African region, according to BD. This will allow us to be able to investigate with a drop of blood more than 100 indicators. To move forward, we are establishing programs in host pathogen discovery, and we hope that with that, we will move the Institute forward as Africa decides to make itself sufficient in terms of vaccine. Before I end, we could not have achieved this without the staff of Noguchi Memorial Institute. I would like to acknowledge all staff of this institution for their hard work, their dedication, and their commitment to global health. On that note, I would like to thank you all for coming to celebrate with us and to forge ahead as we celebrate 45 years of impactful research. Akwaba to Noguchi. Thank you.
Quality Director, we thank you so much for your welcome address. In any function like this, we need a chair to steer the affairs of it. I humbly call upon Angela Apia Kubi Mrs. to introduce to us the chairperson for this morning's occasion.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Kindly allow me to stand on all existing protocols already established. It is an honor to introduce the chair for today's program. Our chair is an alumnus of the University of Ghana Medical School, London School of Economics and Political Science, and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He is a fellow of the West African College of Physicians and the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. He is also the immediate past vice president and chairman of the Ghana chapter of the West African College of Physicians. The chair is the principal investigator of the WHO World Health Survey Plus in Ghana. He is a physician by profession and a public health practitioner. He combines these skills to support, develop, and strengthen national and international health systems. He has worked as an international consultant for many organizations and has contributed to the development of several policy documents for WHO, UNICEF, the World Bank, Ghana Health Service, and etc. He has many international collaborations and research grants that support resource mobilization, training, and mentorship. He has close to a decade leadership role in the university. He is the immediate past dean of the University of Ghana Medical School and is the current provost of the College of Health Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me welcome Professor Alfred Edwin Yawson for today's program.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here, and the director of the institute established an elaborate protocol, but permit me to go through it and acknowledge our distinguished persons who are here. So, representative of the acting representative country rep WHO, Dr. Angela Kun, the Director of Public Health, Ghana Health Service, Dr. Franklin Isiedu-Bequin, the Registrar, University of Ghana, the Director of Finance, University of Ghana, Director, Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, hereafter referred to as the Institute. Representative of the Ambassador, Embassy of Japan in Ghana, Mr. Naoki Mitori. Representative, Japan International Cooperation Agency, Ms. Mako Nagao. Past directors of the Institute who are sitting right in front of me. Distinguished speakers for this year's meeting, Professor Graham. Deans and directors of the College of Health Sciences and other university officials herein present. Heads of departments of the Institute and University of Ghana, partners, funders, and collaborators of the Institute, esteemed students, both undergraduate and postgraduate, both past and present, friends from the media, specially invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by congratulating the staff, students, partners of the Institute for achieving this milestone. And we thank you for your contribution to the Institute growth and progress over the past 45 years, almost half a century. It is very remarkable. I am proud that you are a constituent of the College of Health Sciences, of which we are very proud of, because you are a great banner for us and for the university. You are the only research institute that we have at the college, and we are most proud of that. You have played a crucial role in advancing both the college and the university. This year's anniversary celebration is particularly meaningful as it offers the institute opportunity to highlight its impact both locally and globally, some of which the director alluded to, in alleviating disease burdens within society. All generations, including former and current members, have built upon the legacy of the founding visionaries. This celebration also marks the beginning of a new era, following global battles with major challenges and epidemics such as Ebola and COVID-19. While other health issues persist, you are at the center and remain steadfast in your commitment to safeguarding our communities by providing government and policymakers with critical data and guidance to combat, prevent, and address disease conditions. These efforts also contribute to global effort aimed at developing innovative treatment interventions, including vaccines and drugs, to prevent and cure infections. As Provost of the College of Health Sciences and immediate past Dean of the University of Ghana Medical School, I share a unique relationship with this institute, which was established through the effort, as Director mentioned, by our eminent Professor Charles Odampton Ismond, the first Dean of the University of Ghana Medical School, and Prof. Kenji Honda of Fukushima Medical School in Japan. These efforts were subsequently supported by the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, who initially conceived it as a postgraduate medical research center within the University of Ghana Medical School, UGMS. The institute was promptly, because of the great potential it had, granted statutory status as a recognized institute of the university on its own, and subsequently became one of the 7 constituents of the College of Health Sciences. Under the leadership of the first director of the institute, Professor C.O. Kwakupom, the institute trained numerous postgraduate students from the University of Ghana Medical School and expanded its educational research to include students from other units within the university, as well as various universities and research institutions from around the world. Since then, the institute has played a vital role to understanding and managing diseases, supporting disease surveillance and monitoring activities for national programs, including malaria, TB, HIV, borreliosis, as Director mentioned, as well as polio and influenza. Recently, the work on rotavirus and various neglected tropical diseases has come on board as well. These have contributed to the development of improved control measures and have informed national and global policies on disease control and management. As the global disease landscape changes, the Institute has continually adapted to stay aligned with evolving trends, ensuring its ongoing relevance. Again, the Institute's commitment to supporting the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service remains resolute. And as, again, Director mentioned, everything that goes through, as seen through Ghana Health Service, more often than not, emanates from Noguchi. Let's give Noguchi another clap. I'm also aware of the Institute's ongoing research on non-communicable diseases, especially diabetes, hypertension, mental health, and others. And these are very helpful to guiding control measures within Ghana and the sub-African region. The Institute achievement will be incomplete without acknowledging the dedication of the Institute's workforce. We are eternally grateful to you for your unwavering dedication of both research and administrative staff, present and past. These collective efforts have been instrumental in delivering 45 years of excellence through impactful research at both the national and global stage. And I commend the teamwork that has been built and sustained over the years for the Institute's performance through this decade. Again, a clap for Noguchi. You have demonstrated exceptional stewardship, as seen in the well-maintained state of the buildings. The buildings here, some are 45 years. And unlike many places in Ghana and elsewhere in Africa, you have tried to maintain it, and we hope you'll be able to do that for the next 45 years or so. Well done, Noguchi, again. So as we celebrate this milestone, I urge partners and friends of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research to come together to remember and acknowledge the achievement over the last 45 years and devise innovative ways as we strive to achieve more over the next 45 years. Again, as Provost, I am committed to supporting the various programs and strategies that the Institute is implementing in alignment with the university's new strategic plan to address the needs of the health community. And to emphasize that just yesterday, the academic board of the college supported Noguchi's quest to establish or run the program for MPhil and PhD in One Health. And we are going to push that forward through the university. So I take the opportunity to welcome you all to the Institute and also to the College of Health Sciences, University of Ghana. And we look forward to sharing more of the Institute's successes and plans in the years ahead, and as we work together to combat diseases in the country and around the world. Again, congratulations, Noguchi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost, for that outstanding speech and giving us the history of Noguchi that we can find in a 300-page book in less than 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And also for acknowledging our stewardship. We as staff of Noguchi acknowledge that so much, and we are so excited for the appreciation. So at this time, we would still like to acknowledge some of our invited guests here in our midst. We have some deans from the schools within the College of Health Sciences. We have here with us a dean for the dental school. She's here with us. Let's give a round of clap. And then, good, thank you. We also have the dean for the School of Pharmacy here with us. The dean for the School of Pharmacy. Thank you very much. And finally, we have the dean for the School of Nursing and Midwifery. Thank you very much. All under the College of Health Sciences. Thank you for being with us. We also have the college registrar, for the College of Health Sciences, Mr. Michael Opariatia, here with us. Can you signify by raising your hand? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So as you've heard, Noguchi has partnered with so many organizations, and some of them are here with us. So at this time, we want to hear some solidarity messages from these partners. So first on our list, we would like to invite Dr. Angela Akon, the representative of the WHO here in Ghana, to give us her message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. And yes, my name is Dr. Angela Akon. I am a technical officer working in the country office of WHO, and this morning my job here is to represent the acting country representative of WHO in the person of Dr. Frank Lule. He planned to be here with us this morning, and he'll actually be here, but he was called to a meeting by the regional director at the last minute, but it's still in his plans for him to be here. So as a result, he asked that I come in as early as possible because this is an important occasion and deliver his statement on his behalf. And that's just what I'm going to do. So whatever you hear me say henceforth are the words Dr. Lule would have said to you if he was delivering this statement himself. So the chairman, Professor Alfred Yorson, the provost of the College of Health Sciences, University of Ghana, the registrar of the University of Ghana, the director of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, Professor Dorothy Yeboah-Menu, the director of Public Health of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Franklin Esiedu-Bekwin, the representative of the ambassador of the Embassy of Japan, representative of JICA, partners of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, past directors of the Institute gathered, media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to share a few thoughts on behalf of the World Health Organization as we mark this momentous 45th anniversary of the Noguchi Memorial Institute of Medical Research and gather for the annual research meeting. I am deeply honored to join you as we celebrate nearly a half a century of pioneering work and relentless pursuit of scientific knowledge for the betterment of national and global health. WHO congratulates you on your 45 years of impactful research for sustainable global health in Ghana, Africa, and the world. Scientific research forms the bedrock of progress in health and medicine. Over the past 45 years, this institute has contributed tremendously to the advancement of scientific knowledge, pushing the boundaries in ways that have profound implications for health outcomes around the world. Your work has been instrumental in generating evidence that informs policy, shapes clinical practice, and drives innovations in disease prevention, treatment, as well as health system strengthening. For that, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each of you, both past and present, who have made this work possible. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, WHO has continued to support scientific research here in Ghana and across the world. The WHO's role in scientific research is broad and focuses on advancing global health through a range of initiatives. WHO aims to scale up its science and innovation capacities, as well as those of member countries, to stimulate evidence generation, knowledge dissemination, and the implementation of effective health interventions. WHO achieves this by setting and shaping global research agenda, conducting horizon scanning to stay at the forefront of emerging health technologies, and fostering country-level capabilities for translating research findings into actionable policies. To enhance local scientific infrastructure and health ecosystems, WHO supports member countries in developing research agendas tailored to local health needs. This involves aiding countries in establishing evidence ecosystems that integrate global research with local data, ensuring that findings are relevant and accessible for decision-making. Additionally, WHO assists in developing national strategies for science evidence, and digital transformation, recognizing these areas as critical for achieving equitable health outcomes. WHO's unique role includes facilitating partnerships with research institutions, guiding ethical frameworks, and supporting digital health transformations, all aimed at improving healthcare quality and accessibility. Through these efforts, WHO strives to address health disparities and meet the growing demands for science-driven health policies and innovations. Some examples of collaboration of WHO and the Institute include the Regional Reference Laboratory for Polio at this institute, which is part of the Global Polio Laboratory Network, a network of WHO-accredited laboratories dedicated to identifying and detecting polio viruses. The polio laboratory plays a crucial role in the global drive towards polio eradication. 2. In collaboration with Noguchi and the Ghana Health Service, we have established an environmental surveillance system to detect any form of poliovirus through the collection and analysis of environmental samples. 3. On 30th January 2024, the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, in collaboration with WHO, commissioned the WHO Polio Emergency Supply Hub to store and expedite the timely distribution of supplies for polio-related work and research across Africa. 4. The Institute houses the Regional Rotavirus Reference Laboratory, a member of the Global Rotavirus Laboratory Network. This network is a fundamental component of the WHO-coordinated Global Rotavirus Surveillance Network, designed to conduct high-quality diagnostic testing for rotavirus diarrhea and characterize the most prevalent strain genotypes from countries in Africa. 5. WHO has also provided technical, diagnostic, and financial support and collaborated with the Institute on Influenza COVID-19 Sentinel Surveillance, prevalence studies on COVID-19, research on emerging and re-emerging pathogens including yellow fever, mpox, Lassa fever, dengue fever, all of which have generated data to inform key public health decisions on prevention, preparedness, and response to these outbreaks in Ghana. 6. Several Noguchi staff over the years have benefited from WHO-sponsored training in WHO collaborative centers across the globe, while Noguchi, in partnership with and support from WHO, has also trained laboratory scientists from countries in the West African sub-region in good laboratory practice, cutting-edge diagnostic techniques, and genomic surveillance, among others. Noguchi has been instrumental in the progress made so far in the fight against HIV, TB, and viral hepatitis in Ghana, which has been alluded to. Specifically, the Institute has supported development of policy and tools for HIV drug resistance and multi-drug resistance TB in Ghana. Each year, Noguchi supports national advocacy and public education for viral hepatitis elimination. 7, and the last. Noguchi, in collaboration with WHO, has contributed significantly to the progress made in the fight against malaria and the neglected tropical diseases. This institution has consistently supported the anti-malaria resistance and entomological surveillance over the years. The numerous research work carried out on Buruli ulcer, cutaneous leishmaniasis, just to mention a few, have informed programmatic policies and strategies. Mr. Chairman, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, WHO continues to observe and follow the work of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research in the following. Firstly, improving quality of our work output through relevant training and capacity development programs. 2, training and equipping scientists to carry out cutting-edge research in infectious diseases, including malaria, tuberculosis, neglected tropical diseases, and other marginalized social health issues. Thirdly, enhancement of quality management systems and coordinating adherence to the biosafety protocols. Fourth, development of strong standard operating protocols. And last but not least, fifth, community-based cervical cancer screening and future collaborations on implementation research for non-communicable diseases integrated services with communicable diseases such as HIV and TB. The World Health Organization will continue, Mr. Chairperson, to support the Institute to take advantage of the numerous opportunities for innovation and technologies to improve and build on the Institute's technical advancements, skill availability, and repositioning the Institute to continually make the Institute relevant as the leading biomedical research institute in Ghana and the sub-region. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to make this remark and wish you a successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akon, on behalf of WHO. We will still continue to acknowledge some important personalities, invited guests within our midst. We have here Professor Augustine Oklu, the Dean for the School of Biological Sciences. He's here with us. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes. We also have here with us Dr. Maruna from the CDC. CDC. Okay, thank you very much. And then we also have with us Professor Stiles from the Morehouse School of Medicine, Atlanta, Georgia. Professor Stiles. Thank you very much. Yes, so we'll move on to have the next short message from the representative of the Japanese ambassador. And we'll have Mr. Naoki Mitori give us this message. Let's welcome him.
Thank you, Madam MC. Professor Dorothy Yaboa Mann, Director, Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. Professor Michael Foley, Chairman, Organizing Committee 2024 Annual Research Meeting. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. My name is Mitori from the Embassy of Japan. It is my great pleasure to join you today to celebrate 25th anniversary of the establishment of Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. On behalf of Ambassador Mochizuki and myself, I would like to express our sincere congratulations to you all upon the great anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know that Japan and Ghana have been good friends for many years. In fact, our bond of friendship even goes back a long time ago, as far as to the era when Ghana was called the Gold Coast. Nowadays, there are 54 African countries in total. Because of the geographic distance between Africa and Japan, unfortunately, most of Japanese people don't know much about African countries. But I should say, fortunately, instead, Ghana is one of the few African countries that every single Japanese people knows about out of all African countries. Why Ghana is so popular among Japanese people? I could think of two main reasons for that. The first reason is Dr. Noguchi. And the second reason is everyone's favorite, chocolate. Actually, this is a chocolate I brought from Japan. It says Ghana. In 1927, Dr. Noguchi came to the Gold Coast, so it was even 30 years before Ghana's independence, to conduct his study on yellow fever. Unfortunately, the Japanese doctor died in Accra 1 year later, but he is still alive in our memories of Japanese people, as we all learn about him in school curriculum, as we read his books, and as we see his face on the Japanese banknote. And again, this is Japanese banknote. This is his figure. So Dr. Noguchi, he is very famous figure in Japan, just like the big sheikhs in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, based on a long-lasting friendly friendship, Japanese people and the government of Japan have been providing different kind of assistance to Ghana that covers various fields, like roads and bridge, health sector, electricity, human resource development, schools, and others. But we should admit that the Noguchi Institute has been our flagship project in Ghana at all times during the last 45 years. Moreover, we are very much glad that the Noguchi Institute is now playing leading role in not only Ghana, but also in the West Africa as a whole. I have been here in Ghana for last 3 years, and I have proudly noticed that every Ghanaian people knows about the Noguchi Institute. Once again, we sincerely congratulate upon your great success during the past 45 years, and we would like to encourage all of you here today to kindly continue your hard work, efforts, dedication, and your commitment. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noiki. He actually came with references. He actually came. We thank you very much. We also want to acknowledge the presence of the University of Ghana Computing Systems. We are streaming live at hashtag NMIMR at 45 and then ARM 2024 on our social media platforms. It's another important talk by the same JICA rep, Miss Suzuki Momoko. Can we put our hands together for her as we welcome her to give us a talk?
Good morning. Professor Dorothy Yabo Manu, Director, Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, the past directors of Noguchi, the Chair and Provost, College of Health Science, Professor Alfred Yosen, Deputy Head Mission, Embassy of Japan, Mr. Naoyuki Mitori, Angela Akon, WHO representative, and Dr. Franklin Asiedu Bekoe, Director, Public Health GHS, and representative from ministries, partners, medias, guests, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Ohayou gozaimasu. Ohayou gozaimasu. I bring you greetings from JICA Ghana, and also highly honored to be speaking at the opening ceremony of the 45th anniversary of Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research and annual research meeting. The relationship between JICA and Noguchi dates back to the establishment of the institute in 1979. As one of our oldest counterparts, JICA has provided support to the Institute through technical cooperation, grant aid projects, such as the establishment of the Advanced Research Laboratory, introducing solar electricity generation system, the third country training course, SATREP's research project, and the ongoing QMS project, which aims to support the Institute to meet internationally recognized quality standards. JICA also continues to support the Institute to attain its mandates through provision of capacity building opportunities for its researchers through our short and long-term training courses at renowned universities in Japan. In the areas of laboratory surveillance and emerging global health concerns. Director, conducting excellent biomedical research and supporting public health efforts for over 4 decades is no easy feat. Thus, the theme chosen for this year's research meeting, 45 years of impactful research for sustainable global health, is very apt for the occasion. The Institute has conducted several groundbreaking research for infectious diseases, including malaria, tuberculosis, polio, HIV/AIDS, and neglected tropical diseases, as well as non-infectious diseases, just to mention a few that have had significant impact on health outcomes, both locally and internationally. The role Noguchi played in curbing the COVID-19 disease in Ghana cannot be overemphasized. The pandemic and ensuing disease outbreaks showed us the importance of having a robust surveillance system with adequate research capacities in place as a critical element for emergency preparedness and response. Ghana is therefore fortunate, if I should say, to have an institute like Noguchi with its expertise to support the government with disease surveillance efforts. In the area of capacity building, Noguchi has also over the years provided training opportunities for numerous scientists, both nationally and internationally. One of these being the third country training course we call, a collaboration between JICA and Noguchi to strengthen critical capacities of the laboratory workforce in neighboring countries to enhance responses to public health emergencies. We believe that building the health research capacities of lab force in the sub-regions is utmost importance, especially when the threats of disease outbreaks are higher. As I wrap up my remarks, I would like to, on behalf of JICA Ghana, wish Noguchi a happy 45th anniversary and to say Ayeko for the job well done. We look forward to the next 45 of groundbreaking biomedical research and accomplishments. JICA Ghana assures the Institute of its support to realize its vision of becoming an ISO-certified institution undertaking world-class biomedical research. I also wish all a successful research meeting and fruitful deliberations as you share knowledge and ideas during the symposia on vaccine manufacturing, public health emergencies, and global health research. Thank you very much. Medase Papa.
Yes, that's Papa. I want to acknowledge in our midst all retirees from Noguchi who are here. Can you please give us a wave? All retirees, I want to acknowledge you. Thank you very much. We have a short remarks by the Director of Public Health in the person of Dr. Franklin Siedu Bekwin. Can you please do us the honors?
Thank you very much, Prof. Chair. Let me stand on all existing protocol. I think that the emphasis has been short, so I'll make the very short remarks. I didn't come for any paper or nothing. Yes, so I think that I was here last week to give a little talk on what we have gained as a country from Noguchi. And let me say that Ghana is where we are mostly by virtue of what has been done by Noguchi. Let's clap for Noguchi. In my line of work, I'm biased towards surveillance. And I always keep on saying that what the country is doing is somehow dependent on whether there's an outbreak or not. If you go back 2 years ago, this meeting would not have come on. Or if it was even coming on, you see all masks. So it tells you that when you are sure of the pathogen, you can be sure of your response. And we as a service, we have benefited a lot from Noguchi over the years. There are instances that I have personally called some of the biologists here in the night because we are not sure what we are dealing with. And thankfully and gracefully, they have responded to our call. I have actually been in touch with Noguchi personally for like 15 years. So I think that I can be part of the team. Yes, I think the first time was in 2009 when I was in Ashanti region, and we had this suspected outbreak in Obuasi of yellow fever. So at that time, I think Dr. Mubarak, he came, and I was wondering, he said some people from Noguchi. I said, who are these people? And went to investigate. And after that, we had this Lassa fever case in Amansie, went to investigate. And I came to Accra, working as the head of surveillance and director of public health. And I would say that I've actually enjoyed working with Noguchi because we need to be sure what we are dealing with. So I look at the vision, the mission, and the core mandates, and I think that is actually in line. It's a big plus for Noguchi. So I think that going forward, as a service, we'll continually collaborate with Noguchi. We are in an era of uncertainties, an era of unusual events, an era of zoonotic conditions. How sure can we be if you are not sure of your diagnostics? I was going to be part of a meeting just 9 o'clock today. It's discussing mpox in Africa. And normally, our data is coming from Noguchi. So I remember the first meeting we had, Africa had only 30% capacity in diagnosing mpox. And we were part of it. It's all because of Noguchi. So we had our first Marburg in Ghana. So I'm sure if you do not have Noguchi, maybe the people will die and we can assign to witchcraft. Yes, Ghana is normal. You can die, you are not sure what kills you is witchcraft. So I think that I've said it again and over again, that I think that the success of sciences is based on confirmation and diagnosis. And so when you have a very center of excellence like Noguchi, you are very certain of how you're progressing. So we want to thank all of you here. And let me say thank Prof. Koram, Prof. Anand, and Prof. Dorothy. Yesterday she called me that I should come. I told her I'm not coming. I've actually enjoyed Prof. Ampofo, Prof. Vodum, Kofi Boni, and everybody. And we say we thank you very much for working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was short indeed. God bless you. Before the chairman gave his closing remarks, we want to acknowledge some sponsors who help us to put this together. First, we have our gold sponsors who are Caramore and then Stanbic Bank. For silver, we have JICA, who is always partnering Noguchi for greater heights. We have Volta Electric Engineering, ACOA. We have Nkaba, and then Tasty Treat Catering Services.
That's wonderful, isn't it? We are prepared. Yes. So we also have other categories which are platinum sponsors and then our diamond sponsors. So for the platinum, we have ISN and then lab mats. You can see their pull-ups all over the institute. We also have our diamond sponsors who are Better Logistics, Estate Masters Limited, and I think that is all, yeah. Better Logistics and Estate Masters Limited as our diamond sponsors. And we want to appreciate them for being part of this memorable occasion. Without them, we probably wouldn't have seen all those nice and beautiful things around here. So thank you so much for sponsoring this important and memorable celebration. So at this point, we would like to invite back the Provost, our chair for this August occasion, to give us his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I can see the Dean of School of Biomedical and Allied Health Sciences here. We missed you during the introduction. Thank you for coming as well. So this has been pretty short, and we are very happy you were all able to make it. And Director was just telling me, per the effort of the organizers, how much you were able to raise to support your scientific conference this year. So the colleague will learn from you how to mobilize research for our college biannual conferences so that we can make it as beautiful as this one. So thank you very much, our partners, for WHO highlighting the role it plays, and Dr. Akun mentioned the 7 key areas that the WHO supports, and also highlighted their working relations with Noguchi in terms of capacity building, technical support, and all that in also 5 key areas. And she indicated that the WHO is keen to follow what Noguchi does in the coming years so that they strengthen the partnership. We are very grateful for that, and we'll be looking forward to more partnerships and collaborations. From the Embassy of Japan, the people of Japan, he highlighted the long-standing relation between Ghana and Japan dating back into the Gold Coast era, 1927, when Dr. Noguchi was here. Unfortunately, he worked and died here. And because of that, Ghana is about the most known African country in Japan. Let's clap for ourselves and for Dr. Noguchi, and also because of our chocolate. And so that behooves on us as a nation to ensure that we preserve the integrity and quality of our cocoa and our chocolate. So a word to the wise. He also mentioned the collaboration between Noguchi and the Embassy of Japan in terms of health, education, energy, and highlighted that Noguchi has remained the flagship collaborative activity in the country, and we are very happy again for that. We hope we will garner more support between the people of Japan and the people of Ghana. JICA provided the role that they play in supporting Noguchi as well in terms of technical cooperation, grant aid project, and capacity building, helping faculty and staff from Noguchi to train in some renowned institutions in Japan and elsewhere. And the hope is that we will strengthen this relation going into the next 45 years in the life of Noguchi. So thank you, JICA, for the support. And we are very grateful the role that the new laboratory played during the COVID-19 era. And in fact, there is no doubt that really Noguchi's role is what contributed to the very successful way that Ghana was able to manage the COVID-19. And let's again clap for ourselves. Dr. Esiedu Bekwin highlighted the contribution of Noguchi to Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service. And as we said, many of the things that they work with, the information, the data, and the tools come through Noguchi. And we are very happy we are contributing to that and for your personal affiliation and association with the university and Noguchi. Director has always been telling me that you have a very good relationship with them, but it should go beyond you supporting them with a budget to do some of the things they do for you. So it's a message we are passing through you to Director General and to the Minister. Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of the opening ceremony, and we are going to wish you a happy deliberation in the next few days as you go through the scientific conference. And we are very proud to be associated with Noguchi and as a constituent of the College of Health Sciences. Thank you for the work done by our former directors, and happy to see you all this morning. The seed you sowed is bearing fruit in multiples, and going forward, we will do even greater than you left it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Provost. Just in some few people that we have to acknowledge. We have Francis K. Wachi, Information Technology Director, OUG, Dr. Maya D. Charles, CDC, D. Totokwa, Human Resource, University of Ghana, Julian Doman, Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute, Felix Botwe, Accra Technical University, Dr. Peter Kwashi, Deputy Director of WABIP, University of Ghana, and Professor William Kwabena Ampofo. Nana Orie too. Let's put our hands together for Nana. Nana, can you give us a wave? My own boss. All right, some announcement to note. The audience in quotes. Audience in quote, you wait while the dignitaries leave the space, and then we can follow them. Also, so we've come to the end of this morning session. There's another session that is a symposium. Don't miss it. We're going to have a talk on vaccines and how the future looks like. From here, we're going to have a group photograph downstairs, and I think there are signs there to direct you to where we are going. So please wait while the dignitaries take their time off, and then we will follow. Thank you very much. See you all downstairs for the photograph. We're going down the photographs, and right after that, we come here again to take the second part.
Hello, everyone. The next section is about to begin. I want to invite all of you downstairs to please come back to the conference room for the symposium to start. We'll have a lot of time for networking, so let's try as much as possible to finish on time so that we can move on and have a lot of time for networking. Thank you.
Welcome back to the second session. The symposium session. We're going to talk about vaccines, the future of vaccines, and where we stand as a country. I have the singular honor to introduce the chair for this session. The chair for this session is Professor Regina Appiah-Oppong. He is a professor of toxicology at the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, College of Health Sciences, University of Ghana. She holds a PhD in molecular toxicology from the Wijn University Amsterdam, the Netherlands, an MPhil in biochemistry from the University of Ghana, and a BSc in biochemistry from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi. She is the immediate past head of the Department of Clinical Pathology, Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research from 2013 to 2022. She managed the National Newborn Screening Laboratory for Sickle Cell Disease and Diagnosis Laboratory of the Institute for 11 years. Professor Appiah-Oppong is an adjunct professor at the Department of Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology, School of Basic and Applied Science, University of Ghana, from 2012 to date. She is the immediate past National Treasurer of the Ghana Science Association and also a member of the Non-Communicable Disease Africa Center for Excellence, University of Ghana, and the Ministry of Health Technical Working Group reviewing the monograph on medicinal plants in Ghana. She's a board member and a mentor of the African Research Academy for Women in Science, where she trains brilliant young ladies from various universities in Ghana in her area of research. She has supervised and mentored 4 international postdoctoral fellows, 5 PhD scientists, and several MPhil and BSc students and interns from the University of Ghana and other local and international universities. She is an associate editor-in-chief of the Health Sciences Investigating Journal of the College of Health Sciences, University of Ghana, from the year 2019 to date. Her research interest is in the area of toxicology and pharmacology. Her current research focuses on drug discovery, particularly of anti-cancer and anti-malaria agents from the plant sources, cytochrome P450 mediated drug interactions, pharmacokinetics, pharmacogenetics, and antioxidant studies. Previously, she was involved in anti-traposomal, anti-leishmaniasis, and anti-tuberculosis drug discovery studies. She has contributed in several research projects, serving as a principal investigator, the co-investigator on the projects. Her work on anti-cancer and anti-malaria activities of medicinal plants has established the anti-cancer and anti-malaria properties of several medicinal plants used by traditional medicine practitioners to treat cancer and malaria. She had an opportunity for postdoctoral training in the Department of Pharmacology of the Yale University Medical School for a couple of months per year from 2009 to 2011, where she worked on a chemical and biological fingerprint of some Ghanaian medicinal plants. Professor Regina Piopon is also a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. Audience shall put a round of applause and welcome Professor Regina appear upon our chair for this session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumi, for the kind introduction. I'm very delighted that I have been asked to perform this role. Thank you very much, LOC. I would like to invite the speakers. This morning we have 3 speakers for the symposium, and I would like to kindly invite the speakers to come up and take their seats there, and then we will proceed. So I'll start by inviting, I think, Professor Barney Graham. Yes, thank you. Please let's put our hands together. Professor Kweku Opoku Asante. Please, is he here? Professor William Ampofo. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We'll start off with the first speaker will be Professor Graham. And so there's not so much time to tell you everything about him, but the little I have here is what I'm going to read. So Professor Barney S. Graham is an immunologist, virologist, and clinical trials physician with extensive background in basic and translational research applied to vaccine development. He obtained an undergrad degree from Rice University, a medical degree from University of Kansas, and completed internal medicine residency, chief residencies, ID fellowship, and a PhD in microbiology and immunology at Vanderbilt University, where he was an RO1 funded researcher before joining the NIAID, that's the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, a Vaccine Research Center at NIH, as a founding member in the year 2000. He retired as Deputy Director of the VRC, that's the Vaccine Research Center, in 2021, and is now Professor of Medicine and Microbiology, Biochemistry and Immunology, and founding Director of the David Satcher Global Health Equity Institute at Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta. He's an elected member of the National Academy of Sciences and a recipient of 4 honorary doctorate degrees of the University of Ghent, Kansas University, Albany College, Medical College, Columbia, and Columbia University. He has received numerous awards, including the Robert M. Chanhock Award for lifetime contribution to RSV, that is respiratory syncytial virus research, the Albert B. Sabin Global Medical Award for contribution to vaccinology, the Albany Medical Center Prize in Medicine and Biomedical Research, the National Academy of Sciences John J. Carty Award for the Advancement of Sciences, the Charles Meros Award for Achievement in Vaccinology and Immunology, Maxwell Finland Award for Scientific Achievement from a National Foundation for Infectious Diseases, and the IVISK Bioscience PAC Manhood Award for Vaccinology. He was also a recipient of the Patent for Humanity Award from the U.S. Patent and Trade Office of U.S. Patent number 109600070B, Graham et al. Perfusion's coronavirus spike, that is the title, Perfusion's coronavirus spike proteins and their use. In 2021, he was named the Federal Employee of the Year by the Partnership for Public Sciences and recognized by Time magazine as one of the heroes of the year. He is an author of more than 500 scientific publications and a thought leader on emerging viral diseases and pandemic preparedness. He's best known for his research on RSV pathogenesis, structure-based vaccine design, application of mRNA delivery technology, and rapid COVID-19 vaccine development. He was involved in advanced evaluation of vaccines and monoclonal antibodies in HIV, Ebola, and chikungunya, and has developed novel vaccines for RSV, influenza, Zika, paramyxoviruses, and and coronaviruses. He is an inventor on vaccines and monoclonal antibodies approved for human use for prevention and treatment of RSV, COVID-19, and Ebola. So that's a lot of work. I welcome to the podium Professor Graham. Thank you.
Good morning. That made me tired. I thought you weren't going to take all of that. So, Madam Chairman, all of the distinguished guests, former directors, Madam Director, I'm going to talk to you today about vaccines and global health. So if I can have the first slide. It's good to be back with you to a number of pandemic threats over the years, beginning with the recognition of Nipah, paramyxovirus in Malaysia in 2001, all the way through Zika. And honestly, it was in part being exhausted by responding that made us start thinking, how can we be more proactive in the response to these pandemic threats? And so we proposed this idea of a prototype pathogen approach to pandemic preparedness, where you identify viral family members that could represent the other viruses within that family. There's 26 virus families that infect humans, and looking at it that way, it becomes a tractable problem, and it allows you to look for generalizable ways of doing precise antigen design using some of these new technologies I mentioned. And using platform manufacturing, especially, as I'll show you, using mRNA as a delivery mechanism for vaccine antigens, it gives you a lot of speed, which changes the way we can think about pandemic preparedness. And so it changed, this part changed really in 2016. We had done DNA vaccine studies for West Nile virus in the 2000s, but in 2016 we used that same approach for DNA vaccines against Zika. And we made a DNA vaccine. It produced a particle, a virus-like particle, and we took it into Central and South America in a phase 2B efficacy trial, but we didn't get there in time to get an answer. The epidemic, the wave of spread was over within the 16 months it took us to get into the trials. But during that time, we also studied with other groups mRNA vaccine delivery of the same type of antigen, and found that our DNA vaccine at 4 milligrams was about like 10 micrograms of mRNA. So during that time between 2014 and 2016, mRNA technology and delivery really improved a lot. And so mRNA is this new immunization approach that was really pioneered during the COVID outbreak. And improvements in the formulation with the lipid nanoparticle to protect it from degradation and to facilitate entry into the cytoplasm of the cell, changing the RNA chemistry, the nucleosides modified with using pseudouridine or 5-methylpseudouridine reduces the amount of induction of these innate immune processes, which allows for longer antigen expression. And the manufacturing process improved, where you could remove some of the double-stranded RNA artifacts that were left when you were making the single-stranded RNA. So now we know that RNA is safe and efficacious. We know that the stability and supply chain has improved so that you can scale up and make billions of doses. It has a relatively small footprint for equipment and small batch type of manufacturing that would be suited for low and middle income country use, because you can even now bring modular GMP facilities in and drop it almost anywhere. In a room the size of this space here, you could make millions of vaccine doses a year. And there's room for improvement and innovation and new intellectual property. The thing you have to remember, though, is it's not magic, and unless you make the right antigen, the mRNA won't work. So using the ideas of structure-based vaccine design and also the new mRNA technologies, when Dr. McClellan went to another university, we decided to extend our findings on RSV to include other envelope viruses, including the coronavirus spike protein, which you see in the upper right. And all of these are class 1 fusion proteins. They have trimeric structures. They share motifs. Even though they look different, they're shaped different. We were finally able to solve the structure of a human coronavirus spike protein in 2016 in collaboration with Andrew Ward. This was an endemic coronavirus. And once we had that structure, we could start finding stabilizing mutations, and especially this 2-proline substitution to prevent the helical domains from stacking to create that heptad repeat that's needed for the membrane fusion process. And when we found that way of stabilizing coronavirus spike proteins, it turned out that it could be generalizable. So in HKU1, the endemic coronavirus, the proline substitutions are at that top of the central helix, and when COVID came, it turned out that the same proline substitutions at 986 and 987 would accomplish the same purpose as it did for about a dozen other coronaviruses. And importantly, that stabilization also increased protein expression from transduced cells. So it not only preserved the epitopes by stabilizing, but it also increased overall antigen production per nucleic acid delivery. And so when the coronavirus was identified in 2020, around January 6th, we learned it was probably a beta coronavirus, and we'd been working with Moderna since 2017 on mRNA delivery for pandemic preparedness. And for the paramyxovirus and coronavirus families, we already knew that mRNA delivery of these stabilized antigens could prevent infection in animal models. So in this case, the process for development and scale up and approval only took less than a year, about 11 months. And in this in this work, Jason McClellan and Dr. Kizmikia Corbett were involved. She was in the lower right-hand corner. And it was based on those previous 8 years of work on coronavirus and informed by our work on RSV and the other work in pandemic response. So for us now, knowing the atomic level structure of a protein, having high quality protein is the beginning of everything for vaccine development, and it allows you to create the diagnostics you need. It allows you to create immunotherapy. Monoclonal antibodies were made by the same technology we used for the vaccine. And in the vaccine that we made with Moderna, the stabilized spike protein was also used in all these other vaccines. All the vaccines used in the US included the 2-proline stabilized spike. So we now have this generalized way of creating vaccines for coronaviruses, which is the idea behind that prototype pathogen approach for pandemic preparedness. The problem is we now have all these technologies that are so effective and can probably solve the majority of our problems left with infectious diseases, especially viral diseases, but our policies and practices have not kept pace. And not everybody is benefiting from these outcomes. And so during the coronavirus outbreak, I'm showing you here the gray graph of daily mortality. And then the red line is the deployment of vaccines. And you see vaccine deployment started at the beginning of 2021 and was deployed to a large measure in many places by July of 2021. And its greatest effect came in 2021 during the Delta wave of coronavirus. And it's still having an impact, and you might wonder why is there so much gray after vaccines were already deployed? And so in 2021, it was estimated that up to 19 million lives were saved according to excess mortality estimates from Imperial College. So the vaccines were working, but there's still a lot of gray area. And if you look at who's dying from these, there we go. After the vaccines were introduced, it's almost all unvaccinated people. So it's the unvaccinated people who are dying from coronavirus after July of 2021. So if you look at deaths averted, most of that, as I mentioned, was during that fall period of 2021, during the Delta wave of the outbreak. So this is when, so getting people immunized by July of 2021, within 6 months of having the vaccine, was the critical period if you wanted to save the most lives. And so on the right graph, you see that most lives were saved in high-income countries, some in middle income, but very few in low-income countries, because the vaccine was not deployed in adequate time. So there was a problem with uptake in some countries like the US, where vaccine was available. You see the US is lighter green here because about 30% of people decided not to take the vaccine. They decided not to take the help that was available to them. So there's an uptake problem and a confidence problem. The other problem is lack of access. And so you see by the end of 2021, less than 5% of the African continent was vaccinated. And so that was past the time when the vaccine was doing the most good. So this is one of the reasons I'm now at Morehouse School of Medicine. Morehouse is devoted to health equity and health justice. And I'm going to spend the rest of my time without a lab working on the policies and practices that we need in order to keep up with our technology, because we have these new tools, this new era of vaccinology. We can do a lot of things. We can do precise atomic level antigen design. We can do rapid platform manufacturing. and we have to do better with our deployment and policies. And I'm just acknowledging all the networks and industry colleagues and academic colleagues that helped with this. Jason McClellan, again, has helped me with all of the structural biology work over these last 15 years. Dr. Corbett, who's in that middle picture and also on the right, this is our small group of students who did almost all the work during that first 10 weeks of 2021, or 2020, to get that first clinical trial started in March of 2020 with the Moderna RNA vaccine. And so most people don't know who actually did that work. I've gotten a lot of recognition. Dr. Corbett's gotten a lot of recognition, but the other three students aren't very well known by most of the world. Okay, so I'm going to stop there, and we'll take questions later.
Thank you very much, Professor Graham. I would like you to note down your questions. After the three presentations, then we can have a good interaction. I think that would be better to save time. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Graham. Let's give it to him again, please. Thank you. So our next speaker is going to be Dr. Professor Kweku Opoku Asante. And please, please hold on. I want to speak a little bit about you. So, Professor Asante is the director of the Kintampo Health Research Center, one of the leading research institutions in Africa. He obtained a formal education leading to award of MB-CHP and the University of Ghana, 2001, Masters in Public Health, University of Ghana, 2004, and PhD in University of London, a diploma in infectious diseases in London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in 2013. And he's a fellow of the West African College of Physicians. He currently holds an adjunct professorial position in the Georgetown University, Columbia University, and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. In 2002, Professor Asante completed his medical training. He completed his medical training at Kolibu Teaching Hospital in the capital city of Accra and was posted to Kintampo, a largely rural community, to practice medicine and surgery. Professor Asante has participated in over 25 large research projects in malaria as principal investigator. He leads a multi-professional team of clinical trial researchers and investigates malaria drugs, and more recently tests the safety, efficacy, and pilot evaluation of the RTSS malaria vaccine. The results of the drug studies have made a substantial contribution to anti-malarial drug policy in Ghana and other parts of Africa. These public health activities have also included identifying potential drug burdens in heavy risk areas such as environmental determinants of health in the West African region, recommending public health interventions and evaluating these interventions over time. Currently, Professor Asante co-leads a team of researchers in Ghana and Columbia University to assess the impact of environmental pollutants to malaria, respiratory diseases, and low birth weights. He has ongoing research and activities within Ghana and other countries such as Burkina Faso, Guinea-Conakry, Malawi, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Pakistan, and India. Along with other services to the global community, Professor Asante is currently the chair of the Global Research and Innovation Working Group and Immunization Agenda 2030. He has served as an expert advisor to many World Health Organization committees. He is also the chair of the African chapter of the International Society of Environmental Epidemiology. Since 2007, Professor Asante has been a member of the American Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene,
Professor Santi has a high interest in capacity building and equitable research. Professor Santi has communicated with his research results and public health activities over various platforms, including conferences such as the ASTMH, media discussions and mentorship lectures, and published in leading research journals. He has over 200 peer-reviewed articles. Specifically, Professor Santi has been interviewed by BBC, Africa, NPR, Al Jazeera, and leading Ghanaian-based news channels. This is our second speaker. Please help me welcome Professor Asante.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would like to acknowledge our senior colleagues and all of you here, and also stand on the existing protocols that were described this morning to speak on this platform. I'd also like to congratulate Noguchi for 45 years of impactful research for sustainable global health. Indeed, Kintampo Health Research Center was 30 years old early this year, and we use similar terminologies: impactful, sustainable, and global health. I'm wondering where you got yours from. So today I'm here to speak about equitable collaboration in global health research. And I'm asking the question, what is required of us as researchers in Global South? I'd like to show this graph, which has been circulating on various platforms, social media platforms, WhatsApp and others, that tries to discuss equity and equality. Inequality is very observed. And here, there is a tree that has apples, oranges. Apples don't grow in Ghana, so I'll say oranges. The tree is bent to one side, and on one side, there are more oranges on that tree compared to the other side. And there are two people that have been asked to pluck as many apples or oranges as possible. Clearly, the first tree and the first scenario demonstrates inequality. That means that once the tree is bent, and once it's bent towards one person with many, where the oranges are many, that person is likely to have them when it falls. And then equality is, okay, let's give all of you something that will get you closer to the tree and get you closer to the fruits. And then a ladder is provided. In this instance, even though the ladder is provided, the tree is still tilted to one side, and that person gets more fruits than the other. Is that really equality? And then there's equity, which people have described as overcome the burden of the other person. So even though the tree is tilted to one side with less fruits, the person has been given a longer ladder to say, pluck as many as you can. But indeed, the fruits on that side is less, and that is referred to as equity. Help the person to overcome the challenges. But what are they plucking? And then the last is justice, and I'm happy that the previous speakers spoke about justice and mentioned justice. We cannot speak about equity without speaking about justice. And justice is when you intentionally straighten the tree, make sure that the fruits are all on both sides, and ensure that the tree is actually supported so that both individuals can get enough fruits. In this case, if the person still does not get enough fruits, that means that there's something happening to that individual, and even that individual has to be supported. This has been acknowledged by several funders and institutions, and I'll just share the NIH experience. The US NIH set up a request for information sometime in 2022, and these were their findings. They found out that very often their funds go to lead institutions in the US, and not so much as LMICs, even though a lot of the work is also done in LMICs. The high-income countries have a lot of administrative support. There are few early career support for LMICs. Overheads for LMICs where the research is conducted, because we are not located in the US, is about 8% versus over 8% somewhere. I can't tell you what others get, but some of them get about 50% of overheads. Project pre-financing and cost reimbursement is an issue for LMICs. The group hasn't got money already, and then you are saying pre-finance with about $800,000 of research and then come and request for it. It's not an even playing field. There isn't enough funding for junior scientists. Most of the funding goes to senior scientists and then to high-profile institutions. And I would like to read this that was in the report. It says, in addition, when funding is awarded directly to LMIC institutions, it is usually the same high-profile LMIC institutions and senior investigators, Noguchi. So the other things are, with regards to publications, a lot of our publications end up in foreign journals, and they are mostly inaccessible to the people that we serve, our stakeholders, our policymakers. If we have to apply to NIH, the systems are quite cumbersome, very cumbersome. You have to do sums, you have to do whatever. And then if you are not a US citizen or US institution, it's even worse. There is a research agenda, but the research agenda is usually set by the funders, basically, without input or with limited input from LMICs. And when we conduct research, sometimes there is lack of visibility of the research that we do. It is either published in the high-impact journals, locally, nobody hears about it, and when people go to present it, it is the high-income country institutions that do present it because they have the funding to attend the conferences, so that the level is still not even. There are cultural differences, data sharing is an issue, and then it's not clear what the incentives are for different parties, whether we should, this whole thing about publish or perish drives us to think about research and the impact of research in different ways. Whilst doing this, preparing these slides, I also reflected on some of the concerns or challenges that collaborators have had in dealing with us in LMICs. Similar to what was found in the NIH report, people tend to work with skilled or highly skilled researchers, and so they are overburdened. And however, they do not expose the young scientists to the level of research that they have attained. And then they tell us there are no clear pathways for engaging individuals. Who is the decision maker for doing research? And how do we reach that person? And how can they be identified? They tell us there are many ethics committees, many approvals that are required, and sometimes in different formats and different requirements. That makes it cumbersome. And what that means is that people tend to say, well, the systems are cumbersome, and therefore we cannot work in this country or in that country. It's quite unclear what communications are needed, and when they are communicated, they are quite inadequate. And the thing is that really real? So for instance, if there should be communication around a research publication that has been done, who does it and where is it done? We've had an unfortunate situation of funders comparing budgets across Africa. And what they say is inconsistent without referencing. What that means is that when you take I'm here in University of Ghana, so I'll say University of Ghana. University of Ghana. And then you use Noguchi, and then you probably use School of Public Health, you probably use College of Nursing, any of them. It's likely that you find different budgets. In our own experience, I've experienced that we're writing a grant, the budget that came from one institution was totally different from another institution. And this was the same Ghana. The question is why? There are challenges in identifying data sharing opportunities and then data ownership framework. And so there's always tension between where does a data host, who hosts it and who owns it after the research is done. And then again, unclear incentives for partnerships, whether it's publications, financing, impact, or all of them. One of the key things that was mentioned among doctors in the diaspora was that sometimes there's no response when they try to make collaborations within LMICs. And it's just that people don't react to the calls. So in the next few slides, I'll be discussing the framework of equitable partnership as described by Zaman et al. Quite simple. Within equitable partnership, there should be co-creation, communication, commitment, and continuous review. And within all that, there should be fairness and respect for each other. There should be care in managing each other, and there should be honesty. I'll intertwine this with what is called energizing equitable research collaborations. That shows the graduation from just individuals gathering to do something small to something that is very sustainable. So first, commitment. Prof. Nana, I stole this picture from your website because I liked it so much. And it shows that the president said something and it was delivered. And I'm not in any particular party. I'm just saying that he said he'll set up a vaccine institute and it was done within his term. That level of commitment at the high political level is important. And I also note that the Minister of Education was here in one of the disseminations, I think last year. That level of commitment, show of commitment, is important for us in ensuring that we have large backings behind us and therefore we can negotiate for research to ensure equitable distribution of funds. There should be high-level legal framing for research. And then also, sometimes when the high level speaks, it should be done. We've heard about facilitating tax frameworks for research. I don't know how it works and whether it's applicable, but it looks like every researcher is complaining that the taxes are high. Also, we want the high leadership to ensure that they acknowledge research and then they use research outputs for decision making. And also to ensure that they facilitate the growth of research institutions. So by their presence, irrespective of party, we want to acknowledge that and then show that to our collaborators. At the institutional level, this is that for Kintampo, which is a Ghana Health Service institution. We often have the council chair come to visit, the director general come to visit, our institutional heads also come to visit, and that demonstrates their support for research to ensure that it is useful for the community, useful for Ghana, and then to ensure that its impact on health. And then also community support. We can't do anything without leveraging the knowledge of the community and listening to them to ensure equitable partnership. Sometimes as researchers, all we do is we go to them and say we are coming to do community entry instead of community engagement. So we only tell them what we are coming to do, whether they understand it or not. Once they agree, we are in good business. But the issue is they've got to contribute in a way that they understand the research. And we have to break the research down such that they do understand it. And it has to be intentional. Co-creation. First of all, research collaborations are started usually by individuals. And these individuals foster interactions among themselves and also among individuals within their team. I would advocate that these do start, but also we strengthen South-to-South collaboration. And in doing that, to organize such symposia, such network workshops and retreats among the individuals to think through what to do in terms of research. And then encourage networking among faculty and scientists so that, again, they can form teams and these teams can grow over time. What we typically don't do is to find small investments with the goal of overcoming initial barriers. And some of these initial barriers are, usually people won't want to fund small epidemiological studies because maybe the data is known. But if a young scientist does not publish, and usually they will publish epidemiological studies, what it means is that the person is not going to grow. And so how do we find small funding from our own institutions or from smaller grants to build teams so that they can identify larger research? And then, identifying disease burden. A lot of us tend to do research in malaria, but then currently we know that yes, malaria is killing so many children. It also causes high morbidity among children. But a lot of our funds goes into malaria and infectious diseases. We also note that in this same space of infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases is the #1 killer of adults. Strokes, hypertension, hypertensive heart diseases, diabetes are killing adults very fast. And this is the disparity or inequity in funding for, say, non-communicable diseases. Whilst the global funding agencies spend about $208 million on communicable diseases and maternal and child health, nutritional diseases, non-communicable diseases gets just about 10% of that. So the question is, how do we communicate our own research and demonstrate that non-communicable disease is also a burden, and therefore to advocate for additional funding? In building partnerships, there should be bidirectional opportunities for young scientists and also for senior scientists. And this picture shows some of our staff that visited Columbia University for environmental health science research, which started about 15 years ago and has grown to include other institutions. There's the need in these times to discuss local culture and ensure that there's respect for other cultures. Now, even though we all live in Ghana, there are different cultures. What happens in Accra may be very different from what happens in Kintampo. What happened in Kintampo in 2016 can be very different from what is happening in Kintampo in 2014. And so we've got to identify that culture and then also overcome that culture and ensure that we are respectful of it wherever we find ourselves in building partnerships. And that in itself should be equitable. Modest investments are required to facilitate physical exchanges. I note that there's a lot of infrastructure, research infrastructure in Ghana and also in West Africa and in East Africa. What happens to Central Africa is very limited. How are we leveraging what exists in these two blocks to enhance research capacity in Central Africa? Come to Ghana. Lots of research infrastructure in Noguchi, in other places in the Ghana Health Service, in the universities. What happens to burden universities, and how can we leverage them to ensure that there is equitable research and research use? This shows how we strengthen burden collaborations, and especially that for South to South. There's a need for team building, and here I would say that team building is one that, again, has to be intentional. And I'll keep using the word intentional. Otherwise, sometimes we miss it. The small grant proposals need to start. I remember when Kintampo was starting its research on malaria and also in molecular testing, we had to bring people to Noguchi to come and learn that technique and also to bring it back to Kintampo. And this was just in Ghana. How are we doing that and spreading that across places? Strengthening budding collaborations would also include joint publications with institutions. And this would not probably require large grants. Simple scoping reviews, simple commentaries, simple report writing of situational analysis to help trigger the discussion among the team and also to show bonding within the team and to show collaboration. And then to support young scientists. And then sometimes we should also be willing to take a lot of risk. Taking risk in research can be risky. It can be risky, you know. You either are doing something that in today's time in the government sector, the auditors will deal with you, or you're doing something that probably would not yield any results in future. But what I mean by that is for us to chart unprecedented courses. For instance, there was some cancer research that was started by Noguchi and Professor Koram some time ago. How have we leveraged that and how have we potentiated it? For me, at that time, that was in 2004 when I heard of it, I thought it was quite a risky business. Why cancer when malaria was killing people? But I think it is important for us to look at those areas, to look at uncharted areas, and also to build new technology in areas where they usually don't occur. These pictures over here show some studies which we did. At the time, we asked ourselves to use last menstrual period to date pregnancies, which is inconsistent. We therefore decided to use nurses to do ultrasound to date the pregnancies. At that time, ultrasound was the preserve of obstetricians and gynecologists, and nobody else was to do it. So when we mentioned this in Accra, they said, hey, how can you use nurses to do ultrasound? How do you know they are doing it well? And then we got doctors to also come and do it. We compared it, and what happened, I won't say. Then we develop proposals together as we grow, as a collaborating team, and also to navigate various complex funded agencies like the NIH systems. But also, whilst we move from the burden collaboration, it's important for us to ensure equitable distribution of time within the team. For instance, for the institution to support PIS, give them protected time to write proposals or to write their papers. It is not enough to say that do all this work and then expect the person to also be in the lab, running the samples, running the QCs, and then the following day we ask, where is the proposal? And it's due in 5 hours' time. It's impossible. So we've got to be equitable in sharing time so that people can achieve their potential. And then also we need to overcome some organizational and cultural barriers around proposal competitiveness. So we also need to note the differences in areas, like if you have to do research in Noguchi or University of Ghana, who gives approval? And all those things have to be planned and done early. Sometimes we leave the administrative team out of these discussions. And if they are included early, it's crucial because they have the expertise in discussing how we can navigate negotiations with funders and also with collaborators. We've got to invest in senior project managers and administrators to ensure that our operations are also done well. We always talk about internship for scientists, but we don't talk about internship for administrators. How do we get them to also get the skills and knowledge to compete for future grants as Global South partnerships? We've got to train them. We've got to train them on budgeting. And then also, we've got to make the legal profession part of our friends because these days, things are different. The contracts are different. And so we have to ensure that we have that legal backing. And to leverage local resources, which also exist. This picture here shows an MOU that was signed between the University of Health and Allied Sciences and the research centers And so you see the Director General who countersigned that on behalf of the research centers. This then tells us that there will be a good stream of students passing through the research centers who will then come and fill the positions that we fill today. And I feel that I'm growing. Equity within the diverse team. We have so many people with so many different problems. We've got to embrace those challenges, whether we like it or not. Paternal leave and maternal leave. I don't know if Noguchi is giving paternal leave. Not yet. But we've got to do that. We've got to ensure that it is equitable, right? And then also, when people take maternal or paternal leave, that should not be a punishment. You know, remember the tree. We've got to make sure that we stay the tree so that they also progress in their research career. The gender roles that are assumed in our social context and various family organizations need to be addressed, and also there should be an intentional effort to develop equitable guidelines to address these personal challenges. There are opportunities for sustainability, and here I'm talking about the Gen Zs. However we describe ourselves, Gen Zs do exist, whether we think that they are lazy, they are always on their phone, they don't help out, they are not sweeping. We should take them like that. Whatever we do, in 20 years' time, I remember I heard they said the retired Noguchi professionals, we would also be retired and probably be sitting in front here, and the Gen Zs will be here. So we've got to support them, and we have to support them equitably. By not supporting and acknowledge their current behavior is not equitable and it's not justice. And so there should be an effort to deal with them. Gen Zs, are you here? There should be continuous review of decision making, and that should be shared among the collaborators. And then again, in reviewing this, one has got to think about how the collaboration will look like in 10 years' time, or in 30 years' time, or in 45 years' time, when we are all probably doing something else. And then in terms of continuous review of equity, we also have to look at the shared benefit beyond the research collaboration. We probably have been doing research across the country for 45 years. We've been impactful in our research. But what have we left behind in those communities where we have done research? I must say that sometimes it's difficult to comprehend. It's also difficult to explain that to the administrators. Say the director. Why would the director say, you're providing a hematology machine to a health center that exists in Atebubu somewhere, which is not budgeted for? But that should be some of the unintended benefits of the research that we do. And that provides equitable access to health, even after we have left. So we have to think about sharing some of the research benefits beyond just the research itself. And this picture shows some donations we've made to some of the hospitals in Kintampo area. And then also, sometimes the fights of collaboration starts when we are looking for larger pursuits. These larger pursuits could include seeking larger grants, larger multinational grants, larger multi-year grants. And then the question is, who should lead the grant application? Who is most prepared? If we haven't prepared the Gen Zs to lead that grant, it would always go to other places for it to be led, because they won't stand the test of time because they haven't been prepared. So there should be intentional effort to overcome these barriers institutionally and also nationally. And it's crucial to demonstrate that our collaborations have a research capacity, have a history, and they have been successful, and the success has been shared by all. So sometimes we have to blow our trumpet, you know. So I was excited that the trumpet was being blown for Professor here. Equitable investment for sustainable research. We also have to invest in our own selves and in the research that we do in the research infrastructure. and also claim center of excellence for what we do. You know, there's so much that has been done in terms of surveillance for here, for Noguchi. There should be a center of excellence which is named after a Professor Suso and Somak who did this and that beyond Professor Noguchi, you know, so that it stays on forever and our team members would come and utilize it and build upon it. We've got to fund shared postdocs. So sometimes in collaborations, there are postdocs and there are masters and all those things that has to be shared equitably. Communication, I'll quickly mention about the manuscripts and the guidelines for manuscript. I always think about the ICJME criteria. This is the criteria for establishing that somebody qualifies to be an author. I think that one we have to rethink it because it excludes people. It excludes junior faculty that didn't collaborate or contribute to the proposal writing, but only contributed to data collection, that didn't contribute to the paper writing, but only contributed to the lab analysis. And so we've got to expand that to include others and make it really equitable. As stakeholders would have to be communicated to in an appropriate manner. Sometimes when we write our papers, they are in journals that we cannot pay for. I was looking for a journal today and it was $60. We can't pay for it. The stakeholder cannot pay for it. So how do we get that information to them and communicate this to them? There are potential opportunities and or frustrations that are to come in the future. Data management and sharing. I mentioned that earlier on. Coordination and ownership of research. We've got to make sure that we meet the current drive for multi-institutional collaborations and the complexity between a strengthening institution and a strengthened institution. How do we deal with regulatory authorities in that? And there are various responses that people have proposed, such as building internal capacity and then developing appropriate communication plans and strategy. There are great opportunities ahead, irrespective of funding inequities that is shown here. On this slide, we see funds that have gone to Africa. It's just about 0.8%. If we put all LMICs together, it's just about 0.5% compared to about 90% elsewhere. And this is acknowledged by various funders, and they're trying to do something about it. And so these days, you see calls that are targeted and are asking for protected funds. They say 80% of the funds should go to LMICs. LMICs should be scientific leaders. Some research are targeted towards LMICs. And then some of them also request that all research includes capacity building activities. So we have to take advantage of this at this time when it does exist. Things have changed in the last few days, and we never know where to get to. In summary, if I'm asked what is required of us in Global South for equity, global research, I'll say commitment at all levels. I'd also say intentional effort to co-create, to strengthen South-to-South collaborations, build capacity, overcome institutional challenges, and then engagement with the community. And also to communicate beyond publications, and to tell our own story, tell our own disease burden, and ensure that it is heard. And not also to target various audience when we speak. I'll end here to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We are all having very, very good time with all the excellent presentations. And so we'll take our last one, and then you get your questions ready. Please note them. Our last speaker is Professor William Ampofo. Professor Ampofo will be speaking on the future of vaccine manufacturing on the African continent. And he's the Chief Executive Officer of the National Institutes National Vaccine Institute. And there's an associate professor of virology at the University of Ghana. College of Health Sciences, Department of Medical Laboratory Sciences, and the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. In public life, he is known as, his name was mentioned already, Nana Uretu. Professor Ampofo has participated in various research studies and has about 140 publications covering virology, immunology, microbiology. He established the National Influenza Center and the National HIV Genotyping Laboratory at the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, and coordinated participation of the Noguchi in Emerging Dangerous Pathogens Laboratory Network for the WHO Africa region. He has worked as the Ministry of Health National Coordinator in COVID testing during the COVID pandemic. He has served on temporary assignments throughout Africa with the WHO Commonwealth Secretariat Health Division, U.S. Department of Defense, that's the U.S. NMIMR 3, German International Development Agency, and USAID. He represented Africa on WHO advisory groups for influenza vaccine production, immunization, and pandemic influenza preparedness. He was an advisor, that is WHO International Health Regulations Emergency Committee on Ebola from 2014 to 2016. He recently served as the COVAX Procurement Advisory Group, or the COVID-19 vaccines, for the COVID-19 vaccines, the WHO Influenza Vaccine Roadmap Task Force, and the WHO Lassa Fever Research and Development Group. The COVAX is the COVID-19 Vaccine Global Access. Professor Ampofo has been a passionate advocate for local vaccine manufacturing on the continent since 2012. He is currently the Executive Director, African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative, after serving 2 terms as Chairperson of the Executive Board. As CEO of the National Vaccine Institute, he coordinates and oversees research, development, and manufacturing of vaccines in Ghana. Professor Ampofo, your audience, please.
Is this okay? Good. The mic is working now. It's a pleasure to be here to be part of this anniversary celebration. I think there was a video earlier on, so that part is done. I was hoping to talk to you about influenza, but unfortunately I got flu and showed you that yes, we need to develop the vaccines. So I will discuss vaccine manufacturing in Africa. I will use the program that we've started in Ghana as an example. I will describe some vaccine manufacturing capacity in South Africa. And I think that will give you a fair view of where we are going with vaccine manufacturing in Africa. Okay, so if we take Ghana, I was glad to see Dr. Siedu Bekwin here, and he explained the impact that the collaboration with the Ghana Health Service has had, on public health in Ghana. So we know that the expanded program on immunization, which is a key division or department of the Ghana Health Service, focuses on vaccine-preventable diseases. It actually targets, now there are 14 antigens, and they are listed that you can see. And the key strategies that they use is outreach, mobile, mop-up campaigns, etc., to ensure that from TB all the way through to the latest malaria gets, into the arms of mainly children. But we realize that Ghana, like many African countries, that does not produce any vaccines and is vulnerable to shortages and the attendant challenges. So you saw the picture that as part of the COVID-19 response to the pandemic, the government set up a presidential committee and then went on to establish the capacity to start making vaccines in Ghana. Next slide, please. So there was extensive engagement. Some of the stakeholders are here in this room, and it was clear that we needed to set up a national roadmap. The strategies that we looked to set up in the roadmap was to assess, what was our local capacity for research and development, to actually get the private sector to make the vaccines, to build the factories, then to look at partnerships that would enable us to do this and establish a permanent national secretariat to coordinate this vaccine research and development. So we clearly needed to work with the FDA, who oversee Ghana's vaccine and other regulatory functions. This is very key because you can't make vaccines if you don't have the national authority to test and validate each lot that is produced. I'm sorry, the point, okay. So there were several strategies that were used, especially partnerships. So one of the things that Dr. Santipoku referred to earlier on was very, very important for us as we started the journey to establish vaccine manufacturing. We had a tripartite with Rwanda, which was looking at equity for vaccine supply for Ghana using COVID-19 as a project. Rwanda, Senegal, Ghana, working with BioNTech, looking to establish a fill-finish plant, and then we would be able to utilize FDA's vaccine lot release capacity and make COVID-19 in Ghana. Although this did not actually work, BioNTech have actually established the plant, mRNA plant in Rwanda. It's been commissioned, and they've actually gone on to train staff who are going to enable this facility. Although it will no longer make COVID-19 because nobody wants to buy COVID-19 vaccines anymore. I guess this is an example of how you start a partnership. Although the goalpost will change, at least Rwanda now has a fill-finish plant established by BioNTech, and they're looking to see how this plant can be used to make vaccines in future. And Ghana has played a key role in this with our FDA working closely with the Rwanda FDA to become vaccine registration and producing authority. So the partnerships have been really critical. Remember that we started from zero. Ghana has no vaccine manufacturing capacity. So together with the private sector, we've done a lot of steady tours to Europe, to South Africa, and this shows some of the visits we did to Europe where both the ministry officials and private manufacturers and regulators did visits to understand what kind of capacity we needed to build, what kind of infrastructure we needed to build, and what kind of equipment we needed to acquire. And this has been a wonderful collaboration with the private sector supported by GIZ and the European Union. We've had significant assessments of the local capacity as well. We've done various meetings, and we've come up with teams that are working closely on developing specific agenda for vaccine research and development, both in academia and outside academia. As Dr. Asantipoku mentioned, the National Vaccine Institute has been established. One unique feature of Ghana's program is that this program is embedded by law. So we have an act of parliament that has been passed. So even if the government changes, this program will continue as a permanent secretariat to coordinate and link vaccine R&D and manufacturing. And this is really very important. We've proceeded to set up the organogram of the institute. We're working with the Public Services Commission, so soon we will publish the different categories of staff who will be hired into the 5 directorates that we are establishing. We look forward to seeing some of you at the Institute. Resource mobilization has been critical. Again, Dr. Santi Poku mentioned how government's commitment to this has been vital. Funding was ring-fenced by the Ministry of Finance. That's enabled us to work with Team Europe and start various programs. Currently, there is a new program that I think will be launched next week by GIZ, which is called PharmaVax. It is a program to sustain local pharmaceutical manufacturing with a focus on vaccine manufacturing. We have had two companies called DEK Vaccines and Atlantic Life Sciences that have been established following various landscaping analysis that they did. And some of you may have seen the programs that we've run on national TV showing this plant established at Lakpleku in the Nigo Prampram district. And also DEK Vaccines has a plant at Midye on the Insawam Road, which is nearing completion, also supported by the European Union. The Atlantic Life Sciences program was actually a one district, one factory program under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, showing how the linkages between the different programs of government can be, facilitated to actually push specific programs ahead. So this shows the vaccines that the Atlantic Life Sciences has in its phased programs. We've been working closely with them to push this along, and next week there will be a team from the World Health Organization to look at their work done in being able to do fill finish for anti-snake serum, which is the first vaccine that they've been able to work on. They'll be able to do the potency testing on this vaccine with support from the Mampong Center for Plant Medicine, who have established the animal models to look at the potency requirements, closely supervised by the Ghana FDA. So these are clear examples that our efforts are moving forward. And also DEK has implemented various aspects of its program. Currently, they've set up the Kina Foundation working in partnership with Noguchi. They've done the first batch of training of students in this endeavor. And we're hoping that they will continue to find the funding with support from the Ministry of Finance to complete their factory and actually implement some of the tech transfer agreements that they have signed with various partners. These are quite exciting opportunities that we look forward to fully support. So we can report that since the vaccine program started in Ghana, we've been able to establish 2 vaccine manufacturing plants, companies. They have been able to explore various MOUs. I think between them they have 6 MOUs that they've done. Atlantic Life Sciences have recently completed engagements with PT Biopharma from Indonesia on tetanus diphtheria, and there are various other vaccines that they are working on. So we look forward to supporting them fully to be able to actually have fill finish, operations start, and eventually have full-scale drug substance production as well. For us at the Vaccine Institute, we continue to engage closely with the Africa CDC, who are moving Africa's program along. Africa CDC initially started a partnership for vaccine manufacturing with strong support from the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. There have been several meetings, and I think we are moving forward now to establishing a continental platform that will enable not just vaccines, but other pharmaceutical products to be made. Sorry, this thing is running faster than I would like it to. So the other things that the Vaccine Institute has done, and again reflected by what Kwame Asante-Poku talked about, engagements, international partnerships. We've had several engagements, International Vaccine Institute based in Korea. We're looking to work closely with them. They actually have worked closely with KNUST and KCCR and have set up, clinical trial sites in Agogo, in Asante Achim. So we know that there are significant programs that we already have ongoing. We are trying to ensure that these all work closely together to create the enabling ecosystem for locally manufactured, locally developed vaccines so that they will go through the appropriate trials and regulatory processes to become made in Ghana vaccines. And we have various collaborations, again, with our Japanese colleagues at the NNID and also with the Chiba Institute for Technology. Next year, we hope that we'll have a big conference looking at mucosal vaccines that can be developed in collaboration with our colleagues. So closer to home, we've used these partnerships, and we organized a study tour to South Africa in August with the current Minister of Health. This was a very important program because we visited BioVac and Afrigen. Afrigen is the hub for mRNA tech transfer for Africa. And the very, very important lessons that we learned from this visit. And it included members of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health as well. So we're sure that we're keeping our parliamentarians fully briefed on the importance of continuing to support the program in Africa. So let me take you to BioVac and show you how BioVac is moving along. It started, its program foundation phase. Now it has a next cycle, and then there'll also be another cycle that will go into immediate applications in its projected development. I'll run very quickly through these slides, but BioVac is one of our African established vaccine manufacturers. Okay, and they describe themselves as having unique capabilities. It started as fill finish. Now they've gone into actual development of specific biotechnology and have actually succeeded in exporting some of these vaccine technology to other companies. So this presents a full some of the partnerships that they've done, their current structure, and how they've actively supported the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. So their strategy has been to move products through the value chain from product development, drug substance formulation, actual filling, and then packaging and labeling. These are the basic steps in vaccine manufacturing. So I thought it was good to show you how BioVac is continuing to use this for us to understand the various processes that a manufacturer has to go through, do this well, and actually do this well every single time you make one batch, because this has to be validated by the regulator in order to become an acceptable vaccine for use that goes into the arms of children and adults. So the reference that we made to capacity building is really very important activity in this program, and BioVac has continued a very important biotech skills development program, clinical trials, also serving as a regional biomanufacturing training center and various collaborations across academia. One of the programs that the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative is doing together with the Africa CDC, will be looking to actually install interns in various in private institutions where they will build up their capacity and become a building block human resource for those particular private companies, and this will be supported by the Africa CDC. This is a program that we will be launching later this year or early next year. So the other things that we've done at the Vaccine Institute is to be part of the Ministry of Health program, for looking at ensuring that we have what we call a sustainable landscape for financing of immunization services, which covers not just the purchasing of the vaccines, but also the deployment of the vaccines. And so the Vaccine Institute has worked closely with the Ministry of Health in this new transition roadmap towards self-financing of immunization services. Some of you may be aware that because we are a low middle level income country, we are graduating from the support that is provided by Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccines, who has put together a significant portfolio that covers the purchasing of vaccines for poorer countries.
And this is an important mechanism because this pooled procurement enables a sustainable method for vaccine procurement at affordable prices, guaranteeing volumes for those who produce the vaccines each year, and therefore providing a sustainable platform for that. So this is important for us in Ghana as we develop our vaccine manufacturing and procurement and supply chain system. So the things that we're doing is working closely with the FDA to ensure that we are strengthening our vaccine lot release system. We are strengthening R&D for vaccines by sourcing funds for facility upgrades, both for research and academia. One of the programs that I'm particularly proud about is working with Noguchi to establish a vaccine research and development lab here. We're looking for funds close to 1 million euros to actually install mRNA equipment in this facility here at Noguchi, which will be a basis for mRNA technology work. We've had very serious discussions with Universals and Quantum who make this equipment, and we are very hopeful that this will be realized soon. We're also continuing bilateral and multilateral partnerships. Last week, I was glad I missed the flooding in Barcelona, which arrived after I left. We had a big meeting in Barcelona, and I was surprised by the interest by the vaccine manufacturers and developers about, working with countries in Africa. I've had more than 10 emails since I returned, and shows that this reflects the positive spirit, looking at how we should explore this both as researchers and also as private sector, supporters, to ensure that yes, some beneficial partnerships are indeed engaged on. So we will continue the engagement with the Africa Union, the new program which is underway, and we hope that this will lead to key things that will expand the vaccine ecosystem in Africa. So I'll show you a couple of slides for the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative, some of the key objectives that have been done. So one of the major programs that we have been able to achieve this year is working closely with Gavi and UNICEF to set up a new program called the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator. We serve as the voice of industry for Africa, and we are looking at creating an enabling environment for sustainable vaccine manufacturing on the continent. So this, of course, is done closely with the Africa CDC because of the strong participation by the member states, by the heads of state themselves, who have given Africa CDC this mandate. And we're hoping that AU, our NEPAD, will be able to establish the African Medicines Agency eventually, which will provide the regulatory framework, harmonization across the continent to enable our products to be acceptable across the different African regions. So we're working to looking at demand. For sustainable pharmaceutical enterprise, you have to have an assurance of the market. So when you take the vaccines, it's the volumes, the number of doses from the specific antigens. So we are working to see how we can unlock the inefficiencies, have assured volumes that our local manufacturers can supply at agreed prices. And so we're looking at working closely for regulatory acceleration, capacity, acceleration. Because if you take Ghana is a vaccine registry. We have the capacity to register vaccines, okay? Now we have to be able to not just register the vaccines, because we are going to become vaccine manufacturing, then we have to be able to test every single lot of vaccines that we make. Okay, so we're going to become a vaccine producing, regulator. And so without FDA establishing that capacity, we cannot say we are able to make vaccines in Ghana. So building the capacity of FDA is very, very important in our vaccine, R&D program. And of course, funding has to be there to both whether it's coming from local or from foreign sources to provide the necessary resources to move the industry along. So this is something that at the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative we're working very closely on. The coordination mechanism, I've already described it. Now the African Union has moved from the Partnership for Vaccine Manufacturing to a platform for African health products manufacturing, because we recognize the tremendous resources that African continent represents, billions of dollars, the market is increasing. And so it's not just vaccines that we are talking about making locally. We're talking about making everything from diagnostics, medical products, medicines and drugs, including vaccines. And I think this is a positive thing that researchers should understand and look at, because if you take the spectrum, even just diagnostics, there are various things that you can research and innovate on and then make a contribution and not just go looking for money, but start making money, ourselves from the patents and intellectual property that we will own. So the financial mechanism for vaccines, we have the Gavi AFMA, which is looking at putting $1.3 billion as an incentive for local manufacturers in Africa. And then also the African Union is looking at procurement system for sustainability and impact. So, when you come together and buy, it becomes a larger volume, guarantees you a negotiable price. Okay, I don't want to say a lower price. Let's say a negotiated price. So the African Union is trying to get its member states to pool their resources together and do pool procurement. And this will enable us, say, to big pharma, either you join us and help us to manufacture locally, because now when we start manufacturing locally, we'll buy our own stuff. And if we buy our own stuff, then we will increase our economies. Okay, I think we can also do a Trump here in Africa if we start managing things ourselves. Well, to show you that we've made considerable progress, now we have 8 antigens that we estimate will come to market as WHO pre-qualified, antigens by 2030. And Hexa, Rota, PCV, meningitis, oral OCV, IPV, yellow fever, and measles, rubella. Yellow fever, measles, rubella in Institute Pasteur, Senegal, and then the rest in South Africa between Aspen and Biovac. This is what the information is showing. We will have a landscape analysis presented by some colleagues next week. There will be a webinar. If you're interested, see me. I'll share the link with you, and you have more detailed information on what the ecosystem for vaccine manufacturing looks like. So we think that eventually the AVMA will lead to a reduction in the cost of manufacturing because of the incentives that the incentives that the vaccine manufacturers will get for local manufacturing in Africa. There's a significance in the twist. And eventually we hope that we will have drug substance manufacturing, which is the full spectrum of vaccine manufacturing, not just fill finish, which will be difficult per the economies of scale. So to conclude, some of the key priorities that we envisage from the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative is to continue to engage with the member states. Even though some people are far ahead, there must be support for those for the different stages or different entrants at different stages, because the market it will be survival of the fittest. Okay, so if you focus on only a few people and they fail, then you won't have new entrants. So that is a philosophy that we are pushing, that we should support even the early entrants. We continue the engagements per the plans that the manufacturers have, especially for us in Ghana, where we're looking to support Atlantic Life Sciences and DEK vaccines as much as possible. And then we should prioritize the establishment of the African Medicines Agency so that there will be a harmonized regulatory framework across Africa. We recently had a workshop with the WHO on strategies for WHO pre-qualification. We are not saying that African manufacturers should get a shortcut or a lowered bar before their products can meet, global standards. We understand the global standards. So what we are doing is we are working out strategies so that our local manufacturers understand the programs and can accelerate their programs towards attaining the requisite standards and maintaining them, so that our products that we made in Africa will be quality and will have local confidence to utilize. So if you've been in the hot sun and you're looking for a tree and you stand under the shade, you know that this tree was built, the seed was planted several years ago. Those who came to this institute 45 years ago were not in this building. We had a smaller, conference room. So the seeds that we push on, the effort that we make now will reflect in the years to come. So we encourage us all to continue on this not so easy path, but a path that will bear rewards when we have our own vaccine manufacturing capacity fully established on the continent. Thank you.
It's question time. We don't have much time. But we will still take some questions because I believe that the hands are going up already. Okay, so can I have help from the MCs? So we'll take maybe 5 questions, and then responses will come, and then we'll see if we can take another 5. And that probably will be all.
Hello, my name is Hamilton Blankson. I'd want to, I'm Hamilton Blankson. I'm an alumnus. I'm doing an MPH elsewhere, but then I saw this and I decided I'd want to partake, so that's why I'm here. I'd want to first ask, concerning making our research available to other stakeholders, what are we doing, given that not everyone speaks English, number one, and even not everyone would be able to read Chi, Ga, and all that. Have we considered delivering our research in the audio format? Right, so the research we put out, have we considered putting them in audio format for others to be able to take advantage of that? Now, secondly, I'd want to find out if I have a background first in administration before translation and then MPH, which is in public health, was the way for me? How do I get internships to be able to get some grooming before I actually take on project management offers in future? And then finally, I'd want to find out, we realize that a lot of funding for LIMCs tend to go to the Americas. What are we learning from them? How do we also start gaining a lot or getting a larger chunk of the percentage? Thank you very much.
So please, can I ask that we ask only one question? We don't have much time. So afterwards, please, they are very kind people. I believe they'll be happy for an engagement. So just one question here, please.
Okay, Professor Gbonyo. Now, I had Prof. Ampofo, we heard him talking a lot about sustainability. My fear, and I hope you can allay that, is, are we not going to be in competition with big pharma, those who are out there? And I guess that your experience, I think Prof. Graham, should be able to inform us whether indeed we who are in Africa and trying to produce, just like it happens with the pharmaceuticals, with competition, then by the time we realize we are being knocked out. Okay.
Thank you all speakers for the very insightful talks. My name is Anita Gansa from Noguchi. I will generalize my question so that maybe all of them can comment. So I see that there's a very clear agenda at the AU level for vaccine development, and we see the buy-in of almost all stakeholders. My question is, where is the research agenda in general at that level, knowing that it is research that drives vaccine development? Where is that agenda? Maybe it is there, but it's not trickling down to where we sit as researchers. How can we reach that agenda, as has been set nicely for vaccine? And as a malaria scientist, where is the malaria vaccine? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. It's very, very interesting. And even the questions which are following. Just two quick questions. Professor Graham, you've done a great deal of work on RSV. And as you mentioned, we are now aiming at vaccinating pregnant women with the hope of passing on maternal antibodies to neonates or infants, so that, to protect them. But, is that a sustainable way of dealing with RSV, or do you have any thoughts on what else needs to be done about RSV vaccines to make them achieve the aim? And then quickly, just to also another question on where you are now in trying to deal with global health equity, making sure there's justice, fairness in access. You talked about processes, and we saw that with COVID-19, where even the presentations of these vaccines, very similar products, were so different, requiring different devices for delivery and doses, which didn't make sense. I mean, it made it difficult, even storage conditions initially for Africa, where, requirements were for storing vaccines that, well below 0, -70, 80 freezers and so on. So in addressing these, what do you think needs to be done? Because, the manufacturers will always work differently based on their interests and, primarily financial, of course, because they are businesses. But how can global health find a way to get them to address these differences in processes to ensure equity? Thank you.
It's 3 questions in one. One last one. Who do I give it to? Okay, let me go back.
Okay, thank you for all these 3 wonderful presentations. But my question is that, like with the vaccines, we all saw the effectiveness of vaccines, how they were able to end some cases in diseases and all of that. But in the COVID-19 graph that was plotted in the first presentation by Professor Graham, we saw some of those who took the vaccines and some of those who didn't take. We saw that there were a large mortality rates in those who didn't take the vaccine, and there were few mortality rates in those who took the vaccine. But I wanted to know what was causing some of the death rates in those who took the vaccine. Is it because the vaccine was causing a relapse in the treatment of the diseases, or maybe it could be a lot of factors involved in those situations? And also to Professor Asante, I want to thank you for speaking for the Gen Zs.
Thank you very much. I think the first question, the key thing is not to use anybody's situation in assessing, as a barrier in assessing information. So if the audios would reach people in a manner that they can comprehend, yes. And I'm happy to speak to you about the admin and MPH question. LMIC funding, as I said in the last slide, there are lots of opportunities now for LMICs than before. And this is because funders have identified the equity and injustice barriers.
Well, thank you. There were a lot of good questions. Those various questions. I think one of the things we have to do first is separate capitalistic commercial concepts from public health. Because right now a lot of public health, at least in the US and high-income countries, is determined by commercial principles. And we have to separate and see value in public health that is not measured in dollars. So a lot of what I think could help is a better economic argument for improving public health. Public health improves productivity, and it improves children's ability to learn. It improves a lot of things that can't really be measured in dollars, but we have to somehow explain it in dollars. And so one of the problems I see in establishing better pandemic preparedness is finding ways to make the business case for small market vaccines. And right now, you know, the big pharma companies that are all owned by stockholders, not by private citizens, by a private family. The only private company I know is Serum Institute of India. Other ones are all held by stockholders. They are only going to do things that are commercially viable, and they will avoid small market vaccines because they would rather use the opportunity cost to do something else. So we have to find a new coalition of philanthropy, governments, both high-income and low-income governments together, academic units and nonprofit organizations together to find ways and engage our business colleagues to find a way of making small market vaccines feasible. Because most of our pandemic threats are coming from regional problems that are not solved while they're still regional. We need to be able to solve problems regionally, which means for Rift Valley fever, you know, we need something that's only immunizing 1 million people a year instead of 100 million people a year. We need a way forward for small market vaccines. And that funding is going to come not from commercial stockholder type people. It's going to come from a coalition of governments, philanthropy, and real partnerships that can define public health by something more than just dollars. So I'm going to stop there. There was a few other questions we come back.
So I think the AU-focused agenda for vaccine manufacturing, but a low focus on research and development, then about malaria. So I'll take malaria. So DEK vaccines, no, let me start the other way. So malaria, the FDA registered the R21 vaccine, okay? The R21 vaccine was registered. DEK served as the local partner So we were hoping that we were going to hear that the EK and Serum Institute have a partnership and are going to make the malaria vaccine in Ghana. It didn't happen. Serum Institute announced that they have enough capacity in India to make enough R21 vaccine for the whole world. Okay. So as Professor Graham just said, even though we are looking at public health, there are commercial interests that, you know, sometimes call the shots. Okay. So we are encouraging the EK, yes, and that's where we have a partnership with Noguchi. We are looking also to ensure that Atlantic Life Sciences works closely with our researchers. So I will throw it back to you, Nancy. You bring me a potential malaria vaccine candidate, and I work with you, okay, to take it through the local process, okay, and we will see if we can get that local made in Ghana malaria vaccine registered and used in Ghana, okay? Now, the continental vision, it is indeed a big plus that we've got the heads of state to put vaccine manufacturing as a priority. So now the onus is on us to work with the Africa CDC to develop the research agenda. Because we know, even though the young man was talking about, you know, mortality, etc., about the COVID-19 vaccines, we know that because of the experience with the hesitancy with COVID-19, we have to do a lot more work with vaccines that we are going to make in Africa. We have to ensure that people understand the concept, even if it's going to be audio messages. I don't know how you're going to translate mRNA technology into local tree language, okay? But we have to ensure that our local communities are with us as we work to develop, innovate, you know, these local systems that will produce these vaccines, hopefully at a more friendly price that we ourselves will buy. If we make yellow fever in Ghana and we don't convince Nigeria to buy, now Nigeria is a very big market, over 100 and how many, you know, million, how many million? I think 150 or 160 million, the population of Nigeria. So just for us in West Africa, we have to have a strategy where as we develop our program, we're also building the market and getting our local communities to believe in the products, because we have to ensure that the FDA has the ability to ensure that the product is safe, it is effective, and our people will then, you know, should we hopefully understand that, yes, these local products are acceptable. And therefore, then it becomes a sustainable enterprise for the local vaccine manufacturers who we are supporting. So it's not just the research agenda, but it all goes into, you know, the regulatory practice, this funding, and then all of us working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let's put our hands together. It's getting more and more interesting, but now they're looking at, you know, very similar vaccines and so on. So once that happens and there is a new pathogen, then you're sort of almost ready. And I was excited about that of COVID-19. Thank you very much. So there was a lot in there for us. Somebody asked for the slides. I don't know about that. Yes, we'll talk to this. If they can give the slides, that'll be fine. Yes. And then Professor Kweku Asante also spoke to us on equitable collaboration in research. And we saw the gaps and so on. We could all identify with them, right? Yes. And thank you very much. And we don't leave them there. Of course, he gave us how we can, we don't say that we have these gaps and then we say that, then we don't make progress. But he gave us all of that, what is happening, and so on. This is by the leadership demonstrating commitment. So we see leadership demonstrating commitment. And we are hoping that successive governments, you know, will continue to demonstrate commitment. We need more funding, and I think that came out very clearly. Funds are always a problem here in our sub-region. Professor William Ampof also spoke to us on the future of vaccine manufacturing on the African continent. And the key strategies, he told us what he had been doing, and then the way even forward. And it's very exciting, and we also have a part to play in it. And that's these talks have been very exciting. And so the engagement should go on. What is it that we can do Of course, we need money. When it gets the money part, we get a little weak, but we know that we can do advocacy. And so it's good that he's there. So he will help us, and then all others will also come on board. And thank you all very much. Please help me appreciate the speakers. And I'm left with thanking you also for being good audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think Prof. Gansa is convinced enough. In her mind, he's still saying, Navas anyway. We'll do a short presentation. We humbly welcome Professor Michael Ofori to help us present some plaques to the speakers. So first on the list, it's Professor Barney Graham. Can you please step forward?
Yes, as an institute, I think we are very happy to celebrate the 45th anniversary with all of you, and very especially to our guests who, some of them travel all the way from the US to join us to celebrate this day. So Professor Graham, we have a very small thing for you, just to put on your decks, so always remember that the institute celebrated the 45th anniversary with you, and we really appreciated the effort that you are taking. So you also call Professor Asante to come. Asante, thank you very much. We know how you managed to come and join us to celebrate the 45th anniversary celebration, and we appreciate the effort that you have put in to celebrate this day. So what did you put on the decks so I used to remember that you celebrated the 45th anniversary?
Professor William Kwabena Ampofu, Nana Oye Etu.
We are very grateful. You are always there with us, and you started with us. I'm sure you can just take a few years from the 45 years of the institute, and it was there with us. So for example, we thank you for the effort, and you know that you're going to put this on your decks, and always remember that you celebrated the 45th anniversary with us. So thank you very much.
Because of this, I'll come again next year.
Yes. So let me also pray with you, a group, yes, together. But what you have seen today, and we started not even today, we have been doing this for the whole of the month of October, and we continue this month. And we also have people who supported us to do this, and that's our sponsors. So we want to thank the sponsors very much. We haven't finished, but we still want to appreciate what you have done for us. Without this, this thing has not been done. So I prayed with you, even though we have lunch for everybody, we want us to listen briefly to them. They will present a short of what they have been doing, so that at least we all patronize what they are also doing and the support that they have given us. So kindly give us about a few minutes when we finish the picture, and then we will do that. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much once again. I think Prof. Ofori has done most of the work for me. And for every meeting, of course, there should be a commercial break. So we do have a commercial break now as we invite some of our sponsors to speak to us. But before then, I would like to acknowledge all of them once again because money matters. Yes, so first on our list are platinum sponsors. And these are ISN Global and LabMats, yes, let's give them a hand. Next is our diamond sponsors. These are Bethel Logistics and Indigene Group. Let's give them a hand as well. Our silver sponsors, Inkaba Biotech, Volta Electronics, Tasty Treats, and EcoBank. Let's give it up for them as well. And finally, we have Akoa Ghana and our very own Noguchi QMS project. Let's give them a hand. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed one. And that is the gold sponsors. We have Caramo MES as well as Stanbic Bank. Let's give it up to them. So we'll have a brief presentation from our platinum sponsors and then one of our diamond sponsors. So at this moment, I'll call on ISN Global to give us a brief presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But the name is ISN Medica, not ISN Global. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Harry Adi. And I'm a product and field application specialist at ISN Medica. So for ISN has been in operation for 40 years, and we've been in the business of supporting hospitals, clinics, and laboratories with the highest quality of medical diagnostic products and services. And at ISN, we believe in the importance of quality healthcare practice. Therefore, our mission is to continually improve healthcare delivery through innovation. And we happen to be the authorized channel partner for Illumina, which is a company that has a mission of improving human health by unlocking the power of genomics. So as a global company, Illumina has local expertise, and ISN, we cover West Africa and then Central Africa. So the place in red, these are the regions that we cover. We cover a wide range of countries for Illumina. And so what we do is that we try to bring all these innovative solutions from Illumina. Okay, the solutions that Illumina had in the field of oncology, genetic testing, NIPT, population genetics, and COVID-19 surveillance. We try and make sure that all these are available at a very affordable rate, and then for all labs in our region. And we've been able to empower a lot of labs, and we are glad to say that Noguchi is part of it. And so with Illumina, we have a wide range of sequences ranging from benchtop sequences all the way to high throughput sequences like the NovaSeq S+. But today, for the remaining of the time that I had, I want to share more with you on our newest system, which is the most simplified and fastest sequencer, benchtop sequencer ever yet known. And that is the MiSeq i100 and then the MiSeq i100 Plus. So with these two systems, we have a wide range of configurations available. We have cartridge that is able to produce 5 million reads. We have one that is able to produce 25 million reads, 50 million reads, and then 100 million reads. So for those of you who have an ISEQ, you know that ISEQ can give 4 million reads. So, and then the MiSeq and MiSeq can give 25 million reads. Now, with this, you can run whatever the ISEQ is doing, whatever the MiniSeq is doing, whatever the MiSeq is doing, you can perform all this thing on this particular system. And it also comes with a very flexible output, okay? And we've also increased the quality score. So with this instrument, we are expected to get a Q30 of more than 90%. And it's remarkably simple, okay? It has an unthinkable speed. And I'm going to, in the next few minutes, I'm going to tackle on this while we are saying that it's remarkably simple. What we've done with this is that we've reduced about 80% reduction in the packaging of the cartridge and then the flow cells. And We've also eliminated shipping on dry ice and then cold chain, because the consumables are shipped at room temperature. And not only ship at room temperature, you're also able to store them on your shelves. You don't need to store them in the fridge anymore. And then secondly, what I want to say is that we have all the fluidic system as part of the cartridge. So it eliminates the idea of washing. For those of you who have been using the MySick, you know that you have to be doing a lot of washing. With this system, the fluidic system is on the cartridge, so there's no need to wash. And then the waste is also collected in the cartridge, so there's no need to worry about disposing your waste. And the system is so simplified in a sense that you don't really need a field service engineer to install. The user can install it themselves. However, if you need assistance, we are always there to help you. Sorry. Okay, so another important thing I want to tack on is that it has an onboard denaturation, so you don't need to denature the library prep or the library before sequencing. The denaturing will be done on board for you. And we also have an onboard Dragon secondary analysis software supplied with the system at free of charge. And so even if you don't have an experienced bioinformatician, don't worry. Dragon will perform all the secondary analysis for you. And as I said, you can see this is the fluid cell, and then the cartridge. All the fluidic system are in the cartridge, as you can see. And it comes with a very intuitive interface. You can access the results after the run. The Dragon will perform the secondary analysis, and you can get all the reports which you can export for use. And then we've also tried to make sure that we had a wide range of applications on this particular instrument. So we have about 18 supported workflow across 10 applications. And then I just want to share some with you that with this system, you can perform all your small whole genome sequencing, or the targeted gene sequencing, the 16S amplicon sequencing, shotgun metagenomic sequencing, library QC, transcriptome sequencing, and then the pathogen detection and surveillances. So for all your infectious diseases and microbiology testing, using our kits like the Illumina viral surveillance panel, whether the Illumina respiratory pathogen panel or the microbial, we can perform all of this on this system. Formerly, what we did was that we had about 3 different sequences for most of this, but now we've tried to bring all of them together. And so we've also, because we have a wide range of cartridges, you can, depending on the number of samples you want to sequence, we can suggest to you which cartridge to pull. So for example, for a small whole genome, if you have 10 samples, we have the 5 million read cartridge, which you can do so. And then if you have 200 samples, we suggest that you use a 100 million read cartridge. And so we've tried to make sure that you can batch all your samples. And once you know the number of samples you are willing to sequence, we can now suggest which cartridge that you can use on the same instrument as the same instrument. And then we also boost off the idea that this machine has an unthinkable speed, very fast in getting the results compared to all previous benchtop sequences. So if you can see, if you compare the ISIC, if it is the smallest, you cannot do a lot of things compared to the MySick and MiniSick. You could see that this new system, the MySick I100 series, you're able to deliver results even at a faster rate than smallest benchtop sequencer. And so you don't need to wait for more days. You can start sequencing and get the results within the same day. And as you can see, we've realized that you will see that it gives 4 times faster results compared to the MySick, which is widely known and widely accepted, and even the output is 4 times higher than that of the MySick. And lastly, what I want to talk about, the reliability, how the results are highly trusted. you can see that we're able to achieve the same high quality results from the XLEAP SBS chemistry, which is which give the highest level of accuracy and performance. And let me show you a little bit. Yeah. So here you can see that we compare the MINSIC, which is widely accepted, with the new system, and you could see that there is 4 times improved error rate, okay, compared to the MINSIC. In terms of quality score, there is increase in the percentage base compared to the MINSIC. And so what we've tried to do is that we've tried to improve massively on our previous sequences. And just I want to end with some few testimonies from early users. One from Director of Genetics in Australia, who says that they will be able to generate more businesses due to the faster turnaround time, and another saying that system is much easier, faster, and less error prone compared to the MINSIC. And then another person is also boasting on the fact that the ambient shipping and storage is a game changer, because now we have our flow cells and cartridge all shipped at room temperature and stored at room temperature as well. And so thank you so much. And then we would love that you pass by for more information. We have our booth downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ISN Medical. Noguchi is happy to be doing business with you. And at this point, I also want to entreat all of you that all our sponsors have their stands downstairs. So during the lunch break, kindly pass by and see what they have for you and how they can help your research. Next on the list, we would like to invite LabMat for a brief presentation. LabMat. Let's give him a hand. The more you clap, the more the money comes. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are behind time, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair and panel members. And I also wish to use this opportunity to congratulate Noguchi for 45 years of impactful research and all existing protocols also observed. If you ask a researcher in Ghana or Africa what are some of the main challenges that they face in their research, most of them will tell you that research in Ghana is expensive. Some also tell you that it's difficult to get logistics to work with. And that is why LabMat Limited is here to provide quality research materials and logistics, and also to serve as an enabler of scientific discoveries in Ghana. In the next slides that we'll be going through, we'll demonstrate to you the kind of projects that we've done in the past and the impact that we are creating in the research industries. So who is LabMat? Maybe some of you may have not heard LabMat before, and some have heard. I think we have some few banners outside there that shows our logo. So LabMat is a laboratory products supplying company. We provide a wide range of laboratory solutions in Ghana. We are an indigenous company registered per the laws of Ghana. And since 2017, since we were born, we've actually served a lot of laboratories in the country, a lot of biotech labs, a lot of manufacturing labs, a lot of clinical and research institutions in the country. We pride in the service that we provide to our customers, the quality of products that we provide to our customers. As it's used. Yep, okay. Okay, so what do? we focus on three main areas. We focus on life science, we focus on clinical and diagnostics applications, and we also focus on material and applied sciences. For the sake of this presentation, I'll pay attention to our life science offerings, what we actually offer under our life science applications. So LabMat provides an entire solution for your laboratory workflow, starting from your sample collection, your sample transport, your sample processing, and storage, and then reporting. We have solutions for each of these steps. So as you can see on the slides, we have sample collection in there, we have sample transport. So for sample transport, we have transport systems that you can actually use to transport your samples from the field to the lab. And then we also have sample processing equipment. We have extraction systems for your genomic extractions, whether DNA or RNA extractions. And then we also have the kits, not just the systems. We also have the kits for your sample preps. Then also we have PCR solutions, we have qPCR solutions, we have next generation sequencing solutions, and then we also have Sanger sequencing solutions, and then cold chain storage solutions. So I want to dive a bit deep about the various offerings that we have in each of these divisions. We actually offer a wide range of solutions in our biosciences division. We have solutions for molecular biology. We have solutions for protein and cell analysis, synthetic biology, sample preparations, as I mentioned earlier on. And then we also do cell biology. And then we also offer support in Luminex platforms. So those who are doing Luminex, we have the Luminex assay panels. If we have pre-configured panels, and then we can also support you to actually design and configure your own panel. Then we also offer solutions in flow cytometry. So we actually have antibodies, the conjugated ones and non-conjugated ones. And then also, if you are interested in having different fluorophores per target, we can help you to design your own flow cytometer panels. Okay. Then genetic sciences, we have a wide range of solutions under genetic sciences. We have products under PCR and qPCR, as I mentioned earlier. We do the instrumentation. We do the master mixes. We do the PCR grade solvents. We do all those products. And then we also have solutions for microRNA and small interfering RNAs. So for microRNA, we can support you to actually configure your own microRNA. And then the small interfering RNAs, so we can support you to do that. We have solutions for microarray analysis, and then also reproductive health. You can use sequencing to do reproductive health testing. Then we have solutions for bioproduction. Earlier presenters made mention of the National Vaccine Institute and what they are doing there. It's a very great work. And I would like to add that we have a lot of solutions that we can offer to institutions that are producing vaccines or doing vaccine research. So we have cell culture range products, we have chromatography and purification solutions, and we have solutions for peptides and monoclonal antibody productions as well. Okay. Then we talk about NGS. We have our ion torrent next generation sequencing systems from Thermo Fisher Scientific. And we actually have different models with different throughputs. And the good thing about the ion torrent system is that you can actually, we have a wide range of panels that you can actually select. And then you can, there are pre-configured panels. You can also develop your own custom panels. We have solutions for cancer research. We have solutions for clinical oncology. And then we have, as I mentioned earlier on, the AmpliSeq custom panels are also available. And then, not forgetting laboratory products, your temperature monitoring systems, your centrifuges, your cold chain storage solutions, and cryogenic consumables, cryogenic vials. We do all these things. liquid nitrogen containers, we do all these things. Okay. Then laboratory chemicals. We have fine chemicals. We actually keep these products in stock, actually. We have fine chemicals, we have analytical reagents, and we have certified reference materials for HPLC or GC or MS applications. Okay. So to enable us to give us the best of services, these are some of the partners that we work with. So we work with Thermo Scientific, we work with Applied Biosystems that is able to offer us top-notch genetic testing equipment, applied the Quansidio instruments, the PCR Quansidio instruments, we have them from Applied Biosystems. Then for microbiology, we have Chromaga from France that's able to provide us with chromogenic media. So those of you doing microbiology, if you are looking for Chromaga chromogenic media, LabMat is your last stop in the country. And I would say that with confidence. Yeah, and also we work with VWR. We work with Higher Biomedical in our cold chain systems. So if you're looking for minus 30 freezers, minus 40, minus 86, minus 150, we work with Higher Biomedical in all these ranges. And some of these models, we actually have them in stock, actually. We have weighing solutions from AE Adam Equipment from UK. We have Wattman products, protein saver cars, so those who are collecting proteins and wants to send them for extraction or further analysis. We have protein saver cars from Wattman. And then we have solutions from Invitrogen, the antibodies, and then stuff. GIFCO, cell culture reagents, fetal bovine serums, RPMIs, we have all these things. Lifilchem, microbiology solutions from them. And recently we partnered with Sinobiological. Sinobiological is a US company that actually produces recombinant proteins and ELISA kits. So if you are doing research in SARS-CoV-2 and you want various proteins, the spike protein and all that, we are able to provide all these products to you. Magnus, microscopy, and Interscience. Interscience has automations for microbiology, automated colony counters and all that, we provide them. So these are the services that we render. Oops, sorry. So we do pre-sale services, so we are able to sit with you to understand what application you are actually doing and give you our recommendations. So we work closely with you to make sure that we are able to provide your needs to you. And then we also do installation and training services. We have engineers. And then we do after-sales services. We repair our equipment that we supply to you. We are building a very bright future here. And we take pride in empowering our customers with quality products so that we can allow you to focus your attention on the tasks that you have in your laboratory. So I think I'm running out of time. There's so much to talk about. Okay. All right, thank you so much. We have our booths outside there, so during the break time you can pass by and then we have a detailed conversation.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, LabMat. And I can assure you that your banners are not a few. They are scattered all over Noguchi, so we'll definitely find you. So before we break for our lunch, that was it for our platinum speakers. And before we break for our lunch, we'll have one of our diamond sponsors, and that is Better Logistics. Better Logistics. Last before our lunch break. Thank you.
Sorry? Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Nana Kwame from Bethel Logistics Company Limited. I would first of all want to thank everybody here for making the time to enjoy this conference. Bethel Logistics Company Limited is a wholly owned Ghanaian business established in 2008 with branches in Accra, Tema, Takoradi, and Kumasi, to provide cost-effective solutions in the international trade facilitation industry. registered members of Ghana Freight Forwarding Institute, GIF, and a member of the International Freight Forwarding Association, FIATA. Bethel Logistics Company Limited fundamentally believes that growth is a way of life and as such has to grow at all times. To this end, Bethel Logistics attained ISO certificate qualifications in management systems. With a staff strength of 35, all Ghanaian employees under able leadership and directions of our leader, Dr. Kofi Anoedu. Sorry. Okay. Works like this. Sorry. Okay. 1 minute, please. Sorry. Okay, so our core services, besides wide range of services such as air, ocean freight services, customs brokerage, among others, Bethel Logistics has a strong fundamental in movement of cold chain, express cargo, general cargo, and courier as well. Okay, so Bethel Logistics is affiliated with 11 major network companies globally, which deals in biological substance handling. Sorry. Okay, temperature monitoring and control packaging. So this is our specialty in what we do as a company. I wouldn't want to take much of your time, so we'll wrap it here, and we are ISO satisfied as well. So you can kindly contact us in the booth so that we can speak more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bethel Logistics. I think they've been in Gucci for quite a long time. By the time I knew him, he had no white beard. Now he's growing white beard. We'll be going for lunch soon, and we expected to come here again at 2 p.m. to continue the program. I can assure you that don't miss the panel discussion and the debate. The dignitaries will move first, whilst we, in quotes, at the popular stand, will wait. So can we have the high table, please, recessing? I'm told the lunch will be served downstairs, so see you all again, and let's meet at 2 p.m. Time for lunch.
Hello once again. Welcome to the NGS lab of Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. Today we'll be taking you through library preparation. My name is Chris Nyantichi and I'll be working with
Mukhtar Kwanita.
After the enrichment step, it's advisable to run a gel to make sure that your cDNA of the COVID sample has been amplified, and then you can go ahead to start with your library prep. Those that show bands can pass for your library preparation, and those that do not show bands will be taken out and will not go through the library preparation step. We'll start with the fragmentation process. The main reagents that are needed here are the BLT and the TB1. The BLT is a bead-linked transposome. So here our transposomes are linked to our beads. And the function of the transposome is to cut our DNA at specific lengths. The TB1 is a fragmentation buffer, which creates the conducive environment for the enzymatic reaction to occur. So the first step is to get our 30 microliters input DNA, which we worked on together with the water. And then we'll also need per reaction 11 microliters of BLT and then 11 microliters of TB1. So we'll prepare a master mix for that, and then we would pick into the individual tubes. So this is our BLT solution, the bead-linked transposome, and this is our TB1. We are supposed to bring both solutions to room temperature before we start the process. And then for the BLT, we have to vortex for a few seconds before we use it, for 10 seconds. Now to prepare our master mix, we have to pick per reaction 11 microliters of the BLT and then 11 microliters of the TB1. So since we are working on 8 samples, we'll pick 88 of the TB1 and then 88 of the BLT into our Pendolph tube, our master mix.
We then pipette 22 microliters of the master mix into each tube.
According to the protocol, we have to incubate our samples in a thermocycler at 55 degrees for 15 minutes, and then we hold at 10 degrees Celsius. Then we can start the run. It is recommended that once you start incubating your samples, you also heat your TSB, which is a fragmentation stop buffer, for 10 minutes, as is stated in the protocol. So we have set our at 37 and then for 10 minutes. So then we can heat our heat block. We can heat. The next step is the post-fragmentation cleanup. We will need the fragment stop buffer and the fragment wash buffer. The fragment stop buffer is what we heated in the heat block at 37 degrees for 10 minutes. So the first step in the procedure is to add 10 microliters of the TSB to stop the fragmentation process. Once we take out our samples from the thermocycler, we'll have to stop the reaction. And then we slowly pipette the entire volume to resuspend the beads. And then we have to go back into the thermocycler, so we seal the plates. But this time, since we are using strips, we close our strips and then we incubate at 37 degrees for 15 minutes on the thermocycler. Then we hold at 10 degrees Celsius. Our final reaction volume is 60 microliters.
So we add 10 microliters of the TSB onto each of the samples on the strip. We then move our samples into the thermocycler to stop fragmentation.
So the next step is to place our samples, which is in a strip, on a magnetic stand, and then we wait until the solution is clear for 3 minutes. And then using a multi-channel pipette, we remove and discard our supernatant. Then we do a double wash using the TWB, the Tagment Wash Buffer. For the two-step wash, we need to remove our sample from the magnetic stand, and then we add 100 microliters of the TWB. Then we pipette slowly using the multi-channel to mix our beads, and then we place it back on the magnetic stand. Then we wait for the solution to clear in 3 minutes. Then using the multi-channel pipette, we remove and then discard our supernatant. So this is our magnetic stand. We have our sample on the magnetic stand. Like we said, we allow it to stand for 3 minutes, allow the solution to clear, and then using the multi-channel pipette, we discard our supernatant. So we move from the magnetic plate. This is our TWB. We pick 100 microliters to do the wash, so 100 microliters into each of the samples. We then mix slowly until beads are fully resuspended with a multi-channel pipette. We place our strip back onto the magnetic stand and wait till it clears, approximately 3 minutes. Using the multi-channel pipette, we then remove and discard the supernatant. We move from the magnetic plate again to repeat the wash step. We then mix slowly until beads are
Welcome to the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, a beacon of scientific excellence in the heart of Accra, Ghana. The Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research was set up in 1979 as a semi-autonomous institute of the University.
Hello, we are excited to share with you the journey we've taken over the past 3 years in formally implementing our
Welcome to the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, a beacon of scientific excellence in the heart of Accra, Ghana. The Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research was set up in 1979 as a semi-autonomous institute of the University of Ghana. It is the leading biomedical research institute in Ghana. The institute was established as the result of joint efforts by Prof. C.O. Isman, former Dean of the University of Ghana Medical School, Prof. Kenji Honda of Fukushima Medical School in Japan, and the Japan International Cooperation Agency. It was built by the people and government of Japan and donated to the people and government of Ghana in honor of the distinguished Japanese researcher Dr. Hideo Noguchi, who researched yellow fever in Ghana and died from the disease in the country in 1928. The Institute has a vision and mission to be a leading global medical research center, thus to be a world-class institute conducting high-quality, cutting-edge research and training in the biomedical sciences of Ghanaians and mankind through focused and relevant quality biomedical research, human resource development, and support of national public health activities. The Institute values quality data and hence is committed to conducting quality research, ensuring integrity of research data, upholding high ethical standards in research. The overall mandate of the Institute is to conduct research into diseases of public health importance, train postgraduate students in biomedical sciences, and support the public health programs of the Ministry of Health and Ghana Health Service. Specifically, this involves improving the health and well-being of Ghanaians and mankind through focused and relevant quality biomedical research into communicable and non-communicable diseases. Human resource development is paramount for a sustainable society. Hence, we provide training opportunities in biomedical research for undergraduate and postgraduate students. As a leading global medical research center, it is mandatory to provide high-end laboratory diagnostic, monitoring, and surveillance services in support of public health programs both nationally and internationally. The Institute has had a distinguished lineage of leaders, individuals whose vision and expertise have shaped the Institute's trajectory in the archives of its rich history. From Prof. Cornelius O. Kwakupong to most recently, Prof. Abraham K. Anang, these guiding lights have steered the Institute sacrificially through the currents of time until now. The Institute is currently under the stewardship of its first female director, Prof. Dorothy Yeboah-Menu, whose proactiveness and prudence are maintaining the standards set by her predecessors while ushering in a new era. As director, she looks forward to spearheading our continuous drive for excellence in the biomedical research ecosystem through quality research, human resource development, and by supporting issues of public health concern. We are determined to continually improve the quality of our work output through relevant training and capacity development programs for both research and administrative staff, and mentorship targeted mainly at students and early career professionals. She is the driving force behind the enhancement of our quality management systems and coordinating adherence to the biosafety protocols through the development of strong standard operating protocols that will serve as guides to staff at various levels in the Institute's units and departments. Under her leadership, the Institute aims to take advantage of the numerous opportunities for innovation and development at our disposal and reposition ourselves to continually make Noguchi relevant as the leading biomedical research institute in Ghana. The Institute operates within a strict and functional organizational structure comprising dedicated departments and units, all working in harmony to advance the goals and mandate of the Institute. Noguchi houses 9 cutting-edge research departments, each specializing in critical areas such as infectious diseases, immunology, and epidemiology. These departments collaborate seamlessly to tackle global health challenges. The Department of Animal Experimentation, as Noguchi, is dedicated to supplying laboratory animals for research, education, testing, and disease diagnosis to enhance human health. Positioned as a key partner in the West Africa sub-region, the department boasts unparalleled resources for laboratory animal production and experimentation, ensuring high-quality, consistent, and reproducible outcomes. Collaborative initiatives with partner institutions reinforce the department's standing in biomedical research. The department's facilities include state-of-the-art breeding units, conventional holding areas, a quality assurance laboratory, and specialized experimentation spaces. The Department of Animal Experimentation's mandate encompasses standardized animal provision, development of disease models, preclinical evaluation, advanced veterinary diagnostics, support for public health initiatives, regulatory testing collaboration, epidemiological surveys, and fostering interdepartmental collaboration to achieve institutional goals. The Department of Bacteriology is dedicated to enhancing the well-being of Ghanaians and global communities through comprehensive research on bacterial diseases of public health significance. The department's 3 flagship research programs focus on mycobacterial diseases, antimicrobial resistance or stewardship, and neglected tropical skin diseases of bacterial origin. Collaborating with research partners, the department addresses key diseases such as Buruli ulcer and tuberculosis, contributing to global efforts by investigating epidemiology, genetic diversity, host pathogen interactions, and laboratory diagnosis. The research includes cutting-edge techniques in genomics, DNA fingerprinting, immunodiagnostics, and molecular detection of antimicrobial resistance genes. Studies on neglected tropical skin diseases aim to develop diagnostic tools for Buruli ulcer and yaws. Additional programs cover diarrhea, gut microbiome, food and environmental microbiology, and bacterial sexually transmitted infections. The department actively collaborates with endemic communities, national control programs, and the Ghana Health Service, serving as a reference for both TB and BU. Involved in nationwide TB laboratory network organization, the department conducts training, quality assurance, and drug resistance surveillance. Manpower training extends to the Ghana Health Service and regional collaborations through programs like JICA, NMIMR, third country training. Collaborations with various units of the University of Ghana enrich research and training initiatives, fostering internships and project supervision for students in the field of bacteriology and related disciplines. The Department of Clinical Pathology is at the forefront of promoting public health in Ghana through comprehensive research into diseases and environmental factors affecting health. Their research encompasses drug discovery, utilizing both traditional approaches with medicinal plants and computer simulation methods. The department evaluates the safety and efficacy of medicinal plants used to manage diseases such as cancer, malaria, and diabetes. Biomonitoring and prevention of poisoning from environmental toxicants, including mycotoxins and toxic heavy metals, are also key areas of focus. The department engages in cancer research, exploring the interaction of infectious agents with cancers and AI-driven cancer diagnosis. In addition to research, the department provides specialized laboratory services supporting clinical, public, and environmental health programs. These services include support for the National Newborn Screening Program, hemoglobin quantitation, complete blood count, organ function tests, amino acid and fatty acid measurements, heavy metal analysis, antioxidant assays, and drug monitoring. Collaborations extend globally, including partnerships with institutions such as the American Society of Hematology, Mayo Clinic, and Tianjin University for Traditional Chinese Medicine. The department is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, including HPLC instruments, an atomic absorption spectrophotometer, a clinical chemistry autoanalyzer, and specialized equipment for various analyses. Training is a vital component, with the department actively involved in training PhD, MPhil, and BSc students from the University of Ghana and other institutions. The collaborative efforts and cutting-edge facilities make the Department of Clinical Pathology a key player in advancing health research and services. Over the past 2 decades, the Electron Microscopy and Histopathology Department has been a trailblazer in research, particularly in the realm of enteric diarrheas, with a special focus on rotavirus. In pioneering diarrheal surveillance studies, the department has been instrumental in establishing rotaviruses as a major contributor to childhood diarrhea in Ghana and unveiling the circulation of unique rotavirus genotypes. Recent expansions in diagnostic capabilities include the identification and characterization of noroviruses, astroviruses, and other enteric viruses. As a key contributor to the African Rotavirus Surveillance Network, the department plays a vital role in initiating and facilitating childhood diarrhea burden studies and rotavirus surveillance activities across Africa. Beyond rotavirus, the department supports the diagnosis and molecular characterization of various diarrheal pathogens, employing advanced techniques like Tachman microarray cards capable of simultaneously detecting over 20 for each syndrome. Distinguishing itself, the department houses the sole functional electron microscope in West Africa, providing crucial support for histopathological and ultrastructural studies of plant and animal tissues. This expertise extends beyond national borders, benefiting institutions in the sub-region. The Electron Microscopy and Histopathology Department stands as a regional hub for cutting-edge research, diagnostics, and training in the field of enteric viruses and beyond. The Department of Immunology is dedicated to advancing knowledge in the immunology of infectious and non-infectious diseases, aligning with the broader objectives of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research and the University of Ghana's College of Health Sciences. The department's overarching goal is to contribute insights for the enhanced diagnosis, management, control, and prevention of diseases both in Ghana and globally. Research endeavors include investigating the pathogenesis of major infectious and non-infectious diseases, with a focus on malaria in children and pregnant women, as well as viral immunology, unraveling immunological and molecular mechanisms influencing the host-pathogen relationship. The department is actively engaged in studies identifying and evaluating potential malarial vaccine candidates and exploring host immunogenetic factors impacting disease outcomes. Additionally, efforts are directed towards enhancing existing immunodiagnostic tests. Expertise within the department spans cellular, humoral, and molecular immunology, along with immunogenetics, supported by proficiency in clinical trials. A diverse array of techniques, including flow cytometry, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, ELISpot, Luminex technology, fluorescent microscopy, recombinant protein expression and purification, molecular antigen typing, and mosquito membrane feeding, empowers the department to conduct cutting-edge research. The ultimate aim of these activities is to contribute to the improvement of human health, comfort, and well-being locally and globally. The Nutrition Department brings extensive expertise to the realm of applied nutrition research with a clear goal: to establish an evidence base for national policies addressing nutritional challenges in Ghana. The department's research spans diverse life stages, encompassing maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, school-age children, adolescents, and women of reproductive age. Noteworthy contributions include the development of food-based dietary recommendations for young children, evaluation of the Ghana School Feeding Program, and the creation of an AI-based mobile app for food recognition and dietary behavior change. Community-based research focuses on crucial aspects such as breastfeeding, complementary feeding, and fortification strategies for improving iron and vitamin A status in Ghanaian school children. The department's research agenda extends globally, addressing issues like the nutrition transition, non-communicable diseases, and hidden hunger. Laboratories offer vital services, including chemical analysis of foods, with international recognition for vitamin A and carotenoid analysis. The department actively engages in supporting vitamin A programs nationally and regionally. Scientists provide technical support for health and nutrition intervention programs implemented by various organizations, contributing to capacity building through internships and faculty supervision for undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate students. The nutrition department stands as a beacon in advancing applied nutrition research, impacting policy decisions, and fostering experiential learning in the field. The Department of Parasitology is at the forefront of combating parasitic diseases that significantly impact public health, aiming to reduce transmission and alleviate the burdens they impose on affected populations. The research is structured into 4 key groups: One Health, malaria, neglected tropical diseases, and entomology, supported by robust research and development, R&D, and quality management systems implementation. Their multifaceted research activities encompass the design, evaluation, and improvement of diagnostic tools and remedies, vector control, resistance studies, and policy development for disease control and eradication. Major diseases under scrutiny include malaria and NTDs such as lymphatic filariasis, onchocerciasis, schistosomiasis, soil-transmitted helminthiasis, trypanosomiasis, leishmaniasis, and snakebite and venoming. Additionally, the department investigates parasitic zoonosis linked to maternal and child health, employing a One Health approach. Collaborations extend to internal and external institutions, reinforcing research on diseases beyond parasitology. R&D initiatives include grant writing, product development, and capacity building through journal clubs, seminars, and mentoring programs. The research team, comprising research fellows, research assistants, laboratory technicians, postgraduate students, interns, and visiting researchers, employs diverse techniques such as wet lab bioassays, genomics, proteomics, GIS, and QMS adherence to ISO 15189-22 standards. The department's expertise and dedication contribute significantly to advancing our understanding and control of parasitic diseases. The Department of Virology, focused on viruses of public health significance, the department offers specialized diagnostic and surveillance support to the Ministry of Health and Ghana Health Service and the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and Veterinary Services Directorate. A nucleus for training and capacity building, the department extends its expertise to biomedical students, medical laboratory scientists, and biomedical scientists across Ghana and Africa. Research themes encompass polio and other enteroviruses, influenza, HIV, sexually transmitted viruses, hemorrhagic fever viruses, and arboviruses. The department excels in molecular epidemiology, virus-host interactions, vaccine efficacy, and diagnostics. Proficient in biosafety and biosecurity, the department operates pathogen level 3 facilities, offering annual training and certification. It holds key roles in the WHO African Regional Laboratory Network, serving as the National Influenza Center, Regional Reference Polio Laboratory, and National HIV Genotyping Laboratory. Collaborations span various organizations and institutions, including the World Health Organization, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and partnerships within the University of Ghana, solidifying its standing as a nexus for virological research and public health impact. Beyond research, the Institute is committed to nurturing the next generation of scientific minds in the nation, across Africa and globally. Through comprehensive training programs, it empowers aspiring researchers in public health. Behind the scenes of groundbreaking research and medical innovation at the Noguchi Memorial Institute, an indefatigable system of support stands tall. This essential pillar that forms the backbone of our operations comprises the Accounts Office, Administration, IT, Institutional Review Board, Postdoctoral Office, Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, and the Scientific and Technical Committee. Together, they harmonize to ensure the seamless functioning and unwavering integrity in our pursuits. As of October 2023, these are the publications that have been archived in PubMed from 2012 to 2023. In an interconnected world, the Noguchi Memorial Institute actively engages in both local and international networks. Collaborations with esteemed institutions nationwide and worldwide foster a dynamic exchange of ideas, accelerating progress in medical research. The success of the Noguchi Memorial Institute is a tapestry woven with threads of collaboration and support. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to our valued collaborators and sponsors whose unwavering commitment propels our shared mission forward. Together, we stand at the forefront of medical research, united in the pursuit of a healthier, more resilient world. As we conclude our journey through the legacy of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, it is clear that this institution stands as a testament to the power of science, collaboration, and the enduring legacy of Dr. Hideo Noguchi. Think research, think quality, think Noguchi. Thank you.
Hello, we are excited to share with you the journey we've taken over the past 3 years in formally implementing our quality management system. This initiative has been the linchpin for improving our research practices and maintaining top-notch quality in everything we do. In this video, you'll see our milestones, some hurdles we've faced and overcome, and the positive effects these have had on our research community. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Let's dive into our story together.
Several years ago, our institute embarked on a journey to strengthen the quality of research and its reliability through the implementation of a quality management system, otherwise known as QMS. Our goal was to continually improve the quality of our work output through relevant training and capacity development programs. Parasitology. The first department to achieve ISO 9001-2015 certification, served as a powerful motivator, inspiring other departments to commit to continual improvement and aim for certification themselves. However, our implementation was fractured, our knowledge scanty, and our focus poor. In 2021, all that changed when the Quality Office was officially set up. Initial steps and challenges. In 2022, a significant partnership with the Japan International Cooperation Agency helped drive this vision forward. This collaboration brought vital resources and expertise, enabling a more comprehensive and integrated quality management system across the Institute, ultimately strengthening our commitment to operational excellence and to meeting international requirements. The inception of the QMS project marked an era of active engagement across departments. With each taking initial steps toward quality enhancement, implementing QMS at the Institute presented unique challenges. Unlike clinical diagnostic and testing laboratories that work to established standards, such as ISO 15189 and ISO 17025, biomedical research facilities have no tailored-to-fit international standards. This gap often leads to conflicting requirements between institutional policies and international standards. Additionally, the independence of research projects diminished adherence to established procedures, complicating the integration of quality practices and requirements. Furthermore, the large size and complexity of the institute posed a risk to the establishment of cohesive management systems. Milestones achieved through teamwork and dedication. We have achieved significant milestones. These include completing QMS training across departments, establishing an educative yet fun-filled quality week, laying the foundations of a comprehensive documentation system, and succeeding in our first external assessment. Each milestone represents a step toward our goal of consistent, high-quality research. Impact on daily operations. Today, QMS has transformed how we operate. Documentation is streamlined, staff are trained to handle data precisely, and regular quality checks are part of our routine. Our day-to-day research is more organized, efficient, and aligned with our standards of excellence. Success stories. QMS is helping us achieve higher accuracy in results and faster processing times, and has greatly improved collaboration between departments of the Institute. Staff can attest to the positive impact it has had on their work, bringing us closer to achieving our research goals with confidence and consistency. Future goals. As we look to the future, our focus remains on continuous improvement. We aim to expand QMS practices across all departments, advancing our journey toward ISO certifications. By strengthening compliance to standards institute-wide, we are reinforcing our unwavering commitment to quality in every aspect of our work. Our institute is proud of the progress made in just 2 years, but the journey to excellence is ongoing. Together, we're building and sustaining a culture of quality for our research and beyond.
Welcome to the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, a beacon of scientific excellence in the heart of Accra, Ghana. The Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research was set up in 1979 as a semi-autonomous institute of the University of Ghana. It is the leading biomedical research institute in Ghana. The institute was established as the result of joint efforts by Prof. C.O. Isman, former Dean of the University of Ghana Medical School, Prof. Kenji Honda of Fukushima Medical School in Japan, and the Japan International Cooperation Agency. It was built by the people and government of Japan and donated to the people and government of Ghana in honor of the distinguished Japanese researcher Dr. Hideo Noguchi, who researched yellow fever in Ghana and died from the disease in the country in 1928. The Institute has a vision and mission to be a leading global medical research center, thus to be a world-class institute conducting high-quality, cutting-edge research and training in the biomedical sciences, improve the health and well-being of Ghanaians and mankind through focused and relevant quality biomedical research, human resource development, and support of national public health activities. The Institute values quality data and hence is committed to conducting quality research, ensuring integrity of research data, upholding high ethical standards in research. The overall mandate of the Institute is to conduct research into diseases of public health importance, train postgraduate students in biomedical sciences, and support the public health programs of the Ministry of Health and Ghana Health Service. Specifically, this involves improving the health and well-being of Ghanaians and mankind through focused and relevant quality biomedical research into communicable and non-communicable diseases. Human resource development is paramount for a sustainable society. Hence, we provide training opportunities in biomedical research for undergraduate and postgraduate students. As a leading global medical research center, it is mandatory to provide high-end laboratory diagnostic, monitoring, and surveillance services in support of public health programs both nationally and internationally. The Institute has had a distinguished lineage of leaders, individuals whose vision and expertise have shaped the Institute's trajectory in the archives of its rich history. From Prof. Cornelius O. Kwakupong to most recently, Prof. Abraham K. Anang, these guiding lights have steered the Institute sacrificially through the currents of time until now. The Institute is currently under the stewardship of its first female director, Prof. Dorothy Yeboah-Menu, whose proactiveness and prudence are maintaining the standards set by her predecessors while ushering in a new era. As director, she looks forward to spearheading our continuous drive for excellence in the biomedical research ecosystem through quality research, human resource development, and by supporting issues of public health concern. We are determined to continually improve the quality of our work output through relevant training and capacity development programs for both research and administrative staff, and mentorship targeted mainly at students and early career professionals. She is the driving force behind the enhancement of our quality management systems and coordinating adherence to the biosafety protocols through the development of strong standard operating protocols that will serve as guides to staff at various levels in the Institute's units and departments. Under her leadership, the Institute aims to take advantage of the numerous opportunities for innovation and development at our disposal and reposition ourselves to continually make Noguchi relevant as the leading biomedical research institute in Ghana. The Institute operates within a strict and functional organizational structure comprising dedicated departments and units, all working in harmony to advance the goals and mandate of the Institute. Noguchi houses 9 cutting-edge research departments, each specializing in critical areas such as infectious diseases, immunology, and epidemiology. These departments collaborate seamlessly to tackle global health challenges. The Department of Animal Experimentation, as Noguchi, is dedicated to supplying laboratory animals for research, education, testing, and disease diagnosis to enhance human health. Positioned as a key partner in the West Africa sub-region, the department boasts unparalleled resources for laboratory animal production and experimentation, ensuring high-quality, consistent, and reproducible outcomes. Collaborative initiatives with partner institutions reinforce the department's standing in biomedical research. The department's facilities include state-of-the-art.
Yes, let's start moving into the conference room. There is another big one coming up. Please, let's get seated before our past directors get in here. So let's start moving. Please, let's move now.
Diagnostics, support for public health initiatives, regulatory testing collaboration, epidemiological surveys, and fostering interdepartmental collaboration to achieve institutional goals. The Department of Bacteriology is dedicated to enhancing the well-being of Ghanaians and global communities through comprehensive research on bacterial diseases of public health significance. The department's 3 flagship research programs focus on mycobacterial diseases, antimicrobial resistance or stewardship, and neglected tropical skin diseases of bacterial origin. Collaborating with research partners, the department addresses key diseases such as Buruli ulcer and tuberculosis, contributing to global efforts by investigating epidemiology, genetic diversity, host pathogen interactions, and laboratory diagnosis. The research includes cutting-edge techniques in genomics, DNA fingerprinting, immunodiagnostics, and molecular detection of antimicrobial resistance genes. Studies on neglected tropical skin diseases aim to develop diagnostic tools for Buruli ulcer and yaws. Additional programs cover diarrhea, gut microbiome, food and environmental microbiology, and bacterial sexually transmitted infections. The department actively collaborates with endemic communities, national control programs, and the Ghana Health Service, serving as a reference for both TB and BU. Involved in nationwide TB laboratory network organization, the department conducts training, quality assurance, and drug resistance surveillance. Manpower training extends to the Ghana Health Service and regional collaborations through programs like JICA, NMIMR, Third Country Training. Collaborations with various units of the University of Ghana enrich research and training initiatives, fostering internships and project supervision for students in the field of bacteriology and related disciplines. The Department of Clinical Pathology is at the forefront of promoting public health in Ghana through comprehensive research into diseases and environmental factors affecting health. Their research encompasses drug discovery, utilizing both traditional approaches with medicinal plants and computer simulation methods. The department evaluates the safety and efficacy of medicinal plants used to manage diseases such as cancer, malaria, and diabetes. Biomonitoring and prevention of poisoning from environmental toxicants, including mycotoxins and toxic heavy metals, are also key areas of focus. The department engages in cancer research, exploring the interaction of infectious agents with cancers and AI-driven cancer diagnosis. In addition to research, the department provides specialized laboratory services supporting clinical, public, and environmental health programs. These services include support for the National Newborn Screening Program, hemoglobin quantitation, complete blood count, organ function tests, amino acid and fatty acid measurements, heavy metal analysis, antioxidant assays, and drug monitoring. Collaborations extend globally, including partnerships with institutions such as the American Society of Hematology, Mayo Clinic, and Tianjin University for Traditional Chinese Medicine. The department is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, including HPLC instruments, an atomic absorption spectrophotometer, a clinical chemistry autoanalyzer, and specialized equipment for various analyses. Training is a vital component.
Hello everyone. The next section is just about to begin. There are lots of empty seats in the conference room at the moment. We want to entreat all of you to start moving upstairs for the next section to begin. You don't want to miss that.
Creative efforts and cutting-edge facilities make the Department of Clinical Pathology a key player in advancing health research and services. Over the past 2 decades, the Electron Microscopy and Histopathology Department has been a trailblazer in research, particularly in the realm of enteric diarrheas, with a special focus on rotavirus. In pioneering diarrheal surveillance studies, the department has been instrumental in establishing rotaviruses as a major contributor to childhood diarrhea in Ghana and unveiling the circulation of unique rotavirus genotypes. Recent expansions in diagnostic capabilities include the identification and characterization of noroviruses, astroviruses, and other enteric viruses. As a key contributor to the African Rotavirus Surveillance Network, the department plays a vital role in initiating and facilitating childhood diarrhea burden studies and rotavirus surveillance activities across Africa. Beyond rotavirus, the department supports the diagnosis and molecular characterization of various diarrheal pathogens employing advanced techniques like Tachman microarray cards, capable of simultaneously detecting over 20 pathogens for each syndrome. Distinguishing itself, the department houses the sole functional electron microscope in West Africa, providing crucial support for histopathological and ultrastructural studies of plant and animal tissues. This expertise extends beyond national borders, benefiting institutions in the sub-region. The electron microscopy and histopathology department stands as a regional hub for cutting-edge research, diagnostics, and training in the field of enteric viruses and beyond. The Department of Immunology is dedicated to advancing knowledge in the immunology of infectious and non-infectious diseases, aligning with the broader objectives of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research and the University of Ghana's College of Health Sciences. The department's overarching goal is to contribute insights for the enhanced diagnosis, management, control, and prevention of diseases both in Ghana and globally. Research endeavors include investigating the pathogenesis of major infectious and non-infectious diseases, with a focus on malaria in children and pregnant women, as well as viral immunology, unraveling immunological and molecular mechanisms influencing the host-pathogen relationship. The department is actively engaged in studies identifying and evaluating potential malarial vaccine candidates and exploring host immunogenetic factors impacting disease outcomes. Additionally, efforts are directed towards enhancing existing immunodiagnostic tests. Expertise within the department spans cellular, humoral, and molecular immunology, along with immunogenetics, supported by proficiency in clinical trials. A diverse array of techniques, including flow cytometry, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, ELISpot, Luminex technology, fluorescent microscopy, recombinant protein expression and purification, molecular antigen typing, and mosquito membrane feeding, empowers the department to conduct cutting-edge research. The ultimate aim of these activities is to contribute to the improvement of human health, comfort, and well-being locally and globally. The Nutrition Department brings extensive expertise to the realm of applied nutrition research with a clear goal: to establish an evidence base for national policies addressing nutritional challenges in Ghana. The department's research spans diverse life stages, encompassing maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, school-age children, adolescents, and women of reproductive age. Noteworthy contributions include the development of food-based dietary recommendations for young children, evaluation of the Ghana School Feeding Program, and the creation of an AI-based mobile app for food recognition and dietary behavior change. Community-based research focuses on crucial aspects such as breastfeeding, complementary feeding, and fortification strategies for improving iron and vitamin A status in Ghanaian school children. The department's research agenda extends globally, addressing issues like the nutrition transition, non-communicable diseases, and hidden hunger. Laboratories offer vital services, including chemical analysis of foods, with international recognition for vitamin A and carotenoid analysis. The department actively engages in supporting vitamin A programs nationally and regionally. Scientists provide technical support for health and nutrition intervention programs implemented by various organizations, contributing to capacity building through internships and faculty supervision for undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate students. The Nutrition Department stands as...
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start the next session. We'll plead with everyone to come in and sit down. We're just about starting the panel discussion session. Good afternoon once again, and welcome to the panel discussion session of the program today. We are still in our anniversary celebration. The theme is 45 years of impactful research for sustainable global health. And for our panel discussion, we are privileged, we are blessed to have 4 of our past directors to speak to us on the theme. I must say that these 4 are all the past directors we still have with us. All of them have agreed to be with us today, and we don't take their time and their efforts for granted at all. I also want to just honor the memory of our past directors and deputy directors who have gone on to the other side of the world. Our past directors will be guiding us to reflect on the past, the present, and the future of our dear institute. These 4 have led the institute over the past 23 years, before 2021, when our current director took over. And so, put together, they have led the institute for more than half of its lifetime. So they are going to share their experiences with us, how the things they saw during their tenure, and sometimes, and I think we all agree, that when you are on the seat, you don't see as much as when you step away and you were looking. So I know that having been off the seat for some time, they have looked at things, they have looked at the institute, and they'll give us some insights as to what they think we can do better going forward. So they are going to be helping us to look in the lens of the past, the present, and the future. I feel truly blessed to be the one moderating this session because by divine grace, I've had to work with all 4 directors. And so I can say I know them to some extent. Professor Foreje was the one who was director when I was appointed here, when I first joined Noguchi. And by the grace of God, I've sat through the leadership of all 4 of them. And I feel very honored to be moderating the session. But I know you all don't know all of them, so I need to introduce them to you briefly. So I'll go on and introduce to you the 4 past directors who will be interacting with us today and sharing with us their rich experience, their foresight, and what they think we should be doing better. I start with Professor David Oforeje, the 5th director of Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. And I must say, like I said earlier, the 4 before him are not here with us. Professor David Oforeje is a renowned professor of clinical pharmacology. He attended Infantry School. I think he really wanted me to say that. Because around this time, all the mothers in the house can show me their hands. I can see them. Congratulations again. So he attended Infantry School and the University of Ghana Medical School. He had his postgraduate training in the UK in internal medicine and subspecialty training in clinical pharmacology at the Karolinska Institute, Stockholm. Professor Oforeje joined the University of Ghana Medical School as a lecturer in 1982 and rose through the ranks to become a full professor. He had played many leadership roles, including being director, Center for Tropical Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutics, and rector, Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. He has worked with many international organizations, including the WHO, UNICEF, USAID, NIH, USP, DIFID, MSH, TDR, and global and national efforts at improving rational use of medicines, malaria control, rural ulcer control, among others. He has many scholarly publications to his credit. During his tenure as director of Noguchi, Professor Oforeje positioned the institute to attract external funding for research and develop the research infrastructure at Noguchi. He established the Office of the Research Support and the first institutional review board of the University of Ghana at Noguchi. The Noguchi IRB became the mother of many IRBs in Ghana, including the Ghana Health Service Ethics Review Committee, those established in other schools of UG and other universities. The our lead building for clinical trials and the health support buildings were all constructed under his directorship. He was also the director who instituted the Noguchi annual research meetings. And, I think you can do better. Professor Oforeje is a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, the Ghana College of Physicians, and the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh. Professor David Oforeje was director of Noguchi from January 1998 to September 2006. Please help me welcome Professor David Oforeje. The next director, which is a sixth, is Professor Alexander Kojo-Nyarko. Professor Alexander Kojo-Nyarko is a distinguished professor of pharmacology and toxicology with an illustrious career spanning research, academia, and leadership. He obtained his bachelor's degree in biochemistry with chemistry from the University of Ghana, master's degree in biochemistry from the University of Ghana, and PhD degree in pharmacology and toxicology from Philadelphia College of Pharmacy and Science. He began his career as a research fellow at the Clinical Pathology Department of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. His research focused on drug chemical-induced toxic injury, clinical chemistry, and pharmacology and toxicology of phytomedicines for infectious and non-infectious diseases. Professor Nyarko has made significant contributions to the field of pharmacology and toxicology and has published extensively in reputable international peer-reviewed journals. His leadership roles are extensive. He was the first placement officer for students' internship at Noguchi, head of the Clinical Pathology Department, first deputy director of Noguchi. He served under 2 directors as deputy director, and then he became the director. He was the first staff from Noguchi and a non-medic to become director of Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. During his tenure as director, Professor Nyarko further strengthened the Office of Research Support and the Noguchi Institutional Review Board. He separated these units from the main Noguchi administration and set them up as independent units with trained and dedicated staff. The first solar power generation plant of 300 kVA and the Wasikpa buildings were constructed under his directorship. After serving 2 terms as Noguchi director, he became the dean of the University of Ghana School of Pharmacy. Prof. Nyarko has numerous local and international collaborations and served on many university, national and international committees. He is a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, a former senior Fulbright research scholar at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and a visiting professor at Osaka City University, Japan. Professor Alexander Kojo-Nyarko was director of Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research from October 2006 to July 2012. Our next director, Professor Kojo Ansah Koram, the 7th NMIMR director. Professor Kojo Ansah Koram is a professor of epidemiology with nearly 3 decades of research experience in malaria epidemiology and public health, including clinical trials of novel interventions against malaria. He established a program for therapeutic efficacy monitoring against malaria and drug resistance that has continued to provide evidence for the drug treatment policy of the country. He served as a coordinating member of the African Malaria Vaccine Network, later African Malaria Vaccine Trust, under the leadership of Prof. Wen Kilama of Tanzania. This group was instrumental in the establishment of research ethics committees at several research institutions in Africa during the late 90s. He also served as a member of the Independent Data Monitoring Committee for clinical trials in Africa, including the RTSS malaria vaccine development by GSK. During his time as director, he oversaw the expansion of the solar generation plant from 300 kVA to 715 kVA with the construction of the second phase of the project. He improved and consolidated the Office of Research Support, finalized and submitted the proposal for the expansion of the laboratory facility to JICA, which culminated in a $20 million grant aid for building and equipping the Advanced Research Laboratory. Prof. Koram faced major challenges during his tenure with the outbreak of Ebola virus disease in the sub-region and Dumso in Ghana. Yet, he managed to keep the institute afloat and obtain funding to improve the standby power generation capacity with acquisition of 2 new 600 megawatts generating sets. With funding from the University of Ghana, he also established a liquid nitrogen plant to support research sample storage. He is actively leading the institute in the conduct of early phase trials and heads the clinical trials unit at the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. He was the lead investigator for the COVID-19 Research Outcomes Worldwide Network for Coronavirus Mitigation, a Crown Coronation Trial, an international multi-site Bayesian platform adaptive randomized placebo-controlled trial that assessed the effectiveness of candidates' interventions in mitigating COVID-19 disease in healthcare workers. He also led the phase 1B clinical study to evaluate the safety, tolerability, and immunogenicity of INO 4500 in healthy volunteers. He has more than 120 peer-reviewed publications and teaches and supervises graduate students at the School of Public Health, Ghana College of Physicians, Faculty of Public Health, and the University of Ghana Medical School. Professor Kojo Ansah Koram served as the director of Noguchi from August 2012 to July 2017. Let's welcome him. Now we call him CAC 1. Yes. Last but not the least, we have Professor Abraham Kwabena Annan, the 8th director of Noguchi. Professor Abraham Kwabena, the Kojos are plenty, so. Professor Abraham Kwabena Annan is a renowned researcher in animal science with specialty in parasite immunology. He has conducted various research projects in trypanosomiasis and developed cost-effective diagnostic techniques. He has served the WHO as an expert advisor on African trypanosomiasis. Professor Abraham Kwabena Annan's tenure as director of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research was marked by impactful contributions to medical research and public health. Under his leadership, Noguchi led Ghana's response to COVID-19 pandemic by establishing the country's first COVID-19 testing platform, training and supporting additional testing laboratories nationwide, and creating a walk-in testing facility that served both community members and international travelers. Prof. Annan's leadership was instrumental in expanding testing capacity through pooled SARS-CoV-2 PCR testing and establishing the University of Ghana's Emergency Response Team, a community-focused initiative for effective contact tracing and management of the pandemic. During his tenure, Noguchi also undertook significant projects, such as evaluating COVID-19 test kits for the Food and Drugs Authority and completing the Noguchi Advanced Research Laboratories, which included Biosafety Level 3 labs for high containment of infectious diseases, a development spanning 3 directors. Prof. Annan championed capacity building programs, training regional health professionals in crisis management and response. His partnership with Japanese industry leaders secured over $500,000 for research and further capacity building initiatives. He also initiated the establishment of the Laboratory Information System in the Institute for direct real-time information data sharing among stakeholders. Prof. Annan's term celebrated Noguchi's historic milestones, including the 40th anniversary of the Institute and the 90th anniversary of Dr. Hideo Noguchi's death in Ghana. Noguchi continued to lead research in malaria, HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, polio, rotavirus, and neglected tropical diseases, cementing its reputation as a leader in global health. In recognition of his contribution, Prof. Annan received Japan's prestigious award, the Order of the Rising Sun Gold Rays and Rosette, in 2023, honoring his dedication to advancing scientific knowledge, fostering Japan-Ghana relations, and making a lasting impact on public health worldwide. Professor Abraham Kwabena Anna served the Institute in the position as a director from 2017 to 2021. Let's welcome Father Abraham. Thank you all for joining us for the panel discussion. Like I said already, we have all 4 of our past directors here. It's an honor to have them. We're going to have a conversation about the past, the present, and the future of an institute. Because we believe that having sat home, in quotes, for a while, they have a better view of things happening here. So I'll be engaging them. Thank you all for being here with me. We are reflecting on our theme, 45 years of impactful research for sustainable global health. So, to start with, I would be asking Prof. Koram. Since he survived the Doomsaw and the Ebola, I'm sure he'll survive the first question. So, Prof. Koram, looking back, what do you think are the most impactful research outcomes or breakthroughs from Noguchi that has informed global health? We want you to.
Thank you and good afternoon. Evelyn, I think you're not being fair. Number one, I've not been staying at home. You have me here almost every day, so so I don't know. But I think this is a huge task to be given, and I don't know why she's asking me to start with this. But basically, I'll try and make some input into this. Looking back, I wasn't here 45 years ago, but I've been here for almost, well, maybe 2/3 of the time, about 30 years. And to try and put into perspective what has been the impactful or breakthrough research from here over these past few years. As I said, it's a big task, which frankly, I don't know where to start, but I'll make the effort. When she gave me the things, I think I saw them last night, I was thinking through the things, and going back from my time here in the early 90s, some of the studies that I think have made some big impacts, both locally and globally, in no particular order as I put them down, will be one, work on vaccine preventable diseases. When I came here, there was work being done, or they were just about completing work on acellular pertussis vaccines. Then there was also the work on polio, oral polio vaccines, where they demonstrated that polio at birth was good enough, and I think that has gone into the program, or EPI program worldwide. And in fact, the polio work has gone on right now to be, this morning was referenced as the WHO Reference Center for Polio Eradication, which has been ongoing since the time that I've been here. Then the next big one that I'll probably talk about has been rotavirus work, which has been from initial studies on burden of disease, the epidemiology across the country, and then testing various vaccine platforms until finally the rotavirus has also been incorporated into the EPI program in the country. So you see what Noguchi normally does, developing the work and slowly transition it to disease control people. The next big one will be malaria, which is an area that I've worked in, where the therapeutic efficacy studies has been going on for nearly 30 years now, and it's been established together with the malaria elimination program now, which is providing data for them to see what is going on in real time as to how the parasite is behaving. Around that has been the research on resistance, both in parasitology and epidemiology, looking at the evolution of the molecular markers to give us a lead on how this is going on. The other part of the studies in malaria will be the entomological surveillance for control, which I will mention the work done by the late Professor Powell and being continued by Maxwell Darzi. They've been looking at they've been testing the resistance of the vectors, both in the field for the IRS and also for the insecticides used for the impregnated nests, the long-lasting nests and things, and they have a whole program with WHO testing new products for use across the world. The next big area will be NTDs. It's sort of been on the quiet, but if you look back, you would see that the work done by the late Professor Wilson and Professor Boachi on inonchocerciasis have been groundbreaking. They've been good, they've been solid, they've led to, in fact, I think Professor Wilson led the elimination program in Bioko, and recently we've seen Prof. Boachi going to countries and things and for elimination. I think the last time he was in Senegal or somewhere there trying to get this being done. One of the big studies that they did, probably didn't, but those in the area will know, was when they showed conclusively that the microfilariae had developed, well, they refused to use the word resistance, but was it non-response or reduced response to ivermectin, which was a huge issue because ivermectin was like everything for onco and you just give it and go away. But then they said, look, we have to be careful here, and it's helped in terms of how they are looking at on the field in that area. My number 4 is TB, and the TB work again was like, okay, something which is there. In fact, one of the big surprises for me when the TB work started was when I was engaged as an epidemiologist to help them plan the field studies, and they said, oh, they needed, I think, 1,500 isolates of TB over 3 years. And I was like, why are you going to tax yourself for so much work and things? He said, well, there's a lot of TB around. I said, no, reduce it. He said, no, we'll keep it. Within 18 months, they had 5,000 isolates. So then I changed my view about this whole thing completely. And one of the things which came out clearly was that in this area, maybe for whatever reason, they had we have an M. africanum, which is a problem, but that had not been on the sort of big picture for TB. So even diagnostics, vaccines, and things which were all being developed were likely not going to work properly in our area, and this has come strongly. So it's been taken up, and now the new developments are taken into account this, because I think in the West African region, that is the most prevalent species that we are dealing with. Under the TB or mycobacterium thing was also one of the things which I found interesting and useful, was how they were able to show clearly that simple wound management for Buruli ulcer was far better than skin grafting. Up until then, it was like, okay, you will just have to get skin grafts. And I think at one point, we even had artificial skin grafts being kept in liquid nitrogen here to be used across the country. But they showed clear conclusively with studies in the field that if you kept the wound clean and things, it will heal. And they showed this helped a lot in terms of managing BU patients. The last one which I have on my notes is the viral hemorrhagic fever work. We cannot be here and not talk about that, because it's been one of the areas that we have made impact both locally and also globally. I had the unfortunate distinction of being in charge when the Ebola outbreak came, and I know how they suffered, and we all suffered within that time. And so the work for the viral hemorrhagic fevers, which actually stemmed up from the influenza work which was established around about 2008, 2009, has been of great impact for me. So those are my 6 points that I could get to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah. I mean, you've had a lot of impacts. There's no way we can enumerate all of them. You've given us 6, and that is very good. I don't know, Prof. Nyako, do you think methodology, collaborations, and the technology have changed over the past 45 years? The things we used to do, the way we used to do them, and how we are doing them now. If they've changed, how will you say they have changed, and what has informed those changes?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yaira. Well, when you posed the question, you added global health to it. And I sat in my corner and I said, to ask a bench scientist question about global health is a bit challenging. But yes, when I reflect over the issue, I think there has been changes. First, I looked at the situation, or what we call global health. That is, health conditions affect various populations that transcends borders, barriers, cultures. Okay, so yes, when you look at the approaches that have been used from, let's say, ancient times to date, yes, there have been changes. And I think your question highlighted methodology, collaborations, and technology. That makes a big difference. When you look at methodology, I think we've moved from an era where issues related to global health or health research focused on infectious diseases, and then sanitation, hygiene, and then promotion of vaccination. I'm not putting dates to it because I was a poor student when it comes to history. So, but we moved to a point where the focus of the approach shifted to expansion of primary health care. So that became the issue, and then we moved to community-based care, and then introduction of epidemiology, and I have epidemiologists sitting on my left, so epidemiology and biostatistics. And then also looked at development of national health plans and policies. Then we moved from there to evidence-based medicine and policy. And then we had increased focus on health system strengthening, and then integration of economics, because if we look at the definition of health, it's not just the absence of disease, but so many things, economics, other things come in. So education, everything started playing a part, to the extent that at the present, we are looking at sustainable development goals and then universal healthcare coverage, and the methodologies have become very complex. So collaboration and other things are coming in. From there, I moved to collaboration because I mentioned collaboration. In the past, approaching some of these research tended to be unilateral efforts. Individuals were making effort on their own. It could be countries alone. But then we moved to a point where we started participating in what we call multilateral collaborations involving world organizations such as WHO, UNICEF, and international, other international organizations. There were vertical programs approach where people looked at individual programs and then investigated them to the point where they felt were useful. There were bilateral agreements. Sometimes there was country to country. And then we can cite examples like US, Africa examples, and partnerships. But then we also moved from there to a situation where we have multi-sectoral, because when we are dealing with health, and I always think about town planning, whether we understand it properly, because the town planners may think, put streets here, there, but then it goes beyond that, because there should be water supply, there should be other things that will support health. So we went into multi-sectoral collaborations involving NGOs, private entities, and then global health initiatives began. And then at present, we are having integrated approaches where we are addressing health systems, and then we are also participating in South-South cooperation, North-South cooperations, and then focusing on development goals, integration of health, broader health developments, and looking at security, pandemics, emergency systems to be able to withstand any outbreaks. Technology is interesting. We moved from a place where there was no technology. Maybe the basic units of technology was simple computing, but we moved from there to emergence of information communication technology. Internet systems have come in, and we are using those systems to enhance research activities. For example, Noguchi has always been a trailblazer, and program here was part of the reasons why the Noguchi Institute started operating a VSAT. Before, I'm sure some of you are young, so you don't know the history. The university didn't have any internet system. Noguchi was the trailblazer, and we had our VSAT. Okay. But that is evolved to the extent that now internet has become the order of the day. Sometimes I wonder how we used to work without the internet. Yes, but it has come to stay. And now we are looking at issues of electronic health records. We are looking at a rapid expansion in digital systems to support health technologies and health research. So I think I'll stop there and see what others will add.
Thank you very much. Yes, a lot has changed. Okay. Father Abraham, our father. Prophet Nan, please, I just need you to address some issues for me. There's something called priorities in health research. I mean, we can't do everything at the same time. So how do you think that the work that we do here has set the agenda as far as priority research areas are concerned? How has Noguchi researchers contributed to setting research priority agenda for not only Ghana, but for the sub-region?
Thank you very much, Evelyn. So let me make an admission that
the questions, I just saw them when we came to sit here. So you notice that when the cameraman was filming us there, I was jotting down points. But I think it's okay. I said to myself, wow, you say you have experience. Today we shall see. So for this question concerning, priorities in research agenda, I think the first thing I would say is to tap into what Kwejo has said. He has clearly shown how innovative researchers at Noguchi has been groundbreaking or trail, leads. And these take examples like polio, measles, rotavirus, and the NTDs, whether onchocerciasis or name it what. And he mentioned Professor Mike Wilson, who unfortunately is not with us now. You can see clearly that these efforts have such significant research outcomes that shows the prioritization, not just for Ghana, but globally. But I want to add one or two to that list. In my own research, there was a very interesting work I did titled Infant Schistosomiasis, where we went to the field and tried to find babies under 6 months of age who may be infected with schistosomiasis in endemic areas. Even how to collect, let's say, urine for urinary schistosomiasis was a problem. But we still did it by identifying specialized, gauze type napkins that we put on babies whose mothers consent. And we use gauze because we know that in parasitology, there's a lot of parasite over-identification or isolation that you use gauze, even in veterinary medicine and in human, And we were able to isolate Schistosoma hematobium from babies under 6 months. So when this work was published, WHO later on identified it as one of the key researchers globally for schistosomiasis in all affected areas, because the focus had always been on school-age children. Schistosomiasis is an occupational disease for fishermen and for farmers and that kind of thing. And this has really generated a lot of progress for global schisto research. Another thing that I want to mention is that there are so many researchers in, again, schistosomiasis. And a lot of, the thinking, scientific thinking, interestingly, evolves by itself. So for a long time, experts in parasitology on schistosomiasis believe that for urinary schistosomiasis or blood in urine, there's no need to go looking for any sophisticated tests, because you can just even do sensitive, blood detection in urine and you will find it. So what is the point in developing alternative so-called improved diagnosis? But in my laboratory, we looked at the scenario, and I decided that it is good to develop a more sensitive, field-applicable diagnostics, non-invasive, still based on urine. And we did this, and the outcome was amazing, because we found that you go to an endemic area, you screen 100 people, and by microscopy, you find 55% of them infected. You run the dipstick that we developed, and you find 85% infected. Then the question immediately was, how are we detecting false positives? So I designed another research That was a longitudinal study. And went back to the field, screened, let's say, 100 people, find the percentage infected by microscopy, and the dipstick. Then we repeat the screening. We did it continuously 10 times or so within a period of just 2 weeks. Which is surmises if one gets infected in the field, it will take about 21 days before the eggs of the parasite will appear in the urine. So, which means that I was biasing the test against the dipstick, because microscopy, if you repeat, and there is no egg, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person has not been infected, because it will take time for the eggs to appear in the urine. And this research the results was amazing, because when we repeated the testing with the dipstick, we found that microscopy also being repeated now came to about 80 to 83% compared to our 85% to start with. And that showed clearly that the dipstick was actually a superior test. You know, that kind of thing. So this kind of informations and publications will share globally, add value, and prioritization of what to do as far as research is concerned. Then another thing I would like to mention is that when a disease like HIV/AIDS was reported globally, for quite some time, Africa was like, there's nothing, you know. Until Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research detected the first HIV case. And that led to a lot of awareness, interest, research focus in Africa and the rest. And this eventually contributed to how research was prioritized in countries that became highly endemic for HIV/AIDS, like Uganda and some other countries. Then another point I would like to make is that at Noguchi, and this was introduced by Professor David Oforeje, the annual research meeting, and we had a catchphrase which said that from research, bridging the research policy divide. You know. But the annual research meetings were planned and organized such that we brought policymakers to be part of it. And sometimes they could do presentations themselves too. So this kind of environment that we promoted was virtually like setting research agenda or revealing prioritization. So that was a very significant contribution by Noguchi. Then another point I would like to make is that Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, remember in the morning, Director of Public Health, Professor Dr. J. Bequin, he made it very clear how Noguchi has been contributed to public health agenda and implementation in the country. We have researchers here specialized in various areas who are serving on national programs, whether it's intervention programs or control programs, and we continuously communicate research knowledge, expertise, and name it what. And that's a very important contribution from Noguchi too. Then another point I would like to make is that in doing research, especially our research with Japan, there were instances where outcomes have been quite amazing. There was a project, I think it's one of the projects called J-Grid, and it was looking at trypanosomiasis and development of drugs, interventions and things like that. And the outcomes went to the level of identifying a molecule that was patentable. and patents were pursued. So the Institute's contributions are really, really interesting. And the last point I'll make is capacity building. In building capacity, we continuously bring knowledge, awareness, and human resource, name it what, towards the Ghana Health Service. And sometimes we are going to international platforms like WHO itself and serving on committees there. Makes a lot of progress. So that is my response to this question.
Thank you very much, Prof. Annan. So, a lot has been said, and all I'm hearing is impact. The impact of the research that we've done so far. But how do we make impact without money? Prof. Oforeji, please, where have we been getting the money to do all the work we've been doing? How has research funding changed from maybe the time you joined, you became director, and over the years? What has been the role of the private sector, government, international organization? How has it involved? I am told, when I came here, I was told that the research was first funded by Japan and JICA. But then, after that, how have we survived? Because we've made a lot of impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My voice may sound a little bit hoarse. The moderator knows why. I don't think you should know why. Before we came in, Troublesome Kwabena Mpofo asked a question. And I think it is appropriate to answer. But I first have to make sure of his age and whether he has watched The King and I. I'll tell you that Bryna was the key character in the film. But this is in Siam somewhere where there's an old king building up, living within the British colonial architecture. And he's old, and he's trying to go off the kingship. So he makes his son the next king after him. He's not dead. And the son has a problem. And he goes to his father, who is on his sick bed. Father looks up at the son and he says, "You are king. Go and solve your problem." William, I'm here only to tell you that you are king. Go and solve your problem. Don't ask the old men to come and solve your problem. I hope that stops him from asking the question. Funding at Noguchi was actually mainly based on the JICA connection with the gift of the institute by the people of Japan. So for the first 10 years or so, most of the money for doing research came from grants from the Japanese government. And the Ghana government, part of the arrangement was to do the budgetary requirements of the institute. But this was essentially limited to salaries and item 2, administrative costs. There wasn't that much money. There was virtually no money for research at the institute at the beginning. Following its integration into the University of Ghana system and the powers that were given for the administration of the institute, and the work that was seen coming up was the need to find money. The natural precipitation was towards individual scientists or groups of scientists applying for research grants from established institutions to do the work. That was very minimal. So if you look at the trend, the funding trend, you'll find JICA funding be there. I gradually rose and took over JICA funding. Ran about the time that Noguchi was about 20 years old. That was the time that I became director. And then from that time onwards, That's what, so before me was Professor Nkrumah, who had also started encouraging the scientists to write proposals to funding agencies. So from that time, we actually crossed the JICA funding levels, and increasingly we were getting more money from outside sources than from JICA. And I remember I did a graph of the financial flows and made a presentation in Tokyo, and thanked JICA very much for offering us the infrastructure, contributing towards its maintenance, and also contributing towards the research work at Noguchi. That was making it increasingly visible as a research institute in a developing country. So from that time onwards, I think the scientists, from their own initiatives or the initiatives of the institute, have continued to raise money for research work done at the institute. That is giving it all this progress. I mean, you have funding from various sources now. The last time I checked, which was sometime towards the end of last year, your research portfolio financial holdings were in the region of about 2 million euros, about 2 million CDs, and $11 million, which is way ahead of how it was at least when you were 20 years old. So at 45, 25 years down the line, I think your ability to raise funding for research has improved markedly. And in a way, this is probably linked, not probably, very likely linked to the international research collaborations that you have developed, and also the visibility that the Institute has acquired as a reliable, efficient research institution that has grown over the years from the settings that we find ourselves in. I must also say that the administrators or managers of the Institute have to be congratulated also for their contribution towards setting up the necessary mechanisms to make it possible for scientists to look for funding, get the funding, and manage the funding. Management of the funding is very important. It is important because if you mismanage research funding, if you create the impression that you are diverting some of the money for research into other activities, your credibility goes down as a reliable institution. And remember that there's also the tendency for some donors to look at researchers from African countries as sometimes being a bit shady. So all you need is one instance of such an event and can ruin the reputation of the institute in that regard. So both researchers and the managers of the institute have done very well in this regard. In the future, I hope to see this increasing, because now you are so visible, as the moderator said. And if you listen to some of the presentations made this morning, clearly, Noguchi is way ahead of many other biomedical research in the playing field that we are in. And we must try very hard to maintain and keep that advantage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rachel. So we are doing well. Oh, let's clap for ourselves. Yes. And let's do better so we can get more money for more work. All right. I really would want to engage my panel a bit more on different issues. But it's looking like time is not my friend. And so I'll have to be rounding up. Yes. The program says there are other programs after us. So these two questions I'm going to ask both questions together. And I would plead with my panel to choose one. So two of them will answer one, the other two will answer the other. So I have two questions. As past directors, what mistakes or oversights in the past research activities do you think can serve as a cautionary measure to the upcoming scientists? We were told, I think, just in the previous session that we should consider the Gen Zs. So what did we do that, looking back, you think we didn't do quite right or we shouldn't be doing, that you can tell us to warn us so that we'll do better? Then we also know that leadership is everything. We've come this far because we've had all great leaders, all of you, those in the past and those in the present. What kind of leadership and staff do you think Noguchi needs to continue to stay afloat? I borrowed that word from Prof. Graham. During the doomsday, we stayed afloat. We want to stay afloat, no matter what happens. What can we do? What should we be? What kind of leadership and staff should we have? So I've thrown it as two questions for 4 people. So I want, Professor Eje, you're ready to take one. I can see. It's like infant swim. He has, this is infant swim, so he has pressed the bell already. So,
Tiebreaker.
Yes. So Professor Eje, please, what mistakes and oversights in the past do you think we can serve as cautionary for us?
Actually, during my time as director, there were a few instances where things looked dicey. One had to do with documentation and research technique. And the other one had to do with communication. There was an instance where a lab in the institute was doing international collaborative work, and the other sites in the other countries were getting results, and the Noguchi lab was not producing results. So this was becoming embarrassing for the institute and also a threat to the project. So this was brought to the administration's notice, and we called a meeting. Long story short, we discovered that standard practices, protocols that should have been followed, were not being followed. And the wrong method was actually being used for the assay. And this was a big threat for the institute. The lesson from that is that we should have standard operating protocols for everything. That we understand that that was started long ago, but now it's culminated in your getting the ISO certification, which involves documentation and all that. So we have almost sort of come to the stage where that kind of problem will be solved. But that incident nearly brought the reputation of the institute down. Because one, when we decided that we will reanalyze, when we had discovered that the problem was with the method being used to do the analysis, all the samples were finished. They've been trying to solve the problem by repeatedly running the test using the same poor methods. The other instance when something happened was that the results that came up, everybody was not sure that it was them. So we set up a panel and we said that, okay, get one junior person to go through the standard protocol for doing this test, and get one senior person to stand and observe as it goes through with a checklist. So if he takes the pipette, he has taken the pipette. If he takes the pipette tip, he has taken the pipette tip. He's taken another cut, he's put it in the jar. When he finishes, he's supposed to put the pipette tip onto a container. He puts the pipette tip on the wet surface and then picks it up and puts it in the container. So he was contaminating the surface he was working on. But if those results had been released and finally checked by someone and found to be not correct, again, we would have been in trouble. So following protocol, documenting everything you do every day, despite digitization and everything. In our time, we kept a hardback notebook. And every day you went to the lab, you wrote a date, and anything that you did, you documented. So if anything went wrong, you could always go back to your steps and find where you could have gone wrong. These days, I know everything is digital, electronic. But it does not stop you from the basic fact and principle that every step must be well documented and it must follow protocol. So for me, I think that is one of the important areas that we need to look at. I also think that the Institute should have a unified way of putting out information. In the last COVID, pandemic, we may not have seen that much of that at Noguchi, but there were people from all kinds of places who were making pronouncements on radio, television, some of which were not completely true. Now, if that should happen at Noguchi, consider the confusion that will come. And so I think one of the things that we should look at is first, we've done it before, to train our scientists how to deal with the media. And also for institutional matters, who should speak for the institute. I think those are very important.
Thank you very much. So, since we are on this one, please, any of you who wants to add to this can add, and then another Fanspim. Fanspim has the mic. Prof. Kuram, please.
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to add that another area which I think it's not really an oversight, but probably where we find ourselves in the university and things, is the support or the plans we make for those who help us or those who support us to do the research. And in this way, I'm looking to our technicians. I think we should make a conscious effort to train and to keep them and let them keep them so that we can work. Because one area which comes to mind, for example, is equipment maintenance and things. We need to have a system where we're able to get back to work when something breaks down. I remember on one of the projects that I was working on with the immunology department, we had an equipment brand new, under warranty, everything. And when something happened, we called the manufacturer. They said, oh yes, we'll have to come and fix it for you. I think they came after about 8 months or something. Why? Because the technician who was assigned to our region had died and they had not employed anybody else. So we just found ourselves stuck in that situation for such a long time. And I think for us to be able to keep on doing the good work and do more of that, we have to have a look at that area very well. For research support, I think increase that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kuram. So that means that we are moving on to the other question. We will not take any more contributions to this one because of time. I'm sorry about that. So what kind of leadership and staff does Noguchi need to move forward and stay afloat, no matter what happens? Thank you.
I'll attempt that. Yes. I think we throw words about, but still relevant. We need visionary leadership. The person should be a strategic thinker, as a leader, and looking at the world it threw at me, global health. Now we are in the era of adaptive research. So like me, a bench scientist holding administrative position, I should be able to understand all the other areas so that to solve the issues we have at hand and remain relevant, we should be able to collaborate with other research entities. Fortunately, within the university, Noguchi Memorial Institute, we have a multidisciplinary departments or institute, so that we should be able to work together, go through cross-cutting research, so that we'll be able to solve problems in a holistic manner. We shouldn't even limit ourselves to Noguchi. We said health is not just the absence of disease. So we should be able to collaborate with our sociology counterparts, the geographers. You know, Galamsey is posing a problem. Education is part of our issues, culture. So how do we bring all of these together to be able to solve some of the problems that faces? On staff, we should train our staff. Infrastructure should still be upgraded. We need to, and then the funding, and then accounting for it is very important. So we should look at all these issues, and I believe Noguchi will continue to be sustainable and relevant.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Prof. Annan.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. So, you know, for the kind of leadership, I would like to practicalize it. You see, Noguchi needs leaders who can identify what is critically important and then do it the way God wants us to do things. So this morning, for example, I heard something and I was very happy about it. That our present director is called Quality. She has been given a new name. Quality what? Director. You see, that's the way forward. Let's give her a round of applause.
Yes. There's one thing which I think I should put on record, since we've been asked to look back and see what those of you coming up can do. And one of the things which I think should be put on record is reorganization of the place, especially in terms of equipment. Noguchi, I must say, is very, very, very rich in terms of high-end equipment. If you travel around, as some of us do, and get to similar places, or sometimes even less endowed places, you wonder what we're doing with the things we have. And I think you should all support anybody who comes and says we should pull things together so that we'll get the more efficient use of those things that we have. Because during my time, for example, I was really sad that every department wanted, what's the big things that you love people use? I've forgotten, but everybody wanted. It's not the PCR machine, the other one, the more heavier one. What is that? No, not the sequencer. Before the sequencer, I had something. It's not QPCR or something. There were so many of them that I think one of my colleagues, in fact, he comes here all the time, Professor Michael Capello, he told me that, look, collapse all these things and put them into one room, because we had the same problem in Yale. It takes a lot of time and things, but you have to do it, because if you don't do that, you don't get the efficiencies of the place. Because somebody finishes the experiment and it's under wraps. But then somebody else needs something to do and things. And I think it's something that, as an oversight, I think it's long overdue for us to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Graham. Please just go ahead and add one wish for our anniversary celebration. I'll go around everybody to give their final thoughts and one wish for our anniversary. So please add yours at once. Thank you.
Well, one wish that you will go on from strength to strength. And in 5 years' time, if we are around to see the 5th year anniversary, we'll see more great things. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Foreje, please, your final thoughts and your anniversary wish for us.
The last one is a lot easier. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
But I was going to make a comment in relation to leadership. The kind of leader that you need has been described for you. But how do you get that leader? The normal way of getting a director for the institute is to advertise. People apply, they write their mission statement, you interview them, a search party, they make recommendation, and the person comes. And they say, whether you like it or not, he becomes your leader for the terms that is allocated to the position. We've done well so far. The question I ask myself is that, have we just been lucky? Or we now need to proactively look and set ourselves up to develop a crop of individuals in this institute, out of whom we can regularly have the kind of leader that we want. I think we should ask ourselves that question. And if that will be my anniversary gift to you, then it is in that way.
Thank you. Yes, please, Prof. Annan, and then Prof. Nyako will have the last word.
Okay, so thank you very much again, moderator. My wish is that everybody in the institute, from the director all through, and the key people should have good health.
Amen.
And then, if you go into our records, we have a document called Past, Present, and Future. The older one. That document, previous directors and certain key stakeholders made statements and projections as to where Noguchi should be in the future. If you look at it, you realize that the Institute has been able to achieve most of them. My wish is that, with good health, achieve everything that we will decide for the future. Let the Institute achieve them. Amen. Which means for the next 45 years, we are moving successfully.
Amen.
I wish the Institute, the present director, the first lady, and quality, yes, a happy anniversary. I congratulate all the scientists and support staff, and I pray that Noguchi will continue to live from strength to strength. But in doing so, we have a task ahead of us. Ours is research to ensure that there is good health of our people and globally. And there are a few things that we need to do. So we should try to think sustainability in everything we do. Continue to train, and as Prof said, strategically position ourselves so that another 45 years to come, some of us will be gone. Noguchi will continue to live on. Aiko.
Please help me do it better for them. We want to thank all of our directors. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time with me. Thank you. God bless you. Yes.
Shall we please give them another round of applause? When I was coming this morning, I'm not too well. But I've been laughing and smiling. My headache has really, really come down. Why? Because I see myself as a very fortunate person. To have 4 past, some of them were directors when I was a research assistant. I'd like to say that it is Professor Freya J's term that I was given the scholarship to go to London School for my master's, and his time that I had the opportunity to go to Switzerland to do my PhD. Can we clap for him? And it was Professor Nyako's time that I was employed as a senior member. Then Professor Kuram's time, he supported me to get my biggest grant. And you know, for Father Abraham's time, then I look up to him and became a director myself. So clap for them all. Professors, we can't thank you enough. What you've done for us is very great. Sometimes you are doing things and you think I'm on the right path. Sometimes you get people like the 4 men here to come and tell you that do this and do it better. We appreciate it. For you to remember, and for us to remember that there was a day that we had our 4 directors to come here to speak to us. They used to do something very small, a plaque to put it in your sitting room to remember the institute. Please help me to present it to them. Please, this is not in any particular order. It's as it was arranged. But it's interesting and philosophical for the one that I'm going to give. Who am I going to give to when I say philosophy?
Director, unfortunately, we have 1 more to go. So, Dr. Evelyn Yayaboni will take. Thank you very much, Director. Now we all agree that the name Quality Director has come to stay. Shall we put our hands together for Director? I must inform you that the motion has been moved already. And we're going to see how it goes. Unfortunately, none of the debaters are from Prempeh College. The Gascos are not here, but we'll see how it goes. The motion that has been moved for reflection is an inverted commas. Funding research is a waste of taxpayers' money. Funding research is a waste of taxpayers' money. I humbly call upon Professor J. Jom to moderate this session.
Hello. You are welcome to this session that I'm sure many people are expecting. Funding research is a waste of the taxpayers' money. After all that we've heard, you might think this question is a banal question. But we shall see. I think our debaters are ready and prepared for us. And so, for the sake of time, I think we should quickly proceed. So, to start us off, we need some judges to make sure that the debaters are appropriately judged based on their discussions and the points they raised. So we have three very important people in our midst. I would like to introduce them very quickly. And please, when I introduce you, please come to the front. We will start with Professor Nancy Kwashi. Her bio is very long. I shouldn't read it. She doesn't take bribes. Okay. I'll try and keep it short. She's an associate professor and former head of epidemiology department. She has expertise in parasitology, immunology, molecular epidemiology of communicable and non-communicable diseases. She's a Commonwealth scholar, a Mujeres por Africa, Science by Women Fellow, 26 years of research experience, has been part of many international and local professional associations, American Society of Tropical Medicine, British Society of Parasitology, Worldwide Anti-Malaria Resistance Network, American Society of Microbiology, and so on, and so on, and so on. She's a member of Normal Grant Review Committee for Volkswagen Stiftung and Wellcome Trust. And she's on several boards and committees for the University of Ghana. So research-wise, she's very experienced to be able to judge whether our debaters make good points or not. The next person, the next judge is Professor Kwesi Tope of the School of Public Health. Professor Tope is the Dean of the University of Ghana School of Public Health. He's a public health physician, a program manager and researcher with extensive experience in implementation of public health programs. He's the scientific chair of International Conference on HIV treatment, pathogenesis, prevention, research, and in resource-limited settings. Before joining the university, he had a distinguished career with Family Health International a US-based international organization, serving in a variety of roles, including Deputy Chief of Party, Technical for Nigeria, Director Technical Services for Zambia, Regional Senior Technical Advisor for the African region. He's the principal investigator of several research studies on HIV, other infectious diseases, and non-communicable diseases. He received his education at the University of Ghana Medical School and Netherlands School of Public Health. He has a PhD from the Institute of Tropical Medicine and the University of Antwerp in Belgium. And he's a fellow of the Ghana Academy, Ghana College of Physicians, and West African College of Physicians. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kwesi Tope. So our first two judges are very well versed in biomedical research, but we need someone who can tell us whether the funding part, we are debating it properly or not. So we have Professor Vera Fiado from the Ghana Business School. Please, if you are here, can you join the, yes. So Professor Fiado is an associate professor of finance at the Ghana Business School, Department of Finance. She holds a PhD in finance from the Graduate School of Business, University of Cape Town, South Africa. She handles undergraduate and graduate level courses. Her expertise lies in areas of corporate governance, corporate finance, gender diversity, enterprise risk management, environmental and social risk management. She has a number of peer-reviewed publications in her name. And she has consulted for many, many, many organizations, GIZ, IFC, CAIPC, NBSSI, and so many others. She has extensive services encompassing her role on corporate boards, among others. So ladies and gentlemen, you can agree with me that our panel is well constituted. All right, thank you. So these are your judges. All right, next we go to our debaters. They are the men of the day. And they have not been given an easy task. Funding research is a waste of the taxpayers' money. Well, I feel sorry for those debating against the motion, but we shall see. That's my personal opinion, though. But they will surprise you. So let's go to the first person, Dr. Kojo Frimpong. Dr. Frimpong is a medical entomologist and a research fellow in the Department of Parasitology. He has experience in molecular entomology and special interest in malaria and NTDs. His research focuses on genetic changes in malaria vector associated with insecticide resistance and the mechanisms involved. Further, using this information to develop molecular tools for monitoring vector populations. He is also involved in identifying unique genetic markers of black flies, the flies causing onchocerciasis, to delineate onchocerciasis transmission zones in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Kojo Frimpong, debating for the motion. He'll be sitting on my left. Going with him is Dr. Hannah Brown Amwako. Right. So Dr. Hannah Brown Amwako is a public health physician with specialty in clinical epidemiology. She has close to 2 decades experience in clinical work, research, and teaching. She's currently a research fellow in the Institute serving on the severe preeclampsia outcome triage sports group of studies, whose aim is to improve maternal health, particularly preeclampsia in low and middle income countries. She also works with the ongoing Lassa fever clinical trials at the Institute. Hannah recently completed her term as a junior member of the Global Burden of Disease Independent Advisory Committee, giving high-level strategic advice to the global burden of diseases. Hannah has a keen interest in maternal and child health, health system strengthening, as well as cardiovascular research among ethnic minorities. This interest is motivated by a strong personal belief in the fact that health is fundamental right, that no woman should die giving birth, giving life to another, the joy of seeing children enjoying their childhood and being able to dream and aspire to their dreams. And finally, a personal desire to keep acquiring new knowledge and utilization of the knowledge to help improve lives of others and communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, Hannah Brown-Amako, who will be debating for the motion as well. Now we go to those debating against the motion. No, for the motion. Yes. First, we have Dr. Benedicta Mensah. She is an infectious disease epidemiologist whose research interests include the transmission dynamics of infectious diseases and how public health interventions deployable in resource-constrained settings can modify these dynamics. She's a research fellow at the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, and she doubles as the quality manager of the epidemiology department in the institute. She's passionate and committed to training and mentoring aspiring scientists. Dr. Benedicta Mensah. And last but not least, Prof. Graham, please have a seat. Last but not least is Dr. Christopher Zabien Abana. Chris is a postdoctoral fellow on the HIV cure research team in the virology department of the NMIMR. He has been in HIV research for more than a decade and contributed to many projects, including HIV-1 and HIV-2. He's a 2023 IAS HIV Care Research Academy Fellow, member of the American Society of Virology, member of the American Society of Microbiology, and member Convention of Biomedical Research, Ghana. So please help me welcome Chris Abana. So to set the ball rolling, I think I'll pass the microphone to the judges very quickly to tell us briefly about how they go about the judging. And then after that, I'll quickly read the rules and regulations regarding the judges so that we all in the room know what the rules are and what we are expected to do. So very quickly, Professor Tope.
Okay, thank you very much. And for this Oxford debate, we are going to look at a number of key areas. For each group, which is we have the main debater and then the other person supporting. And we're going to score looking at the coherence, how coherent the argument they make. And then also we'll look at, and that will give you about 20 points. Then we'll look at the confidence, how you are able to deliver your message to us. And then we'll get into the substantive issues that would be like the key points to support or to support the motion or otherwise, and that will give you 40 points, and then finally we'll look at the closing argument. So for each of the debaters, we are going to score them individually, and then when we finish, we would average and then come up with the score. So 3 of us would actually, so we're actually going to score, we have 4 people, so we're going to score all of them individually. Because if you have the supporting debater who does a very good job and tries to drag the main debater along, that would count. So we are going to give equal weight to all the debaters. So this is the approach that we're going to use. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just very quickly, some quick rules. Each side has 2 persons, one of whom is the main debater and the other is the supporting debater. The main debater would have 6 minutes to present their positions, after which the opposing debater will also present their position on the motion for another 6 minutes. The supporting debaters will then have 4 minutes each for rebuttals and any additional information they wish to share. After which the opposing supporting debater will present their rebuttals in 4 minutes. Either member of the team will finally have 2 minutes to give a concluding remark and a final case for their position. The judges will score all sessions, make a final determination, and while collecting their scores and discussing, the audience will have, only then will the audience have the opportunity to contribute to the motion in defense of either side. However, the audience view will not be counted in the marks. When ready, one of the judges will pronounce a judgment and will summarize the strong weak points presented by the debaters and explain the basis of their judgment. One judge will subsequently provide some insight on the debate motion for educational purposes. Okay, so now that the rules, the ground rules have been set, I think we are ready to go. They are going first. Who is going first? Okay, I think we'll decide by a coin toss who goes first. We'll decide by a coin toss who goes first. Anybody with a coin? Momo has made the situation difficult. People are no longer using hard currency. Okay, so can the main debaters come forward? Here we don't have head and tail. We have coat of arms and we have a scale. Okay. All right. Wherever it falls, that group goes first. All right. So I think the first group debating for the motion will be going first. And that will be the main debater led by Chris Abana. So you have 6 minutes.
All right.
Are you yeah.
No, I'm not doing it.
All right, it's not projecting. Please, your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges, I want to start today's homily with Proverbs 21 verse 20. There is precious treasure and oil in the house of the wise, but the short-sighted and foolish man swallows it up and wastes it. And wastes it. With this in mind, we're not here to say that research is not important. Research should not be funded. Taxpayers does not benefit from research. What we are saying is that research is important. However, our taxes should not be used to fund research. Why? Why?
What is the purpose of taxes? It's to deliver essential public services such as healthcare, build roads, schools, provide potable water, etc. But not to fund research. How? If we have good sanitation, we would not be having outbreak of cholera that has led to 5 people dying in Kaswa. 5. If we have good public health policy, there will be no malaria, there will not be HIV. And we would not be having about 34,000 new cases of HIV in Ghana for the first 9 months. How? My guy, we shouldn't divert the taxpayers' money for research. When research started in the olden days, it was funded by great philosophers. It was funded by when research started in the olden days, it was funded by aristocrats. That funded it, not taxpayers' money. Not taxpayers' money at all. Research outputs are not immediately available to improve the life of the taxpayer. They are not immediately available. For instance, the discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming in 1928. After that discovery in 1928, it took us 12 good years for us to start using such an antibiotic that is making disease to plague us. Panel of judges. The discovery of DNA by Watson and Crick in 1953. The structure of the atom by Rutherford. The Human Genome Project in 2003 immediately did not benefit the taxpayer. Immediately, it did not benefit the taxpayer. Ladies and gentlemen, there is little impact or research output on using research. We heard this morning by Professor Santi, just this morning, that most of the researches that we conduct are inaccessible. They are not. Some of them are just for mere academic purposes, for promotion from research fellow to senior research fellow to professor. They are kept in journals that cannot be accessed. We cannot access those journals. We can't. It's difficult. Talk about visibility. A young man asked a question about putting the research into audio format. Why? Because of inaccessibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the frame should always have been either you publish or you perish. For instance, despite evidence of antimicrobial resistance, there is evidence, we all know it. But what are the policies available? Is there any immediate policy for Ghana, for instance? Can we talk about it? Study in obscure areas like worms, like studying some insects. Some insects. Can you imagine that? Insect. Now, let me not go far at all. The fellows here in Noguchi, let's take it that we have about 50 fellows in Noguchi here for the past 45 years. Let's see, multiply it, 45 years. They have been funded by the government to do research. What is the immediate impact of all the fellows research that they've conducted for the past 45 years? Immediate impact, what has it been? It was just for promotion. Just for promotion. Just for promotion. How many of the research papers you have read, the research papers, how many of them that you have read that has contributed or kind of helped you in a way? Immediately. Now, imagine publishing research, a groundbreaking research in Nature, when your neighbor is suffering, when the taxpayer is suffering, and you want me to go to Nature to go and read? My guy, I'm sorry. Most research remain in experimental phase for too long. Too long. Can you imagine that? For example, CRISPR-Cas9. It's a groundbreaking research, but it is still in experimental phase. We don't have any immediate use for CRISPR. Immediately. Do we have? Do we have? No. We also talk about AI in healthcare. AI. Can we feel the immediate impact of AI in healthcare? Okay, we'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, research agenda is also mostly not set by the taxpayer. The taxpayer doesn't set the research agenda. It is the research fellow or the research scientist that sits in a small office and sets the agenda for the research. It doesn't benefit the taxpayer immediately in any way. Ladies and gentlemen, the taxpayer is facing economic hardships like haircuts and need immediate relief. And you're talking about research. The taxpayer is saying, now, if you research, you go chop. Are you going to chop research? Thank you.
Well, I pass it on to those debating against the motion.
Thank you very much. The chairperson, Professor Komi Jejom D'Souza, honorable panel of judges, fellow debaters, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that funding research, as the motion says, is a waste of taxpayers' money. However, we are strongly against the motion and want to state categorically that funding research is not a waste of taxpayers' money. As a research scientist, I will take my time to hydrolyze the points for you to understand. What is research? What is research? Research is a systematic process of inquiry aimed at discovering new information, understanding complex phenomena, or solving specific problems. Without research, we would not possibly have survived as long as we have. And we can take example from malaria and COVID-19. Due to limited resources in addressing many challenges, our government must prioritize using research data. Our government must be intentional about funding research with our tax. First of all, the idea behind funding research stimulates brainstorming and triggers different dimensions of solving a problem. Otherwise, we will leave to chance for problems to be solved anyhow, which becomes much more expensive. And as my colleagues mentioned, lack of knowledge, my people perish. I will use Noguchi as a model to explain some of these points below for you to understand the benefits of research. One, research supports the national economy. Yesterday, we engaged the governor of Bank of Ghana, and we got some information from here. We got to understand that research funds have been the backbone of Ghana's economy due to the inflows of foreign currency. Research funds stabilize the GDP. Please listen, it stabilizes the GDP, it brings down inflation, it supports the per capita income. In fact, we should thank God that there were some research funds that were received during the haircut. Otherwise, it would have been a neck cut instead of a haircut. We should also know that research also supports, the fund supports institutions like Noguchi. Now, whether it's a local funding taxpayers' money or foreign funding taxpayers' money, once the funds hit the account, our accountant, Mr. Agbo, has a sharp knife. He will be able to cut the non-negotiable 15% of the funds. Now, this cutting is very important. Why? Because it goes to support the administration of the institute, contributes to QMS, payment of utilities, sustains power when there's doomsday, repairs and maintenance, and many others that we can talk about. Now, this is the result of the serene environment that we find ourselves in Noguchi. In fact, all of us here benefit from this 15%, including our opponents. Can this be a waste of taxpayers' money? Research fund. Research supports, also it supports once we have funds made available to the PI, after going through the iron hands of procurement, the funds become useful as follows. Source of employment. 60 to 70% of SAP in Noguchi are on projects. Can you imagine the unemployment rate without research funds? In fact, I myself was a grandfather of research, and then some time ago on contract. Once I got my salary, even though I was on contract, it was okay with me. Capacity building. Research funds support academic work and training. A lot of us have been beneficiaries of these research funds in our academic work. I will give you just one example. Our sister, Benedicta Mensah, who is a member of the opposition, benefited from NIH during her PhD. And look at her now, beautifully seated here and saying that research funding is not important. Community development. Research fund had been used to support the community. We can talk about how communities' economy have been boosted. We have structures that have been built in the community. We have people who have been tested for free. We have people who have received treatment for free, and many others that we can talk about. Now, we should note that research also generates data. They were talking about research not being used, being important to do anything, but we can talk about research being used to generate data. We can talk about policy change. I'll give you an example. In fact, all the departments in the Noguchi have been able to generate funds or generate data to support policy change. We can talk about change in annual to biannual for onchocerciasis. We can talk about ACT for malaria vaccine, vitamin A treatment in children, rotavirus vaccination, bully ulcer diagnosis, TB treatment. And if I talk about virology and I start listing, we will not end here. In conclusion, it is cost effective for government to fund research with a tax. Apart from generating data or knowledge to make informed decisions, the population, including taxpayers, also benefit directly from these funds. Therefore, funding research cannot be a waste of taxpayers' money. Thank you very much.
And that is right on time. Okay, we'll go to the supporting for the first group. You have 4 minutes to make your points.
Thank you very much, distinguished judges and our esteemed audience. Our opponents have made a lot of arguments, and I'm not going to list them. But basically, they raised the point that research is important and beneficial. We are not saying that research is not beneficial. That's why we are all here. But what we are saying is that we would like to challenge the fact that it should be funded by taxpayers' money. I would like to ask them questions. Our opponents are behaving as if that if we take out taxpayers' funding from research, research ceases to exist. I have this question for them. Is taxpayers' money the only source of funding for research? No. History of science has shown that big inventions in science were achieved by aristocrats and philanthropists who did research as a hobby. So we can boast of scientists like Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin. I'm not saying go and use your research money for your salary for your own research. Because we know that our own worth, most of us here, our worth together cannot even fund a single mosquito, the life of a single mosquito in the lab. However, we can rely on philanthropists like the MasterCard Foundation and Duke Charitable Foundation in Africa, right here in Africa, and others like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Galvey Foundation. We can also rely on production companies like food and pharmaceutical companies who rely on research outputs for their production and profits. This way, we can prioritize on research topics and improve translation into practical application. Another question I would like to ask our opponents is what's the percentage of your research that has informed policy? Evidence shows that only 30% of projects funded actually address priority needs by the Ghana Health Service. We are saying that the response time, that is the time to churn out outputs, and then the returns of research outputs are not worth taxpayers' money. When people are hungry, children are dying because of lack of access to healthcare, and children are schooling under trees and being rained on. My opponents also alluded on the fact that I was educated by NIH funding. That is the purpose of taxpayers' money. They actually support our point. It is all supposed to educate the masses and then also drive economic improvements. Who knows? I can be the first president of Ghana and can, fight galamsey and corruption in the country. I can also win the Nobel Prize. I don't know when that will be though, maybe when I am 17 years. Imagine that you have 10 children and you have to clothe them, educate them, and provide health care for them. And you suddenly come across 10,000 cedis and you are presented with an investment opportunity, and it takes 17 years for return. And you don't know what the direction of your returns will be. It can go up, it can come down. Will you invest? No. What we are saying is that research is important, but we need to rethink the approach of research funding mechanisms. Let us rely on private production companies and philanthropies for research and leave taxpayers' money to drive economic growth and solve our immediate needs. Thank you.
On time. Okay, Dr. Hannah Brown Amako, you have the floor.
Thank you, and all protocol observed. So, we all pay taxes, every one of us. Even the Kayaye pays tax because she's supposed to pay a little token for the fact that she's walking around carrying something on her head. We all pay taxes. What is government supposed to do with the tax? They have said it already. They're supposed to build schools, build roads, build hospitals, provide the logistics needed. Our money is supposed to work for us. But there are so many things to do. How is government supposed to prioritize? Who? Where? How? When? Why? What? Thank you. How can government tackle these problems without using the taxpayers' money efficiently? I'd like to refer you all to Seyi Ebimbola's paper. If you have time, read it, about gays and posts. There are different gays and there are different posts. And when you have the best outcomes that help us as individuals in our country, it's when you have a local gaze and a local post. And these local gaze and local posts comes from within. It comes from your governments. Because then you do research that addresses your problems and your needs. Our opponents have said a lot of things, and I agree. They have said many, many, many things. But just think along with me. What would you have? Imagine a world where essential medicines and vaccines are reserved for the rich. Why is that? Because the pharmaceutical companies led the development and the governments did not invest. If governments invest with your taxpayers' money, IPs are usually cheaper. Do you want that kind of world? How about a world where your brother, sister, auntie, uncles, in fact, I just buried an uncle of mine, road traffic accident. There was a gap in local knowledge of the healthcare providers. It was purely health worker error. But there's no work done in that regard to try and assess the health worker knowledge gap. The gaze, the pose is important. When we get a lot of funding, which Noguchi is doing so well in, from international bodies, they have a different gaze, they have a different pose. Yes, it's important and we do run along with it. But if it's coming from your government and they are using your taxpayers' money, the pose is localized. Local content is very important. Have you ever thought of where we will be if we had focused and government had invested in our plants and medicines? We had a pharmacologist as a former director, if I remember. If we had made that investment into looking at our plant medicines to see what we can get out of it and churn out wonderful products. After all, artesunate is from a plant, isn't it? Yes. Who knows, we could have grown this. What else is sitting in our farms, in our forests, that we don't know, that we can use as medicine? No foreigner is going to do this for us. We should do it locally. And we need the money from the taxpayers in Ghana or whatever country you are living in. It's your taxpayers' money that will drive the government to make these investments for you to know what you have and even build your economy. So in sum, all I would say is that cost-benefit analysis. I believe the benefits of taxpayers' money being used to fund research far outweighs the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to assess the temperature of the room. All of those who think those debating for the motion should say aye. Are winning should say aye. No. Okay. All right. The temperature is quite lukewarm. You are neutrals. Excellent. It's good to be neutral. All right. So let's give each team 2 minutes to wrap up and make up their closing arguments. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges. While research plays a critical role in innovation and tackling societal challenges, we are saying that it falls short in delivering measurable benefit to the public and the taxpayer. For instance, this morning, I sat in traffic for about 2 to 3 hours, leaving home at 6 a.m. You can imagine. If the taxpayers' money was immediately used or diverted to construct more roads, you will not be sitting in traffic. You will not be sitting in traffic. There will be a lot of other roads that you can use to come to work every day. It should be used for immediate personage of the society. There can be public-private partnership to optimize research funding. Therefore, there's a clear misalignment between research priorities and the country's most urgent needs. And much of the research produced remains theoretical or pure academic in nature, with limited real-world application. Government can invest in other things that can be immediately be important to the taxpayer, not research. What is your business in doing research? What is your business? Anytime the taxpayer comes in, it is government, and government means inefficiency. The private sector can fund it. Anytime the private comes in, it is efficient. Just look at the way our research is slow here in Noguchi. Look at the way our research is slow, because the government has injected itself into our research. Anything private is important. I can count the number of you who have your children in private schools. Why did you take them to Legma Primary A and B, Medina Primary A and B? Ladies and gentlemen, the taxpayer is suffering, and you're talking about research. There's no way to do that. So therefore, support the motion that research funding is a waste of the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Dr. Frimpong, Dr. Hannah, please.
Thank you very much. So what we want to say is that the effect of research on human life is cross-cutting. And for many human problems and challenges, we need research data to be able to make informed policy. And therefore, government having limited resources with many challenges, it's important for government to use those resources to be able to fund research. That is very important. Based on these benefits, government must be intentional to fund research, as I indicated. I want to make a quote from William Edwards Deming. He says that without data, you are just another person without opinion. The conduct of research projects entails expenses on humans and animals and materials for knowledge to improve the well-being of humanity, including the taxpayer. Hence, funding research with taxpayers' money is very essential to be able to prioritize and make informed decisions. Thank you very much.
All right. Are they winning? Those debating for the motion, are they winning? Yes! Those debating against the motion, are they winning? Yes! Everything is yes. Okay, we'll pass it on to, we'll leave it to the judges to tally the points, but for now we can take some contributions from the floor. Okay, I see a couple of hands.
All right, thank you very much. I've really enjoyed this session, and I believe we all here have. Aside the humor and then the other aspects of the debate we've all enjoyed, I think we should also try to pick a few seeds of wisdom from each group. I'll start with those for the motion. That is a waste of the taxpayers' money to fund research. Though I don't agree with that as it being a waste, but you can also look at the area where they make strong, cogent points about the fact that immediately, or the immediate benefits or translation from research to actual outputs or products are not really felt or tangible until maybe for years or long periods of time. So it's something we should think about as we go about our daily research. What can we do in order to bridge that gap? Because it is not a little points they raise there. It's very cogent and it's true to some extent. On the other hand, too, we should know that taxpayers are not the only ways, or their monies are not the only ways we can fund research. I mean, there are so many other avenues of funding we can obtain. And as such, we should look at the broader picture. We cannot just say we will hand it over to private institutions or so on. That's like promoting capitalist or elitism in terms of who gets to enjoy the product. If, let's say, a company decides to fund your vaccine, and then at the end of the day, they roll out the vaccine and say it's $100 and you can't pay for it, well, you can't pay for it, you die. But the one with $100 will benefit. So let's take these few seeds of wisdom from each side and then add it to our lives and our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I've been walking the halls of Noguchi ever since I could walk. Let me rather say run, because I remember this one time, 5 years old, I ran, I fell, and my mother beat me on top. I'm Dr. Akoto's daughter, by the way. Yeah. So I absolutely love this place, but I don't believe taxes should be used to fund research in this economy especially. Our taxes should be used to help fix the calamity problem in the country, help improve the educational system, help improve tourism, and help improve health facilities. I mean, more mental health facilities especially should be put in this country. Because look at our leadership. If there were more mental health facilities, some of our leaders won't be in power because they clearly have mental health issues. I think we should rather use... I'm sorry, I just needed to speak the truth. Help you make informed decisions about elections. We should use the grants from international organizations like the UN and the WHO to fund research, or even create an account for the public to willingly contribute to research. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, me too, what I picked from those who spoke for the motion that taxpayers' money should not be used to fund research. See, they made a point that we can source funding from international bodies. I don't agree to that, because if an organization is funding your research, then they are going to set the research agenda. And therefore, it may not benefit your country. But then when you have a policy in your own country where some portion of your taxpayers' money is being used to drive research or to support research, you can set your own agenda to solve your own problems. You know, so I believe that taxpayers' money should be used to support research. You know, then also those who also say that research, those who are say that research does not benefit us directly. I think research should not end with the research. It should be followed with development. Research and development. When the former directors were speaking, one of them said that they identified diagnostic tool for the identification of some parasites. These proteins or the markers that they identify, where is it? Have we been able to do some more work to design and then develop and produce it so that it becomes useful to us? So if then we conduct research and it ends there, but we don't link it to development, then it's a waste of taxpayers' money. So if you are using taxpayers' money to support research, then it should not end with the research, but it should be linked with development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I heard them say the research is not an immediate impact to our society. I want to ask all in general, how many of us took chloroquine when we were kids? Oh, the Gen Zs wouldn't, but the millennials we took chloroquine to treat malaria when we were kids. The last time I took chloroquine was in class 3. After that, I didn't take chloroquine again. I was taking ART. Why? Because of research. And we have people in here who did that research. Prof. Koram, Prof. Nancy Kwashi, Prof. Nils Kwashi, Prof. Benjamin Ibuaku. They did that research. That's why we are no longer taking chloroquine, because Plasmodium falciparum developed resistance to it. So this is an immediate impact of research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will take another caveat of it. Why are we making it sound like without money we cannot do research? Now, who can tell me, Isaac Newton, discovery of gravity, how much funding went into it? All that he did was sit under an apple tree. Saw the apple fall. There, you discovered gravity. We can do so much with that money. Don't waste our time.
I would like to say that nations were built on taxes. Every nation uses taxes to develop. And when we look at all nations that has developed also, it is based on the fact that they were able to develop vaccines, they were able to develop drugs, and these were through the taxes that have been paid. It was not from any other sources. And we know that without, research, there will be stagnation. And the world without research is the world without knowledge. Thank you.
Okay. One more. You spoke today. Wait, okay. A lady at the back.
Okay, thank you very much. This debate session was, oh my God. So, I'm actually of the view that taxpayers' money should actually be used for research. And then one of my points is that research doesn't only have to do with sitting in the lab and doing culture and then doing the PCR and all of that. If we are doing research, we are developing our own reagents. We are coming up with our own equipment. We don't have to get money from elsewhere and then order reagents from other countries only for it to stay at the port and get expired because it has to go through a whole process of other things to get them to the institute to work on them. And then most Africans were of the view that when COVID hit, it was a bioweapon to target certain people, and the whole vaccine was some sort of bioweapon, yes, to target us.
But then again, too, if we were the ones spearheading these things and using our own monies to come up with ways to cure the disease, we wouldn't have been saying that it was a target from someone else to eliminate us. I mean, some people are here that didn't even take the vaccine jab, and then they are still of the view that they were trying to eliminate us. So if you are doing your own research, if you are doing your own research and coming up with your own reagents and other things, I don't think would ever be of the view that the Western world is trying to eliminate us. Thank you.
Okay. Last one. I see many hands, but we are running out of time. So this is the last one.
Okay, so I'll be very brief. Currently, we are the taxpayers. I think we are not getting that part. We here are the taxpayers. Also, the money is being used regardless. Why not research? We are paying taxes every time. It's going to many places that we don't like. So why not research? Because somehow the money will get spent. So it should be spent on something like research that will be beneficial.
Okay, for the sake of time, I think we need to move on. Over to the judges to tell us how the debaters did and what their views are and who won.
Okay. I hear something like nobody. Anyway, so thank you so much for a very interesting session. I guess upfront, it presents a very interesting dynamic. One saying that we should not fund research with our taxpayers' funds, and then another saying we should. Sometimes when you come across debate issues, you could get a sense that maybe it's a win for a certain motion. But when it comes to debate, really, it's about who makes the most points and who is able to convince you that their position is something you should work with. So these are some of the basic details we picked. For those who said we should not fund research with our taxpayers' money, they said immediacy of impact is an issue. And so if you come from a field of finance, sometimes like, whilst we look at the long term, the idea is that the timing of the return is key. So if I'm dead before the research finding really shows up, I might have a bit of a problem. And so I may not see the value. But so the immediacy, that's the points they brought across. Others, another point they said was that it appears that the research focus is a bit more myopic, meaning that it's more driven by personal interests like promotion, etc. That's quite a job. Please never say this elsewhere. Our brow will not come. If you say that anywhere, our brow will not show up. And then accessibility of the findings, which I think to a large extent is a critical issue, really. So if you're funding research that is not ultimately accessible to you because of where it is actually published, that could be a challenge. And so for the person who is looking also at ROI, that's return on investment, that could be a bit of a challenge. And I think we like that from the perspective that beyond just the points they may have raised more in jest or actually joking or having fun, it may be something we begin to look at, really. Where are we focusing the research? Is it having the impact? He raises the issue also that in that regard, they think that the research agenda that we currently have tied to the fact that it's more personal is therefore not driven by public needs. And since taxes are meant for public goods, then we may want to take a second look at that and therefore not make a case for the use of the taxpayers' money. On the flip side, you can say, therefore, that it's a call to action to straddle the relationship between academia, that's the research aspect, and then industry. What do we really need, and where does our research actually target? That could be a question we could answer some other time. Then there are those who said the taxpayers' money should be, so that supporting speaker goes on to tell us that we have a lot of needs, and when we are trying to prioritize, then research is at the bottom of the list, and so we should channel it to more priority areas and therefore yield more. We could look at it on both sides, but that's the points they made. Now, what they are saying is that, and then we come to those who are actually saying that, no, it is critical that we fund research with the taxpayers' funds or the taxpayers' money. And that is because if you do not fund with the taxpayers' funds, the donors usually determine where the research should go. And that could even very well move away from the things that you need. And so if we're going to own our research and grow with that, we need to come from the point where we fund what we want, when we want it, and how we want it. At least that's the message that came across. One of the key things we would have loved to get a bit more of, maybe, to give us a sense for the speakers who made a motion that we should fund research with taxpayers' funds. I think the lead speaker did a bit more of focusing on the value of research, and should have therefore made a bigger point in telling us that value should therefore be the real reason. But we had a bit more time on the value of research, the benefits of research, without linking the fact that, so you get the point that this group says they are not against the fact that it's research, but they say the money for that shouldn't come from the taxpayers' coffers. But we had the opposing team that's saying that we should fund it with research, with taxpayers' funds, but focus more on the value of research as opposed to the motion that we should use taxpayers' money to fund this very valuable agenda. So that disconnect did it in for us a bit. And so when we put everything together, those who say that funding us, and I include myself, with taxpayers' funds is a waste of money, got 74.2%. And then those who said that we should fund research with taxpayers' funds, in the sense that they are against the motion that it is a waste of resources, got 61.2%. Let me make a joke. Let me make a joke out of it by saying that, please don't go and say this anyway. Abra should not disappear. Thank you. I'm done.
So, you see, it's all about the point you make. Anyway. Now I would quickly pass it on to Prof. Tope to wrap up for us and provide some insights on the debate for educational purposes.
I really want to say congratulations to all the two teams. This was very, very interesting. So now, in terms of reflection, I think one of the debaters actually defined what research is. And if you look at the theme for this anniversary, it says 45 years of impactful research. Now, what is impactful research? And I'll give you a brief definition of what impactful research is. It is defined as an effect, change, or benefit to the economy, society, culture, public policy, services, health, the environment, or quality of life beyond academia. This is one definition. Now, if you look at the University of Ghana strategic plan, the 2024 to 2029, actually, one of the important priorities is what impactful research. And that document reads, the University of Ghana prioritizes interdisciplinary and collaborative research that addresses the most pressing needs of our time. We, that's the university, are committed to attracting and supporting researchers who venture beyond knowledge boundaries and forge a better world. So what this tells us is that research is a continuum. And the continuum starts with generating the evidence, translating the evidence, and then affecting our developmental aspirations. So you need to look at that whole continuum. Now, in this debate, the key issues that are coming up, we are a resource-constrained setting. What do we need to do if we have to do research? And from the debaters and also from the audience, one of the things that clearly we have to do, because resources are limited in our setting, is one, we have to prioritize impactful research. The second one is that we have to make sure that our research is translated into the daily lives of our communities. And then finally, it's a continuum. But as much as possible, as we generate the evidence and the knowledge, we need to move that evidence along that continuum. Now, again, and this came up, when you look at research funding, it's basically an issue of demand and supply. We, the scientists and the researchers, need to have our research agenda. And we need to create it. We need to create the demand for the work that we do. And then, of course, we have the supply side. And the supply side is by the donor agencies or even our own government, that's taxpayers' money. And if you look at from government, we as researchers can drive that agenda for government to fund research. Now, when it comes to the donor side, and I think, again, one of the audience actually made that comment, when it comes to the donor side, they have their own research agenda. So, looking at the demand side, we as scientists do have a lot of control. We also have some control with regard to research funded by our country. So, it's important that we leverage these opportunities that we have so that we can make sure that the research that we do is impactful and has an effect on our population. Then, return on investment. You know, when your research goes beyond knowledge generation, then the effect becomes more tangible. Because you see, if you do research and it leads into a publication, and then that is it. For somebody walking on the streets, the person will question, why should you be funded to do research? Because from their perspective, they do not see the benefits of the funding that is being given to us as researchers. So it's always important that we move beyond the knowledge generation. And then it's important also to lay out that, you see, the knowledge generation serves as a basis for other people to build on that research and then make bigger discoveries. So it's important that in our portfolio, we have a portfolio that straddles across the full continuum, where we can, we have research to generate new knowledge, research to translate the knowledge, research to apply within the community. So, in brief, funding research can be a waste of resources if certain elements are not in place. And my co-judge actually mentioned some of the things that you cannot fund research where all your research portfolio will take 25 years to mature. That is a problem. Or it has a long experimental phase that was mentioned, and then also for academic purposes, where you publish a tiny paper and then nothing happens again. And it's important that we really engage in impactful research. Now, research is supposed to solve problems. And if funding research for all of us is not a waste of resources. However, we need to be able to use the research to help service delivery, to help address poverty. And research can do that. So my final take is that we need to build a portfolio where our research will be able to make impact. At the same time, create the evidence for other people to build on. Thank you very much.
All too soon, I think we've come to the end of this exciting session. I'll pass it on now to the MCs because they have some items to hand out.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I have to say, wow, this was fun. And I believe it's been great learning moments for all of us. And I want to tell Prof. Yado that I'm happy we are never going to debate about BRA because BRA must come. So the next item on our agenda is appreciations. And we would like to invite Prof. Ofori and other members of the Noguchi at 45 organizing or planning committee to come and do us this honors. Professor Michael Ofori.
Going to our debaters. Yes. All right. 1 month celebration is almost at the end. But as an institute, we have a unique way of giving out what we have done, especially our annual research meeting. We normally conclude it with a debate, which of course, we are not looking for winners, but it's education. And you all agree with me that what we have witnessed this evening is very fantastic. So the debaters actually took time to go through this and so on. So as an institute, we want to appreciate them. No loser. Dr. Abana has to come forward. What about Benedetta? Mama Benedetta. Dr. Mensa. Dr. Frimpong. And Dr. Amakobe. You have something for there. I think I made a mistake. All right. Is it ready?
No, they don't have one.
Okay. Okay, so we can time them.
Yes.
All right. These are from sponsors.
Yes.
All right. So, finally, we are come to the end. But as I said in the morning, all these things that we are doing, we need funds to do it, including our research. You can never do research without funds. It will never work. Some of our forefathers did the research because they used their own funding to do it and so on. Now it's not as easy as that. If you want per pet, your whole salary cannot buy it. So we still try to do so. But over the years, I've been working with some companies. Some of them, we allow them to make some short presentation, at least to demonstrate what they have been doing. And you see that most of these companies, we work with them. Our success cannot be concluded without them mentioning. And as such, when we approached them for support to organize this, they came out to support us, and that's why you have seen all that we have done. But before I call on them to give them a few appreciation to them, I want all my committee members to stand up so that we appreciate them. We work behind the scenes for almost a whole year. So the things that you are seeing one day did not happen one day. They have been working around the scene, working behind the scenes, doing all sorts of things, sacrificial things that they have done. For us to be able to put this forward, to be able to celebrate our 45th anniversary, which we are very excited to have our past director sitting with us, sitting the whole day celebrating with us. So my committee members, can we be outstanding so that we appreciate the work that you have done? But before I do, on behalf of the management and the director of the institute, I want to thank our judges. We are so grateful for you for accepting to do this for us. And you have done it so majestically that we feel so proud of inviting you. So we want to thank you. And we look forward that next time when we call upon you, you come back again. So thank you very much. Our sponsors. So LabMart, are you around? LabMart Limited. If they are around, we want to appreciate them with a plug. LabMart. I think you can follow with Stanbic Bank. And as we are coming, I think the management and the director would like to invite you to a cocktail party just after this. So when you go out, you see the military band going to play a small song for us so that we can dance and celebrate our 45th anniversary. So you are all welcome. So prepare yourself to go back and enjoy what we have for you. This is which one? Indigene. Bethel Logistics. Stanbic Bank. Do you have someone from Stanbic Bank? Bethel. Do you have somebody from Stanbic Bank? All right, we'll pass it on to them. How about Indigene Group? Indigene. Jaka QMS. All right. We also had some of our renowned scientists giving us the seminars, specialized seminars that we organized for the whole of the October series. And we would like to also appreciate them because the time that they used and what they presented to us was very, very, very educative. So first and foremost, we want to call on Professor Ansakuram, who to collect this on behalf of the member. The other scientist who gave us the beginning, the first presentation was Professor George Ama. Prof, if you are Professor George Ama. Stanbic. My boss. Stanbic. Okay, that's fine. So we want to thank all of you for the time that you have taken to be with us. And we hope that next year when we invite you for our annual research meeting, you all come and join us to celebrate it. But we are very grateful. And as I said, the director is inviting all of you to a cocktail after this place. So you are all welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We have a last one for Tasty Treats. I'm sure you enjoyed their meals this afternoon. Tasty Treats. Are they here? Okay, who should give? Thank you very much, Professor Michael Ofori. I told you in the morning from the very beginning that we have very exciting program lineups, and I'm sure you have all enjoyed yourselves today as Noguchi has celebrated its 45th and continues to celebrate as we have another section going on tomorrow as well. So before we finalize everything, we would like to hear from our very own special quality director to give us the closing remarks. Thank you. Let's welcome her. A round of applause. Thank you.
All too soon, our special day is about to end. I have enjoyed today a lot, especially all the presentations. The morning was beautiful, having WHO, JICA, Embassy of Japan, Ghana Health Service University with us. We've continued with very remarkable symposium. We've had very good lunch, and we've had our 4 past directors with us. It's worthy for other institutions to emulate. It's not all institutions that can have past directors come, sit, and share jokes. I think we have to clap for our past directors. We'd like to thank, on behalf of the Institute, I would like to thank, there's one person that we haven't introduced, but I would like to introduce. This man came to my office when I became the director and offered himself to support the Institute. He's been here a lot of times, offered a lot of advice, brought, I think if you remember during our mentorship, he actually brought the colleagues to come and lecture us. There have been several occasions that he sent me personal notes, and he continues to advise the Institute. He's the chairperson of the Noguchi Advisory Board, Professor Jonathan Stiles. Please, Prof. Yeah. In fact, it is through Jonathan that we got to know about Professor Graham. And so, Jonathan, the Institute appreciate that you are giving back to Ghana. I cannot close this ceremony. I thank all staff, but there are a special group of staff that I would like to start. And if you will permit me, humbly stand up for Professor Michael Ofori and his team. Thank you. Thank you so much. In fact, they've done very well, and they are doing very well. Our 2022 annual research meeting, the proceedings were published at by the Ghana Medical Journal. This is remarkable. Last year, it's almost out by the Health Science Investigative Journal, which is also an index journal. And this year, I know they are going to take us to another height. I appreciate your support because all this that we are doing, they were able to plan, raise the needed money, and implementing whatever Professor Michael Ofori, all the, I don't want to mention names. I was about to mention the names, but but at least I have to mention Professor Michael Ofori, the co-chairs, Professor Kojo Asamoah-Kusi, KK2, and Professor G. Hey, you know size. And we are celebrating. But we need to sometimes also remember those who worked. Noguchi Annual Research Meeting has been able, since I became the director, has been able to raise money such that some years we get leftover. Last year we had leftover. And because of 2 persons, one of them is alive, but one of them unfortunately departed. May Professor Wilson so rest peacefully. I really thank him so much. Wherever there's money, Professor Wilson will lead you to go and look for the money. And so I thank all of you. Please, it is time for us to go outside and enjoy. Please don't go home. We are going to dance to Soja Lafia. Please dance. 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 Thank you all. I appreciate you all for your time and energy. God bless you all.